100:00:00:033 00:0:0:25. For 33, the night sky over the capital was a tapestry of glittering stars, a silent witness to the opulence below. Inside the royal palace, a grand banquet was underway, the air thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the murmur of high society. Chandeliers dripped with light, casting a golden glow over long tables, groaning under the weight of decadent feasts. This lavish affair was held to celebrate a hard-won victory in battle, and more importantly, to honor its greatest contributor, Duke Vanderlyck. Among the sea of silks and jewels stood Clarice, nocturnal, her silver hair a stark contrast to the warm tones of the ballroom. A delicate blush dusted her cheeks, her heart aflutter with a nervous anticipation. She couldn't quite name the whispers started as a low hum before growing into an excited buzz. A lady nearby nudged her friend, her voice a conspiratorial hiss, urging her to look, and then the crowd parted as if by an invisible force. He had arrived. Duke Albert Vanderlyck, collective, breathless, swept through the room as the ladies caught sight of him. His presence was magnetic, his dark hair and piercing crimson eyes capturing every gaze. Following closely behind him was a small boy, a miniature version of the Duke himself. The whispers confirmed it was Lord Eric. So the rumors were true, the reclusive Duke and his son attending the victory banquet. But with their arrival, an icy chill seemed to snake through the hall. The Duke's gaze was sharp, predatory, and it made the air crackle with unspoken tension. Two ladies nearby flinched, their laughter dying on their lips. The House of Vanderlyck, they were the legendary northern shield of the Kingdom of Otteran, their names synonymous victory and power. Yet for all their glory, rumors of darkness clung to them like a shroud. They were said to be heartless, their swords stained with the blood of countless enemies, never hesitating to reap lives. The most chilling rumor of all was that they were a cruel clan who wouldn't shrink from using even children as pawns to secure their victory. Their castle was said to be a place of nightmares, haunted by the vengeful spirits of children slain, by the family place from which no one ever returned alive. Suddenly a gasp cut through the tension. A small white-haired toddler, no older than 2, had toddled into the center of the room, a cherubic smile on his face. Clarice's eyes widened in shock. A baby here? He took a wobbly step and tumbled forward, landing softly on the polished floor. Panic erupted. People whispered in horror that this was terrible. If the Duke was angered, not even a baby would be spared. A spotlight of suffocating silence fell upon the scene. The Duke's cold crimson eyes, Lord Eric's startled gaze, and Clarice's worried expression all converged on the tiny child on the floor. The Duke's shadow fell over the boy, an ominous, terrifying sight. Crowd held its breath, women covering their eyes, certain they were about to witness something horrific. One guest cried out that it was too cruel, that they couldn't bear to watch. The Duke reached into his coat, his movements slow and deliberate, but instead of a weapon, his hand emerged holding a brightly colored rattle. A wave of collective disbelief washed over the room. A rattle. The little boy Theo looked up, his eyes sparkling with delight. Before the Duke could do anything, Lord Eric swooped and, scooping his little brother into his arms, he chatted Theo, telling him he knew he wasn't supposed to come in here. Theo simply giggled, utterly charmed. The crowd murmured in confusion. Another son? No one had ever heard of a second one. As Eric held him, Theo's eyes scanned the room, and then they locked onto Clarice. A brilliant sun-like smile spread across his face. With all the force his tiny lungs could muster, he pointed chubby finger at her and shouted a single earth-shattering word. He called her Mama. Clarice froze, the blood draining from her face. Her mama, she stammered, flustered, telling the little lord that she wasn't his mother. Just then the Duke began to walk towards her, his steps echoing in the now silent hall. He stopped before her, his voice a low, smooth baritone. He explained that it seemed Theo had come here because he wanted to see her. Clarice, sprit to escape the 100 pairs of eyes on her, suggested that perhaps she should wait with Lord Theo in a separate room. But as she turned to leave, a hand gently but firmly caught her wrist. The Duke leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear, his voice sending a shiver down her spine. He told her that tonight, at this very banquet, he wanted to announce that she would become his wife. Her mind went completely blank. What he continued, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, that she needed to take responsibility for stealing both his heart and his son's. Eric chimed in that she knew the secrets of their house now, and they couldn't let her go. Clarice could only stare her thoughts a swirling vortex of chaos as the Duke and his sons looked at her expectantly. What in the world was going to happen to her now? Sometime later, Clarice found herself at the imposing Duke Vanderlyck estate. She had come with a desperate plea, but her meeting had ended in failure. The Duke's aide apologized profusely, explaining that as expected they had refused to return the magic stone. He told her to please leave and that he would see her out. Her heart sank. She knew it wouldn't be easy to get it back, but she had to think of another way as she walked through the grand silent halls. Prickle of unease traced its way up her spine. The estate felt oddly quiet, almost deserted. She hadn't seen a single servant. Something was deeply wrong. Suddenly, a sound, the oppressive silence, a baby's cry. It was faint but filled with such anguish that it made her stop dead. At the same time, a wave of cursed, suffocating magic power washed over her. This was bad. Something was terribly wrong. Without a second thought, she broke into a run, following the sound up the grand staircase. Her eyes widened in horror as a chilling memory surfaced. The rumor about the House of Vanderlyck, that they would even use a child as a pawn if it meant winning. No, it couldn't be true. The aide shouted for her to stop, that she mustn't go in there, but his words were lost to the wind as she threw open the doors to her room at the end of the hall. The scene before her stole her breath. A wave of dark, malevolent energy pulsed from the center of the room, where a tiny baby lay in a crib, screaming in agony. And there on a table beside the crib lay her family's heirloom magic stone, glowing faintly. Why was it here? A sharp voice from behind her demanded to know who she was. An icy chill shot down her spine as she felt the cold press of steel against her neck. Sword, it could only be one person, the master of this infamous estate, the Duke himself. He stood there, a formidable shadow, cloaked in darkness, his sword held steady, his face unreadable. Tears of terror welled in her eyes. She nervously turned to face him, her heart hammering against her ribs. But then he did something utterly bizarre. He sheathed his sword and pulled out a rattle her mind struggled to comprehend the sight. He walked past her to the crib and began shaking the toy, a desperate, almost frantic look on his face. He whispered to himself, his voice laced with frustration, asking why the baby wasn't crying anymore. Then his piercing crimson eyes snapped to her. He demanded again to know who she was. Her voice trembled as she introduced herself as Clarice Nocturnal, explaining that she had come hoping to speak with His Grace about a matter of great importance. She trailed off, remembering the immense surge of magic she'd felt moments before. The Duke cut her off, his tone sharp and urgent. He asked how she had managed to stop the baby from crying. Confused, Clarice looked over at the crib. When had he even stopped, she saw that the baby had fallen into a restless sleep, his tiny hand clutching the edge of her dress. Where she stood by the crib, she murmured that perhaps he had just cried himself to sleep. The Duke's expression was unreadable as he commanded her to come with him. They needed to talk. She quickly agreed, and as she followed him out of the room, a thought struck her, that sinister, cursed magic she had felt earlier. When did it disappear? Seated in a lavish drawing room, Clarice nervously asked about the child. The Duke took a sip of his tea and stated calmly that the boy was his adopted son. His son? Clarice reeled. She had done her research before coming, and everything she'd found indicated Duke Vanderlyck was single. She tried not to believe every dark rumor she heard about him, but a seed of suspicion took root in her heart. Her hands clenched in her lap. If he was planning to use that innocent child for some nefarious purpose, her dark thoughts were shattered by a piercing wail. From the bassinet nearby, the baby had woken up and was crying again. The Duke and his aide both jumped, looking utterly panicked. The Duke fumbled for the rattle, trying to soothe the infant, but the baby was having none of it. With a tiny but forceful push, the child sent the rattle flying right back into the Duke's face. The wails intensified. The poor baby didn't trust him at all. Eris couldn't bear it. She hesitantly suggested that perhaps he should try holding him. The Duke looked uncertain, but agreed. He then proceeded to grab the baby in the most awkward, clumsy way possible, causing the child to scream. Even louder, Clarice cried out, telling him to stop, that he wasn't doing it right. She gently guided his hands, showing him how to properly support the baby's head and body. A faint blush colored the Duke's cheeks. As he held the child correctly, the baby's cries softened, and his tiny hand wrapped around the Duke's finger. Clarice smiled softly, explaining that she ran a care facility for children. She assured him the baby would calm down soon. But just as she said it, a dark, ominous aura began to emanate from the child. Baby let out a heart-wrenching scream. A violent storm of cursed magic exploded from the infant, blasting through the room. Clarice stared in wide-eyed horror. It was the same sinister magic as before, but where was it coming from? Her gaze fell on a crying child, and a horrifying realization dawned on her. The baby was the source of all that magic. She knew that magic was the life force of the body. If it ran out, the person would die. In a panic, she cried out to the Duke, warning him that at this rate the baby's life was in danger. The Duke's expression was grim. He told her to try calming him down. He explained that the child released his magic whenever he cried, and that she had somehow managed to stop him before he held the wailing infant out to her. Clarice hesitated, protesting that he couldn't hand him to her like that. She took the child into her arms nonetheless. The sheer force of the magic pouring out of the baby was overwhelming, almost painful to be near, but she held him close, steeling herself. She knew she didn't have any special powers, but she had to try and soothe him. She rocked him gently, whispering soft words of comfort, telling him it was okay, that he didn't have to cry anymore. Miraculously, the baby's cry subsided, and he looked up at her with tear-filled eyes, letting out a soft coo. The dark magic vanished. As if it had never been there, the Duke watched, stunned that it had actually worked. As Clarice held the now peaceful baby, a sharp, sudden pang struck her own heart. The Duke's voice, heavy with despair, broke the silence. He revealed the devastating truth: at the rate the child was expending his magic, he only had 3 months to live. 3 months. The words echoed her mind, a death sentence for this innocent life. The Duke confessed that he hadn't believed it at first, but now he saw that she truly possessed a gift for soothing the child. With time running out, he looked at her with desperate eyes. He asked her to take care of Theo for 3 months, giving him time to find a way to save him. He then reminded her of why she had come for the magic stone. He would give it to her as payment. Her eyes shot wide open. He explained that the stone had been purchased to help with Theo's condition in the first place. It all made sense now. He promised to have a contract prepared, offering a generous salary and anything else she might wish for. Clarice looked down at the sleeping baby in her arms. The weight of the responsibility was immense, a child's life hanging in the balance. But looking at his peaceful face, she knew she couldn't just walk away and leave him to die. With renewed resolve, she met the Duke's gaze and accepted his contract. But she had one more condition. She asked him with all the sincerity in her heart to use his power and influence to protect her late mother's care facility and all the children who called it home. She bowed her head and begged him. She waited hard in her throat. The Duke answered without a moment's hesitation. He agreed. A wave of immense relief washed over her, and she looked up with a grateful smile. As she prepared to sign the contract, the Duke's aide leaned in and whispered something to him. He suggested that this was the perfect opportunity to marry her and make her the new Duchess. Clarice's ears burned. The Duke's aide, a withering look, hissing at him for spouting such nonsense. Horrified at the suggestion, Clarice blurted out that it was out of the question. The aide sighed, muttering that he'd been rejected. Flustered, Clarice tried to explain that she just wasn't thinking about things like that. Just then, a tiny, sweet voice drifted up from her arms. The baby, now awakened, smiling right at her, and cooed, "Mama." A stunned silence fell over the room as 3 pairs of eyes widened in absolute shock. The word echoed in the sudden silence of the room, a sound so pure and unexpected it felt like a physical blow. "Mama." The baby in her arms, Theodore, beamed up at her, his little hand clutching the fabric of her dress. Clarice's heart stopped. Her breath caught at her throat, her blue eyes wide with utter shock. It couldn't be. He couldn't have. Lounging on his chaise, remarked that the child was quite the talker, something he'd never heard before. Clarice's mind raced, trying to dismiss the impossible. She stammered that it must be a coincidence, that babies often babble nonsense. But the Duke's gaze sharpened, his red eyes narrowing with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. He asked icily if she was implying his adopted child was an idiot. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her. Shock before she could answer, a new voice interrupted. Lord Albert. The Duke's aide stepped into the room, apologizing for the intrusion. He turned to Clarice, his expression curious, and asked if Lord Theodore had just used healing magic on her. Healing magic? The words made no sense. Clarice looked down at the infant nestled against her, completely bewildered. Albert elaborated, explaining that Lord Theodore's late mother was a user of healing magic, and he thought perhaps there was some confusion. Clarice shook her head, immediately her voice firm. as she stated that she couldn't use magic at all. The Duke's eyes were fixed on her, calculating. He murmured that she couldn't use magic, then he would need to investigate the magical reaction that had calmed Theo down. He informed her that she would need to cooperate with some tests, and she had no choice but to agree. Lord Albert then led her out, explaining that the mansion had so few staff to avoid the dangerous effects of Lord Theodore's magic. He noted with intrigue that Clarice seemed completely unaffected. Another puzzle they would need to look into. The weight of it all settled on her as she sat at a desk, later a quill in hand. She had to write to the children at the daycare. Her heart ached thinking of their worried faces. She imagined their shock and awe at seeing real soldiers arrive to escort her away. A small, sad smile touched her lips as she wrote, promising them not to worry, that His Highness had promised to protect the facility until she returned. A sudden, rumbling sound from her stomach startled her. Across the room, little Theodore was awake in his crib, looking up at her with his big, curious eyes. She smiled, gently telling him he was up and that she'd go grab a change of clothes for him. She walked across the grand sunlit room, her footsteps echoing softly on the marble. Finding a small, pristine outfit, she turned back, a sense of purpose settling over her. She called out to Lord Theo, telling him she was sorry to keep him waiting. But the sight that greeted her made her blood run cold. The crib was empty. Standing beside it was a small boy with raven black hair and piercing red eyes, holding Theodore in his arms. He glared at her, his voice a low growl, as he demanded to know who she was before she could even process the question. He turned and bolted, clutching Theo tightly. Clarice's heart leaped into her throat as he ran straight for the open balcony. A brilliant blue light flared around his feet. Magic Child was using magic. He leaped over the railing, suspended in the air for a breathtaking moment, and then the magic sputtered and died. The light vanished. The boy's eyes widened in sheer terror as gravity took hold, pulling him and the wailing baby down. He was falling without a second thought. Clarice lunged forward, her body moving on pure instinct. She threw herself over the cold stone of the railing, her arm outstretched, fingers straining her hand close around his small wrist, the impact jarring her. And Toddy, got you, she gasped, her knuckles white from the strain. She held on with all her might, the boy and the baby dangling precariously below her. Just hang on a bit longer, she grunted, her muscles screaming in protest. But her heel slipped on the polished floor. A cry of terror escaped her lips as she felt herself being pulled over the edge. Don't fall, she screamed. Internally, her eyes squeezed shut against the impending disaster. She could feel her grip failing, the weight becoming unbearable. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal wind swirled around them. Gentle green leaves woven from pure light danced in the air, wrapping around them like a tender embrace. Their terrifying descent slowed, and they were lowered gently onto the soft grass of the garden below. The boy, whose name she would soon learn was Eric, was gasping for breath, his small body trembling from the shock. Clarice scrambled to her knees beside him, her own heart pounding. She frantically asked if he was okay, if he was hurt anywhere. He managed to shake his head, whispering that he was okay. A wave of relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak. It was quickly replaced by a surge of stern anger. She wagged a finger at him, her voice sharp, as she told him he must never ever do something so dangerous again. The scare hinted little Theo into a fit of terrified wails. Eric tried to soothe him, but the baby only cried harder. Clarice's heart went out to both. She softened her voice, reaching out her hands and telling the boy to come here. She explained gently that she was the child's caretaker, but Eric flinched away, clutching his little brother tighter. His red eyes burned with a fierce protective fire. He spoke in a low, bitter voice, saying so many caretakers had come and gone, and every time Theo only got worse. He looked her straight in the eye and declared that she would be no different. The raw pain in his voice struck her. He wasn't being malicious. He was trying to protect his brother. Just then Lord Albert came running, his face pale with worry. He cried out their names, saying he'd heard a loud noise and that his heart was about to stop. Clarice tried to wave off his concern, assuring him they weren't hurt. But as she moved her arm, a searing pain shot through it. She looked down and saw a deep bloody gash on her forearm, staining her sleeve a horrifying crimson. She tried to downplay it, saying that thanks to the daycare kids, she was used to scrapes like this. And it was no big deal, of course. It is Eric suddenly shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. He told her frantically that even tiny wounds could get infected and kill you, something he'd read in a book before Albert or Clarice could react. The little boy took charge. Albert took Theo from him. And Eric knelt before Clarice. He recited what he knew, that the proper first aid was to rinse the wound with clean water and apply pressure. A warm golden light began to glow from his small hands as he gently placed them over her injury. Healing magic. Clarice stared mesmerized. This fierce protective boy was the Duke's other son, and he was using one of the most difficult forms of magic to heal her. A blush crept up her cheeks as she thought he was so cute, and she couldn't stop herself from gushing about how amazing it was that someone so small could use such a hard spell. Eric's face turned bright red. He snatched his hands back, yelling that he could only do little ones and wasn't like his mother, before scrambling to his feet and running off in a flurry of embarrassment. Albert chuckled, explaining that the bored Eric, Theo's older brother, who had simply arrived earlier than planned. He was, Albert added with a fond smile, a very loving person. When it came to his family, a few days passed, and Clarice found her every move being watched. She wanted to get along with Eric, but his suspicious red eyes followed her everywhere. While she was changing Theo's clothes, while she was bathing, he was always there, lurking out of reach, his gaze intense and unwavering. The silent scrutiny was unnerving. At dinner, she prepared a spoonful of carrot puree for Theo. But before it could reach the baby's mouth, Eric darted forward, snatched the spoon, and ate it himself. Clarice, in shock, as he chewed thoughtfully, his cheeks puffed out, he declared it was taste testing, insisting it wasn't because he trusted her or anything. He grudgingly admitted it was good, but then his pride flared up. He accused her of trying to win him over with food, shouted, "Just watch," and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Clarice was left holding the empty spoon, wondering with a sigh if she really seemed that shady. A few days later, Eric was still on high alert. He hid behind a large doorway, his small heart pounding with a solemn vow. He was convinced she was hiding something, and he had to protect Theo from that woman. And from the Duke, peeking around the corner, his eyes widened at the scene before him through the steam of the bathing room. He saw her, Clarice, wrapped in the arms of the Duke, who was shirtless and dripping wet. His hand cupping her jaw, the world tilted on its axis. A strangled cry escaped Eric's lips. He burst into the room, his voice shaking with rage and betrayal as he screamed for her to get away from His Highness. He accused her of finally showing her true colors, of using Theo to gain the Duke's favor. Dark, crackling magic, jagged and violet, erupted from his small hands. He vowed while His Highness might be deceived, he wouldn't be, but before he could unleash the spell, a firm hand closed around his wrist. The Duke's voice was low, but carried an absolute authority that extinguished the magic instantly. He told Eric not to use that magic. So, carelessly, Eric trembled, stammering an apology to the imposing man before him. Clarice rushed to explain, her words tumbling out in a panic. She insisted there had been a misunderstanding. Sir Albert had only come to check on Theo, who was in the bath, but the baby had splashed hot water all over him. She was only trying to wipe the water off. The Duke added with a chilling indifference that even if this woman had intended to seduce him, he would have swayed. Clarice winced internally, feeling as though she'd just been brutally dumped, though she had no such intentions to begin with. Then the Duke's next words struck an even deeper chord. He looked down at Eric, his expression unreadable, and stated that he had no intention of ever marrying. He reminded the boy that was why he had adopted them. Eric's defiant posture crumbled. He looked at the floor, murmuring a quiet okay. The Duke told him his only duty was to protect Theo and that he shouldn't worry about anything else. With a final quiet, "I'm sorry, Eric." The Duke led him away to get changed, leaving Clarice in a suffocatingly awkward silence. A few moments later, Eric returned alone, his cheeks flushed with shame. He mumbled an apology for saying such weird things. Seeing an opportunity to mend the rift, Clarice smiled warmly. She pointed out that he was still in the bath and that it must be hard to take care of him alone. She offered to help if he wanted. Eric hesitated, his red eyes wide with surprise, before giving a small, almost imperceptible nod. In the bathing room, Clarice gently guided Eric's hand, showing him how to properly wash his little brother. Theo gurgled happily, clearly enjoying his brother's attention. Clarice, and that Theo sure loved having his older brother do it for him, recalling how he'd cried when the Duke had tried. A faint blush of pride touched Eric's cheeks As he asked if that was so, he then asked her how a count's daughter was so used to taking care of a baby. She explained that she managed a shelter for children who have no parents or who have single parents. The word parents hung in the air between them. Eric held Theo a little closer. He looked away, his voice barely a whisper, as he said that meant they were one of those children. To Clarice's heart ached for him. She agreed softly, saying that taking care of them wasn't so different. After all, the moment the words left her mouth, she gasped, covering her mouth in horror. She just compared the children of the Duke to commoners. She began apologizing profusely, waving her hands in a panic. But Eric wasn't offended. He asked if the shelter was far from there. She told him it was within their territory, a carriage. Right away, his eye up with a spark of hope. He said that if he got permission from His Highness, he wanted to go there someday. Clarice was so overjoyed she could have burst. She grabbed his small hands, her face beaming, and urged him, please come, saying all the children would be so happy to meet him. Eric's face erupted in a furious blush. He snatched his hands back, stammering that there was no special meaning behind it, that providing support was simply the duty of a noble, and with that he turned and fled the room. Once more Clarice watched him go with a genuine smile on her face. She was so glad they were finally starting to get along. A few days later, she was walking down a long sunlit hall on her way to report on Theo's progress. To the Duke, her cheerful mood was shattered by the sound of a man's furious shouting. Stop messing around, the voice boomed through the corridor. Peeking around a corner, she saw a burly instructor looming over Eric. The man was yelling that at this rate Eric was going to be unfit to succeed. The Duke. Eric stood silently, his head looking utterly dejected. The instructor's voice dripped with scorn as he berated Eric for being afraid of sword, questioning his pride. As an air he spat that if Eric kept on like this, he would lose whatever was important to him all over again. The cruel words struck Eric like a physical blow. A choked sob escaped him, and the practiced sword clattered to the floor from his trembling hands. He doubled over, retching onto the pristine tiles. Clarice's blood ran cold. She didn't even think. She just moved her feet, carrying her swiftly towards the training hall. But a figure blocked her path. It was the Duke. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. As he asked what she was doing, she stammered, trying to explain what she'd seen Lord Eric's practice the instructor's cruelty. But he cut her off. His red eyes were like chips of ice. He reminded her that she was supposed to be Theodore's caretaker. She was not to interfere with anything related to Eric. The dismissal was absolute. Stunned into silence, Clarice could only bow her head and offer a deep apology. The Duke glanced at his pocket watch, stating it was time for her report, and instructed her to come with him to his office. She followed, numbly, her heart heavy with a worry she was forbidden to voice later in the Duke's office. Lord Albert gently chided his master. He relayed that Lady Clarice had heard him and seemed unhappy. He suggested the Duke should have explained that he simply didn't want her to be burdened by Lord X. Matters. The Duke sighed, admitting he was still not used to life outside the battlefield, especially when it came to dealing with women. Albert glanced at the papers on the desk. Harris's meticulous reports on Theo's magic. He was astonished by the detail, noting a significant decrease in the magic's output. He murmured that it seemed that woman might actually be able to break the Grandel family's curse. The Duke's expression remained guarded. He warned against rushing things, stating that it was still just possibility. Meanwhile, Clarice couldn't shake her concern for Eric. Though her duties were to Theo, she couldn't help but worry about the lonely, troubled older brother. Since Theo was asleep with a temporary nanny, she headed to the vast library, determined to research his magic. Stacks of books were already piled high on a table, and sitting amongst them was Lord Eric himself. She approached quietly, her eyes widening as she saw the titles healing magic and medical books. She asked in awe if he was learning all of this by himself. He flinched, starting to deny it, but she quickly told him how amazing it was. She found herself confiding in him, telling him how she used to study in secret too. But she wasn't nearly as smart as him. She explained how her sister-in-law had taken her books away, calling her education a waste of money. As she spoke, she felt a quiet connection form between them. We're just the same, she thought with gentle smile. Thank God he seems to be doing okay, she thought, relieved. She asked if she could sit beside him to talk, but the moment was broken. Eric shot to his sputtering about who would ever want to study with someone like her before turning and fleeing yet again. Lord Albert appeared at her side, explaining the situation. He told her that since the death of his parents, Lord Eric had developed a deep-seated hatred for swords, a fact that also worried His Highness his parents. Clarice was confused. Albert, realizing her ignorance, revealed the devastating truth. Eric and Theo were the orphan children of the Grand Duke's older brother. After his brother passed away, His Highness had inherited the title and taken in the two boys. The pieces clicked into place with painful clarity. It was true the children were adopted. A tremor went through her. Just like me, her hand clenched into a tight fist at her side. Back in the training grounds, the scene was repeating itself. Eric stood frozen, his small hands shaking so violently he could barely hold the sword. His eyes were wide with a terror that seemed to consume him, and the sword fell from his grasp with a loud clang. The instructor sneered. Snatching a notebook from Eric's tunic, he bellowed that he couldn't believe Eric was bringing something like this to training. Eric cried out, pleading for him to give back his study notes. This is why you're so weak. The instructor drew, his face contorted with rage. He held the notebook aloft, threatening to get rid of it. Eric's face went pale with horror. But before the man could continue his tirade, a voice through the air, cold and sharp as a ice quiet. Clarice stepped forward, placing herself between the trembling boy and the furious man. Her eyes, usually so gentle, were now blazing with a protective fire. He looked directly at the instructor, her voice low and dangerous, as she informed him, "You're the one who will be disqualified." The air in the grand hall was thick with tension, each word from the British tutor a poisoned dart aimed at the small, trembling form of Lord Eric. But I could not stand by and watch this cruelty unfold. I stepped forward, my voice clear and steady, though my heart hammered against my ribs. I told him to please stop the man. A mountain of muscle and arrogance whirled around his face, contorted in a sneer. He barked, demanding to know who I was. Who dared to interrupt him? I met his gaze without flinching and stated simply that I was a servant. His laughter was grating sound. A servant? Did I have any idea who he was? He puffed out his chest, bellowing that he was Lord Eric's personal tutor. His eyes raked over me with disdain, landing on the book I held in my hands. He scoffed, asking if a lowly woman like me could even comprehend what was written on its pages. I ignored the insult, my voice remaining unervingly calm. I told him that Lord Eric was a brilliant child at his young age. He could already use healing magic, which was said to be the most difficult kind to master. If there were any problems, they were likely just because he was still a child. A small, knowing smile touched my lips as I posed a question that sliced through his arrogance. Wasn't it an adult's role, a tutor's role, to cover for a child's shortcomings? His face turned a dangerous shade of purple. He jabbed a thick finger in my direction, his voice a roar that echoed in the cavernous room. What was I trying to say? Was I suggesting there was a problem with his tutoring? I bowed my head, slightly offering a placating apology for my boldness. But I did not back down. I told him that yelling non-stop, without even attempting to understand the situation, was questionable behavior for an educator. He completely lost his composure, screaming at me to shut up, roaring about what a mere woman could possibly know, and then the world slowed to a crawl. I saw his hand, a massive callous thing, rise into the air. The shadow fell over me, and I squeezed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable stinging impact. A gasp was trapped in my throat, my body rigid with fear. I waited for the explosion of pain, but it never came. A heartbeat passed, then another, nothing. Hesitantly, I cracked open an eye, my mind reeling in confusion. It didn't hurt. My gaze traveled upward, and my breath hitched. A strong, elegant hand had clamped down on the tutor's thick wrist, stopping the blow just inches from my face. My eyes widened in shock as I recognized the owner of that hand, the Duke. A maelstrom of questions swirled in my mind. Why was he here? How had he appeared so suddenly? His voice was like ice, sharp and dangerously low. He informed the tutor that he had personally appointed her as Theodore's caretaker. Then his crimson eyes, burning with a terrifying light, narrowed on the trembling man. He asked him what exactly he had been planning to do with his woman. The words hung in the air, electric and possessive. The tutor's jaw dropped, his face paling in an instant. The Duke's woman. A furious blush crept up my neck. He didn't have to say it like that. The tutor, snapping out of his shock, turned purple with rage. He yelled that the Duke was humiliating him and that he was a veteran tutor with decades of experience. Little Eric, seeing me, bow, tried to speak up, his small voice trembling as he explained that I was just trying to help, but the Duke's focus was absolute. He told the tutor that nothing gave him the right to raise his hand against what was his, and with chilling finality, he dismissed the man as Eric's swordsmanship tutor, effective immediately. The tutor stared in utter disbelief, sputtering that his grace couldn't be serious. In a flash of silver, the Duke drew his sword, the point coming to rest against the tutor's throat. The man froze, sweat beading on his brow. The Duke informed him that he had committed 2 crimes. The first, he stated, his voice a low growl, was trying to hurt an unarmed woman despite being a knight himself. The second, he continued, was the suspicion of insulting the ducal house. The Duke then laid the man's treachery bare. He knew everything. He knew the tutor had been spreading lies about his late brother, the former Duke, and had even been embezzling Eric's tutoring funds. He told the man that while his gentle brother might have been deceived by such a person, he would not be. Just as I had said, he was unfit to be a tutor. In other words, he was fired. The man's face was a mask of pure horror as the reality of his situation crashed down upon him. The Duke then sheathed his sword and turned to a wide-eyed Eric, is softening slightly as he announced that from now on he would personally oversee the boys tutoring. Eric could only stammer a quiet yes. The Duke's gaze then fell upon me, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He admitted that he had been focused on Theo, that he had neglected Eric, and he promised to be more careful from now on. Then he did something I never expected. He looked at me, truly looked at me, and apologized. He said that thanks to me, he had realized his oversight. I was stunned in his silence. It couldn't be. My mind raced back to our earlier conversation when I had mentioned Eric's sword practice. Had he actually listened to me and looked into it? But he had been so dismissive, telling me I was only Theodore's caretaker. As I watched him walk away, a cold knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. Had I been too worked up and I crossed the line, I shouldn't have. A few days passed, and true to his word, the Duke began personating Lord Eric. The disgraced sword tutor was swiftly expelled from the mansion, a pathetic figure carrying his belongings in a small bundle. I was in the sun-drenched conservatory with Lord Rusty and baby Theo, still reeling from the Duke's apology. Lord Rusty explained that the Duke had been utterly overwhelmed since his brother's passing, taking on duties he was never prepared for after a life spent on the battlefield. He told me that his grace truly appreciated what I did for Lord Theo, and that he Rusty did as well spread through my chest a feeling I hadn't experienced in so long. I clasped my hands together, realizing I had never known that being needed, being depended on, could bring such profound happiness. It had been years since I felt this way. Lord Rusty excused himself, and as he left, I looked down at Theo, a genuine heartfelt smile gracing my lips. In that instant, the baby's eyes sparkled, and he giggled, a pure, innocent sound that seemed to hum with a strange energy. Suddenly, the air crackled with power all around us. The wilting flowers in their pots erupted in a vibrant, impossible life, their petals unfurling in a riot of color. A whirlwind of pink and red petals danced through the air. I could only stare dumbfounded, crying out in shock at the beautiful, inexplicable phenomenon. The Duke was summoned immediately, his expression grim as he took in the magically transformed conservatory. He demanded to know what had happened. His eyes found me and Theo sitting amidst the sea of flowers. A frantic maid rushed in, trying to explain that something was seriously wrong with Lord Theo. The Duke, ever the commander, cut through the panic and requested a detailed explanation. Once everything was recounted, he turned to Lord Rusty, confirming his understanding. This explosion of life was caused by Theo. Rusty theorized it was some kind of life-based magic, something unheard of for a child so young. The Duke then looked at me, asking if the baby could do it again. I confessed I wasn't sure, but it seemed to happen when Theo smiled. If we just get him to smile again. All eyes turned to the baby, who was now in my arms. Theo took one look at the Duke's stern, unsmiling face and burst into tears. Lord Rusty chuckled, noting that the baby was still scared of his grace. As I comforted the wailing infant, Rusty suggested the Duke try smiling. The Duke looked utterly bewildered, asking why it had to be him. Rusty reasoned that as Theo's father, his smile should be far more effective than a mere caretaker's. With a pained groan, the Duke attempted to smile. The result was a horrifying, terrifying grimace. I couldn't help but cry out that he was glaring, which only made Theo wail even louder. Lord Rusty struggled to contain his laughter. after whispering to me that his Grace was being completely serious, and he had never once seen the man smile before the Duke's face, was a mixture of frustration and embarrassment taking charge. I excused myself and walked right up to him. I gently cupped his face in my hands, my fingers pushing up the corners of his lips as I told him, "This is how you smile." I instructed him to soften his eyes just a little more. Beaming, I praised him, telling him it was perfect and that he could do it if he tried. He stared down at me, his gaze intense, his hand coming up to cover mine. Where it rested on his cheek for a moment, the world seemed to stop, a thought clear as a bell seemed to emanate from him. "She's not scared of me." He leaned closer, and the sudden proximity sent a jolt of electricity through me. My face flushed a deep crimson as I realized how close he was. He murmured an apology, but just then a brilliant light filled the room. Theo, seeing the tender scene, let out a delighted giggle, and the magic surged once more, blooming fresh flowers all around us. I turned to the Duke, my voice filled with excitement, asking if he saw Theo, was happy when he smiled. I scooped up the laughing baby, hugging him close as a shower of light and petals rained down. The Duke watched us, his crimson eyes, unreadable, silent observer in this moment of pure, innocent joy. Later, I sat with Eric in the library, trying to understand what had happened. He had been researching Theo's strange abilities. He explained that Theo seemed to have two magics, one that released mana when he cried, and another the one that bloomed the flowers that absorbed mana when he smiled. He concluded grimly that this meant Theo was in a very dangerous state. I was stunned by his sharp intellect. Eric patiently explained that mana is life energy. Magic consumes that energy, which is why it's so rare. If you overuse it, you die. Theo's triggers were involuntary crying and smiling, making his unstable powers incredibly dangerous. Overcome with admiration, I grabbed his small hands, rushing that he was a genius. A deep blush spread across his face, and he snatched his hands back, telling me to be quiet and stop acting like I knew everything. Before bolting from the room, he ran down the hall, muttering under his breath about how familiar I was always talking about Theo and his Grace. He stopped outside Theo's nursery, hearing the Duke's voice from within, curiosity getting the better of him. He peeked inside. He saw the Duke standing near me, while I held a sleeping Theo, the scene radiating a soft, quiet peace. The sight seemed to strike a chord deep within him, and he turned and fled down the darkened corridor. The memory of that peaceful scene haunted him. While trying to feed Theo, he was lost in thought, only snapping out of it when the Duke called his name, causing him to spill the food. He excused himself abruptly, claiming it was time for his sword training. I watched him go, a pit of worry in my stomach. He had been acting so strangely, always looking pain. Whenever he trained with Duke, I decided to check on them. Sneaking to the training hall, I peeked around the corner and saw them practicing. A wave of relief washed over me. Perhaps I was just overthinking things. But then the Duke instructed Eric to use a two-handed grip as the boy's hands closed around the hilt. His face went white with terror. A horrifying memory flooded his mind, the image of his father lying dead, a dark figure looming over him. A scream echoed, and the training sword clattered to the floor. I rushed out from my hiding place, calling Eric's name in alarm. The Duke's voice was cold as he asked why I was interfering. I quickly explained that Theo would worry if Eric was unwell, insisting it was part of my duties. The Duke's gaze softened slightly. He explained that former instructor had berated him for not being able to wield a real sword. Now the boy was terrified. Trembling, Eric whispered an apology. The Duke looked down at him, his voice devoid of warmth, and told him flatly that he didn't have to be the one to wield the sword. Those words were like a physical blow to Eric. The old tutor's cruel taunts echoed in his ears. If you can't hold a sword, you're not fit to be the heir. Desperate, Eric begged for one more chance, insisting he could do it. But when he reached for the sword, his hand trembled too violently to hold it. I couldn't bear it. I stepped forward and gently took his trembling hand in mine. I looked the Duke dead in the eye, my voice ringing with conviction. I asked if he was planning to give up on Lord Eric, because I knew that wasn't true. I told him I knew him well enough to know that a man who tried so hard to learn to smile for a baby would kind of person to abandon a child so easily. The Duke seemed taken aback, asking what I was talking about. It was the final straw for Eric. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out that he was only adopted to stabilize the dukedom. He sobbed that Theo could do that just as well. So when the Duke said he didn't have to wield the sword, he meant someone else could take his place. The Duke's stern facade cracked a sad smile, touched his lips as he remarked how sharp Eric was just like his brother. He told the boy not to misunderstand whether he could wield a sword had never mattered. In fact, he never expected him to have any talent for it at all. His brother Eric's father couldn't even swing a ceremonial sword properly. He was a brilliant lord, but utterly hopeless with a blade. The Duke explained that was why he had honed his own skills to stand on the battlefield in his brother's stead. A wave of understanding washed over me. This man had been set aside for the sake of another. He was just like me. Eric, his voice small, asked if the Duke hated him, if it would be easier to just raise Theo. As the heir, the Duke looked horrified, shouting that it wasn't true. I rushed to his side, grabbing his arm and exclaiming that he was hopeless at childcare, making both Theo and Eric miserable with his scary face and clumsy words. The Duke called Eric's name, his voice thick with emotion. He knelt down, meeting the boy's tear-filled eyes. He told Eric that he possessed a great gift for magic and that he should focus on that. He had Theo. What one lacked, the other could make up for that, he said, is what brothers are. For a radiant, tearful smile broke across Eric's face, and he finally truly believed him. A few days later, the atmosphere in the manor was lighter than it had been in years. Eric was happily playing with Theo when the Duke approached me to Disco's birthday. He asked for gift ideas. I was shocked, asking when the baby's birthday was. He replied casually that he thought it was next week. The gift box I was holding slipped from my numb fingers. Next week, my mind went completely blank at the thought of planning a ducal birthday party. In just 7 days, the room falls silent as little Theo's eyes sparkle with pure, unadulterated joy. He announces excitedly that his birthday is coming soon, his small voice echoing with hope, his gaze wide, innocent lifts to meet Clarice's. If that means there will be a birthday party. For a heavy silence descends upon the room. Eric sits stiffly, his expression unreadable. Clarice's heart sinks. She not for nobles. A child's birthday is a momentous occasion, a grand spectacle meant to display the family's power and prestige. Yet she realizes with a dawning horror there are no plans at all. The silence is suffocating. A wave of panic washes over her, and she blurts out that she'll go find out right away, her voice tight with anxiety. She practically flees the room, the ornate double doors slamming shut behind her with a resounding thud that echoes the turmoil in her chest. But when she returns, her shoulders are slumped in defeat. There's no luck. She murmurs, her voice barely a whisper. Eric simply nods, a flicker of resignation in his young eyes, as if he had known this all along. The Duke's explanation is cold and logical. He states that Theo's condition is far too unstable to throw a carefree party, a valid point that stings. Nonetheless, he adds that they still know nothing about Clarice's magic, another layer of uncertainty that hangs over them all. Eric's face falls, the last glimmer of hope extinguished as he accepts the harsh reality. They're not allowed to celebrate. Clarice stands in the vast, opulent hall, a sudden chill seeping into her bones. She senses there is another reason, a deeper, unspoken truth that the Duke is hiding from her. She can see it in the tense set of his shoulders, the way his gaze turns distant and haunted, but he refuses to tell her what it is. A tiny, insistent tug on her dress breaks her from her thoughts. She looks down to see Theo, his golden eyes wide with worry, his little clutching her skirt. Eric explains softly that Theo saw her looking sad, and it made him sad too. In a gesture of pure brotherly love, Eric pulls his little brother into a tight embrace, burying his face in Theo's soft hair. A wave of warmth spreads through Clarice's chest, a tender edge at the sight of their bond. The days that follow are heavy with unspoken disappointment. Out in the sun-drenched garden, Clarice tries to play with Theo, but the little boy is clearly sulking. It's only natural, she thinks with a sigh. Ever since his father declared there would be no celebration, a cloud has hung over him. What's worse, Lord Eric has started avoiding him, always finding an excuse to be somewhere else. Clarice knows it's not out of malice. He's just a kind boy who can't bear to show his own sad face to his little brother. She reaches out her hand, gently covering Theo's, and reassures him that his brother loves him very much. But her own heart aches. She wishes with the intensity that they could do something, anything to mark the day. It doesn't have to be a lavish, noble-style party, just a small moment of joy. As that crosses her mind, she spots the Duke and Lord Albert heading for the door. Her feet move before she can think, clutching Theo to her chest with Eric trailing nervously behind her. She intercepts the Duke just as he's about to leave. Lord Rusty is explaining that a small issue has come up at the trading company, urging the Duke to be quick. But Clarice steps forward, her voice trembling. but determined. She pleads with him, her hands clasped together, begging him to allow them to celebrate Theo's birthday. She whispers that she understands this isn't the time for grand festivities, but a flicker of a painful memory flashes through her mind, a vision of a little girl alone with a cake, and presents while her family celebrated someone else. The memories her resolve. She never ever wants these children to know the sharp, bitter pain of being forgotten on their own birthday. Her voice cracks as she begs him to let them do something small. Just for them. The Duke's crimson eyes are unreadable as he looks down at her. A long, tense moment passes before he lets out a heavy sigh. He tells her to do as she pleases, his voice low and resigned, but adds a stern warning. She is not to let it slip under any circumstances. Clarice's eyes fly open wide with disbelief and overwhelming relief. A brilliant smile crosses her face as she gives a jubilant yes as the Duke and Lord Rusty depart. Clarice, Eric, and a now beaming Theo share a triumphant look. They did it. The room is transformed into a small secret paradise of streamers and sweet treats. Clarice wishes Lord Theo a happy birthday, her voice full of warmth, as she presents him with his absolute favorite, a freshly baked apple cake. Theo's little mouth forms a perfect of delight as he babbles happily. Eric steps forward, his cheeks dusted with a shy blush. He quietly says that his gift is a bit different from a present, holding out a small, well-loved stuffed dog. He explains that it was a toy he cherished when he was little. It had gotten torn, but he did his best to fix himself, admitting with a sheepish grin that he needed a maid's help in the end. He wishes Theo a happy birthday, offering the toy as a piece of himself. Theo is utterly enchanted, reaching for the gift with grabby hands as a radiant smile spreads across Eric's face. Watching them, Clarice feels her eyes well up with tears dabbing at them with a handkerchief. The sight is just too precious. A moment later, Theo, his face now smeared with cream and apple, toddles over to Eric and offers him a piece of cake. Eric accepts with a grateful smile. From the hallway, the Duke and Lord Rusty observe the scene unnoticed. Rusty makes a quiet comment about the party, and as the Duke glances over, Clarice catches their eye and gives a playful wink. The room is a beautiful mess of cake crumbs, wrapping paper, and pure, unadulterated joy. Lord Rusty turns to the Duke, a gentle smile on his face, and asks if he wants to join them. The Duke's expression remains cold as stone, says no, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. That kind of thing, he states, just isn't for him, before turning his back on the light and walking away into the shadows. In a haunting memory, the Duke stands over Theo's crib. The infant is wailing, his tiny body racked with sobs, as a terrifying dark magic swirls around him like a storm. The grim expression, the Duke holds out a magic stone, its brilliant blue light cutting through the darkness. The moment the light touches Theo, the crying stops, the dark magic dissipates, and a peaceful calm settles over the child. From the doorway, Clarice watches, breathing a sigh of relief. It worked. A few days after the birthday party, Clarice is lost in thought. After digging into her research, she's realized that the dark magic Theo emits same properties as the ducal family's unique magic. This leads her to another startling conclusion. Her own ability to calm Theo might be a unique magic of its own. Unique magic, she recalls, is a special type of power that only those from long-established noble bloodlines can wield. She knows her own family, the Nocturnals, possesses one, but since she'd always believed she couldn't use even regular magic, she never even considered the possibility. The Duke's voice cuts through her thoughts, confirming that the magic stone he used is indeed a Nocturnal family heirloom. He informs her that, as he thought, he won't be able to return it just yet. Clarice blushes, agreeing. As per their contract, Lord Rusty then introduced a woman with dark hair and a capable air about her. This is Maria. Lord Theo's new personal nanny. Maria explains that she once served with the Knights, but will now be caring for Theo and supporting Lady Clarice. Clarice learns that Maria is from a distinguished family of knights and once served as the other's maid and bodyguard. Crucially, she is naturally resistant to magic, which makes her a safe choice to care for the young lord. The Duke tells Clarice that now, between the new nanny and the magic stone, she can finally take a little time for herself. He notes, his voice softer than usual, that she has been taking care of Theo non-stop, day and night. Day. Unexpected consideration catches her off guard, and an idea begins to form in her mind. She looks at him and, set on that note, she has a small request. Soon after, Clarice finds herself in a carriage leaving the ducal estate with Maria. There, she was finally able to return to her own territory, a journey she needed to make for a very specific reason. Her fingers stray to the charm at her neck, a quiet reminder that she needs to thank Lord Eric too. She remembers his shocked expression when she told him she was leaving. She had explained her plan to research the nocturnal family's unique magic, convinced it held the key to helping Theo. After a moment of stunned silence, he had pressed a small object into her hand, telling her take it. It was a charm. He had quickly added, his face flushed red, that she shouldn't get the wrong idea. He was only lending it to her because Theo be devastated if anything happened to her. In the carriage, Lord Rusty notices the charm, remarking that it matches his own magic stone. When he asks if she received it from the Duke, she clarifies that it belonged to the previous generation. The gesture solidifies her thoughts. Lord Rusty is deeply trusted by his grace. She reflects on the nature of magic stones, special crystals that appear the first time a person uses magic, often treasured as family heirlooms. To give one to someone is a profound symbol of trust and a plea for their protection. A wave of pure happiness over her. It means the Duke, and by extension Eric, has acknowledged her as a trustworthy caretaker. She clutches the charm to her chest, the warmth of the sentiment spreading through her. Then a strange thought occurs to her. That moment she calmed Theo. That was the first time she ever consciously used magic, and yet no magic stone appeared. A flicker of a forgotten memory teases the edge of her consciousness. Could it be that she used unique magic before without even realizing it? The memory is gone before she can grasp it. The carriage rumbles to a stop, and the door opens to a chorus of excited shouts. Lady Clarice, the children from her facility swarm the carriage, their faces alight with joy. They tell her how much they missed her, asking if her work is finally done. Their faces fall in unison when she explains that she is in fact still working. One of the boys quickly recovers, pointing at Lord Rusty and declaring he'll play with the big brother, instead leading a charge that quickly overwhelms the good-natured knight. Clarice smiles, sending a silent thank you to Rusty for his sacrifice. She steps into her mother's old office, the air thick with memories. After her father's death, her mother had moved all the important family documents here. She finds an estate member, Faye, and asks her to search for any records pertaining to unique magic. Fate gently insists that Lady Clarice should leave the estate matters to them. She explains that thanks to the Duke's support, things are better than ever. Her voice softens with emotion as she tells Clarice that both she and her late mother saved them all. Now, she says all that's left is for Clarice to find her own happiness. The sincere wish touches Clarice to her core. Walking down the familiar hallway, Clarice feels a strange melancholy. She had always thought she was happy here, but hearing Faye's words, she realizes it must not have looked that way to others. She pauses, the light from the window casting long shadows around her. What is happiness really? A sudden commotion from outside shatters the quiet. Her eyes widen in alarm. Guards are struggling to restrain a young woman in a garish red dress, telling her she can't pass. The woman shrieks, demanding if they know who she is. Just then a man calls out her name, Annette, and she turns, a saccharine smile plastered on her face. There you are, my dear cousin, she coos. But her smile freezes as Clarice steps into view. Her expression, an eye mask. Clarice's voice is devoid of all warmth as she states that she doesn't recall inviting her and orders her to leave. Annette bristles with indignation, puffing out her chest and announcing to the guards that she is Annette Nocturne, now Clarice's younger sister and the sister-in-law of the facility's owner. Clarice approaches, her steps measured and deliberate. Annette's face briefly lights up, but it falls again as Clarice repeats her command, her voice as cold as steel. Go home. Annette's mask crumbles, replaced by a contemptuous sneer. She scoffs, mocking Clarice for acting so high and mighty now that she's a duchess, warning her that she has no idea who she's dealing with. In a theatrical display, Annette suddenly stumbles. Clarice instinctively reaches out and catches her. Annette immediately clings to her, her eyes wide with feigned worry. She whispers that she came because she was so worried, having heard Clarice was searching for the family heirloom. Clarice confirms that she was, with a serene, almost pitying smile. Clarice explains that she entered into a contract to retrieve the heirloom by working for Duke of Vanderlyck. Annette's eyes widened in genuine shock, muttering that she never expected the heirloom would end up in the Duke's hands. Clarice cuts her off, her voice dropping to a dangerously low tone. Stop. she looked her sister dead in the eye and says she knows Annette was the one who the heirloom to the merchants. The color drains from Annette's face. Immediately tears well up in Annette's eyes. She sobs that Clarice is being so cruel, insisting that Clarice was the one who lost it and is now trying to pin the blame on her. Clarice remains perfectly still, her expression unyielding against the pathetic performance. The guards exchange confused glances, unsure how to react to the family drama unfolding before them. Clarice lets out a long, tired sigh. So that's it. Annette came back to steal something else from her. The thought is bitter familiar. Their greedy relatives try to snatch her wealth and position in broad daylight. But Annette is different. She is insidious, taking what belongs to Clarice piece by piece, like plucking the petal from a flower, until nothing is left. The memories come rushing back, sharp and painful. A teacher holding up a book stained with ink, a book she had lent Annette, and declaring that Clarice had no interest in her studies. Her own fiancé, his face twisted with disappointment, accusing her of bullying Annette behind his back. Annette showing him a bruise she inflicted upon herself, all to win his sympathy and turn him against Clarice. His voice shouting at her not to blame poor innocent Annette, and through it all Annette stood at the center, surrounded by her defenders, a secret triumphant smirk on her face. The chilling realization hits Clarice all over again. By the time she understood the depth of Annette's poison, it was already too late. No one believed her anymore. That was why she ran here to her mother's inheritance. This last sanctuary back in the present, a new strength hardens her spine. Her fingers find the charm at her throat. She hears Eric's voice in her mind, a beacon of warmth in the cold darkness of her past. This is a protective charm for you. Come home safely, Clarice. She remembers the earnest look on his face as he held it out to her after her mother died. There was no one left who cared if she came home that moment. That small gesture from Eric was the first time in a long time she had felt truly happy. A fire ignites in her soul. She will not let Annette take this from her. She tells her sister to go ahead and blame her, to spin whatever lies she wants, but until her contract with the Duke is fulfilled, the heirloom will not be returned. Not now. Not ever. Annette's practiced smile finally falters. Clarice turns her back, a gesture of finality. Hold on, Annette shrieks. Lunging forward, she grabs Clarice from behind her grip like a vice. Her eyes lock onto the charm. This is a magic stone, right? She's her fingers clawing at the necklace. Don't tell me this is the family heirloom. Clarice's blood runs cold. Annette's voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper, her breath hot against Clarice's ear. She calls her, suggesting they just split whatever is left. She promises to handle the money, telling Clarice to just do what the contract says. A sharp crack echoes through the air. Clarice has slapped her hand away, sending Annette stumbling back with venom in her voice. Clarice spits that this magic stone is not their family heirloom. Annette stares bewildered. Then why, she demands, is Clarice wearing it? Because it's something precious to me, Clarice says, her voice trembling with a protective fury she didn't know she possessed. Don't touch it with your filthy hands. Humiliation and rage contour Annette's features. Acting so cool, she cedes. You're just an inferior noble who can't even use magic. A terrifying full power explode from Annette. The very air crystallizes as yards of ice erupt around her, aimed like daggers straight at Clarice. The icy spears hang suspended in the air, surrounding her, their sharp points glinting menacingly. A wave of pure dread washes over Clarice. This is bad. This isn't just about anymore. Annette's uncontrolled rage could endanger the entire facility. At that moment, the charm at her neck begins to thrum with a life of its own. A dark electric energy crackles around the golden bird as its ruby eye flares with an intense protective light. The words cut through the air, sharp and cold, as ice. Annette's voice was laced with a venom that made Clarice's blood run cold. She demanded to know what Clarice meant. Her face twisted in a sneer as she spat that Clarice was nothing more than her sister-in-law, inferior noble who couldn't even use magic with a furious roar. A torrent of jagged ice shards erupted from the ground, a lethal magic attack aimed directly at Clarice. Panic seized her. A magic attack. Her mind raced, silent scream echoing in her thoughts. There was no way she could hold it off by herself. Her hand instinctively flew to her chest, her fingers closing around the small, intricate magic stone Theo had given her. The moment her skin touched the cool metal, a violent surge of energy erupted from it. Crackles of dark electric power snaked through the air, shattering the ice assault into a million glittering fragments. A piercing scream tore from Annette's lips As the shockwave threw her backward, her body tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, Flory stared, her eyes wide with disbelief at the magic stone still pulsing with a faint dark light in her hand, a memory warm and tender surfaced in her mind. Little Theo, his face so serious, pressing the stone into her palm and telling her to come home safely. A soft, breathtaking realization washed over her. It was him. He was the one protecting her. A groan of pain from the ground snapped her back to the present, and Net struggled to her feet, her face contorted with agony and disbelief. She recognized the power, muttering that it was a high-quality magic stone, her eyes burning with a renewed wild fury locked onto Clarice. She staggered forward, a mocking laugh escaping her lips as she taunted Clarice, asking where her attack was. Clarice's breath hitched, her heart hammering against her ribs as pure, unadulterated terror flooded her senses. But Annette's gaze wasn't on her. It was something behind her. Clarice's blood turned to ice as she saw little Eric trembling behind a tree, his small face pale with fear. His voice was a low, menacing hiss as she told him he should learn the consequences of daring to fight her. With a guttural scream, she ordered Clarice to get out of the way, unleashing another volley of ice shards aimed directly at the petrified child. Without a second thought, Clarice lunged, shoving Eric to the ground and shielding his small body with her own as the deadly projectiles rained down upon them. Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers echoed through the air. A swirling vortex of dark protective energy materialized around them, the ice shards dissolving into harmless mist upon contact. Annette froze, her face mask of utter shock as she stammered, asking what had just happened, how her magic had been blocked. A calm, smooth voice cut through the tension, asking if they were all right. Clarice looked up, her eyes wide, to see Lord Rusty standing there. His expression serene, she breathed his name, a wave of confusion and relief washing over her. She realized with a jolt that he could actually use magic. He offered a small, reassuring smile, explaining that while he wasn't very good at attacking, he was quite capable of using defensive magic. He told her no, that as long as she had the magic stone, nothing bad would happen to her. Then his gentle demeanor vanished, his eyes grew cold and hard. As he turned his gaze on Annette, his voice dropping to a dangerously low tone, he said he hadn't expected her to go so far as to attack a child. Annette, recovering her bravado, snarled back, telling him not to get cocky just because he blocked her once. Rusty simply sighed, an air of utter about him as he told her not to waste his time. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly deflected her next furious assault. Clarice watched mesmerized. She knew that even the best instructors couldn't beat Annette's magic, yet this man, he was stronger. He was far stronger. Rusty leaned in close to her, his voice a conspiratorial whisper as he told her this was a secret, that officially he was just a regular secretary. Her mind had all clicked into place. He was hiding his abilities to deal with emergencies on his Grace's orders. He confirmed her unspoken thoughts, stating that his duty was to protect what Lord Albert wanted to protect. Her gaze fell, a sudden warmth spreading through her chest, protecting what the Duke wanted to protect. He was protecting her. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips. That was right. If anything happened to her, Theo would be in trouble. Rusty stepped forward, his full attention now on the seething Annette. He held up a magic stone identical to the one Clarice wore, his voice deceptively PS as he asked if she knew what it was. Annette's eyes widened, recognizing it as a gift from Duke Vanderlyck. Rusty's smile turned sharp and predatory. He reminded her that as a young noble, she must know what that meant. He loomed over her, his presence suffocating, his voice a chilling threat. He informed her that going against them meant going against the Duke's entire household, and if she wanted to continue, she should be prepared to risk her life. The color drained from Annette's face, utterly broken. She turned and fled, disappearing into the gardens. Rusty turned back to Clarice, his warm smile returning as he assured her that it looked like she wouldn't be coming again. A wave of profound relief washed over Clarice, and she gave him a genuine, grateful smile, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Her hand went to the stone at her collar, a silent promise forming in her mind. Once she returned, she knew she had to thank His Grace and Lord Eric. As Eric shyly clung to her skirt, a flicker of worry touched her. She wondered if the Duke and Theo were all right far away at a desolate stone fort. The air was thick with tension. A coarse mercenary held a trembling boy hostage, a blade pressed against his throat. He yelled his demands, telling the Duke that if he wanted to protect the hostages, he would meet every single one before him. stood Duke Albert Vanderlyck, his expression unreadable, his presence a storm cloud of silent fury. The boy's father, a merchant from the Vanderlyck Trading Company, fell to his knees, his voice cracking as he pleaded with the Duke to save their child. The mercenaries laughed, their voices grating, as taunted the Duke, asking if the rumors were true, that he was so ruthless he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice children. The Duke's crimson eyes narrowed, a glacial coldness settling over his features. He let out a humorless laugh, confirming their words. He told them that if they thought he would back down just because they were holding children hostage, then they had severely underestimated him. A terrifying dark energy began to crackle around him, black lightning snaking across the stone ground. At his feet, his face became a mask of shadow and light, his eyes glowing with an ominous power as the magic surged, ready to be unleashed. Moments earlier, as the mercenary leader had presented his ultimatum, abandon the child or hand over the magic stone, the royal knights had arrived. Their commander Marvin strode forward, his voice dripping with disdain as he called the mercenary a fool for picking a fight with his grace. He questioned if the man was truly unaware of the ducal family's nasty reputation, or if he was actively trying to make the rumors a reality. The Duke glanced at him, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, as he remarked that Marvin was as talkative as ever. He then added coolly that he already had a good idea who the mastermind was. The hostage's father cried out, again begging for his child's life. The Duke's gaze swept over the mercenaries, his voice a low growl of contempt. He asked if they really thought he'd give in to their demands just cause they took a hostage, his words laced with a chilling disdain for how deeply they had underestimated him. And then the darkness exploded from him. Tendrils of pure, chaotic magic lashed out, and the mercenaries recoiled in terror. Knight Commander Marvin watched a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. He muttered about the Duke's same old insane magic power, acknowledging that there was nothing for the knights to do. Another knight whispered in awe that it wasn't just the power, no normal human could ever control it like that. The young hostage stared, his fear replaced by a strange reverence. He thought that wasn't a man, but a real monster. The Duke's voice cut through the chaos. He announced that he had left the senior members alive and ordered his men to subdue. Marvin immediately barked orders to his knights, who roared their assent. A knight then approached the Duke, informing him that the other hostage was over here. A small lone figure stood shrouded in a dark cloak. The first boy was released, and he ran sobbing into his father's arms, crying that he had been so scared. The Duke watched the reunion, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of something soft, almost gentle, crossed his face. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips before vanishing. His gaze then shifted, settling on the remaining hostage. The second hostage's parents fell to their knees, thanking the Duke profusely. The Duke moved past them and knelt before the small, cloaked child, his voice surprisingly soft. As he asked if they were injured, the child shook their head, their own voice small, as they thanked his grace. From beneath the deep hood, a single red eye glinted. The Duke asked where they had been abducted. The child simply lifted a small hand and pointed towards the castle. A dark understanding settled in the Duke's eyes. It was just as he thought. Inside, the captured mercenaries were bound and kneeling. Marvin identified the leader, and the Duke approached him, his voice low and dangerous, as he asked how much the man knew. The leader feigned ignorance, asking what he was talking about. But it wasn't the Duke who replied. The cloaked child spoke, their voice clear and cold, asking the leader if he knew who was when he took him hostage. The Duke's voice followed, layered with menace. He stated that the child was a person of status, and if the mission had failed and the child had died, the leader's life alone would not have been enough to atone for it. Panic finally broke through the mercenary's facade. He stammered that he was just following orders when a knight burst in, shouting that they had found oil and fire starting devices. The knight exclaimed that it looked like they had planned to burn the whole fort down in the end. The leader swore he didn't know anything about that, his desperation palpable. He begged, promising he would talk, that he would tell them everything about his client. The Duke grabbed a fistful of the man's hair, yanking his head back. His voice was a deadly whisper against the man's ear, warning him that he'd better have information he didn't already know. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the fort gates. Later, as the dust settled, Marvin asked the Duke how he knew and who the mastermind was. The Duke's gaze was distant as he replied that he could recognize his magic. He revealed that the child had been abducted in the nocturnal county, which meant the mastermind was coming home. Back in the quiet comfort of the Vanderlyck Manor, Clarice sat reading her thoughts, drifting to her family's unique magic possessed the power of purification, the ability to exorcise dark magic malice, and curses a fingling sensation from her own latent power made her pause if her magic was working. She realized with a start that must mean Lord Theodore was under some kind of curse. Just then Lord Rusty's voice pulled her from her thoughts, announcing that the manor was coming into view. As they stepped out of the carriage, a joyful sight greeted them. Eric was running towards them, holding a giggling Theodore in his arms. He called out Clarice's name, his face bright with relief. Theodore, seeing her, stretched out his tiny arms, his face lighting up as he squealed, "Mama." Clarice's heart melted into a puddle of warmth. She rushed forward and swept the baby into a tight embrace. Eric, trying to maintain a stoic facade, grumbled that it looked like she was safe. Clarice smiled, telling him it was all thanks to Lord Eric. Rusty gently prompted the boy. Ask it wasn't something he should say first. A deep blush crept up Eric's neck as he mumbled a shy welcome home. Clarice's smile widened, her voice full of warmth as she replied, "I'm back." She hugged Theodore, close, burying her face in his soft hair. Rusty cleared his throat, getting her attention. He told her he had something very important to tell her about Theodore. Eric's eyes widened at his words, a flicker of apprehension on his face. Meanwhile, in a dark, opulent study, Count Nocturnal slammed his wine glass onto the table, the red liquid sloshing over the rim like blood. He seized with rage, cursing the mercenary trash for failing his wife. Fretted beside him, whining that at this rate they would never get the magic stone back. But the Count's eyes glinted with a cold, cruel light. He assured her it was fine, because he still had another plan. Back at the manor, a delightful surprise was unfolding. Eric stood before Theodore, encouraging him to go. Clarice and Rusty watched with bated breath as the little boy, holding on to his older brother for support, took one wobbly step and then another. He let go and stood all on his own for the very first time. Clevis gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in utter delight. She exclaimed that it was amazing that Lord Theodore was so munificent. Eric puffed out with pride, declaring that wasn't all he could do. He proceeded to show off a series of highly questionable skills, including Theodore balancing precariously on a rocking duck and on Rusty's outstretched hand. Era proudly explained that they had practiced while waiting for everyone to come home. Clarice's heart swelled with affection, a bitter pang hitting her as she thought how quickly children grow up. She remarked that they would have to make sure the Duke saw this. Rusty, however, informed her that his Grace was on a small expedition and would be gone for a while. Eric looked thoughtful, wondering aloud if his father would be happy. Clarice immediately reassured him, saying that of course he would be, questioning what kind of parent wouldn't be in her mind. However, she pictured the Duke's stern face, his flat voice, asking, "So what?" An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Now that Theodore could stand, she suggested they should have his very first shoes made. Rusty agreed it was a wonderful idea, but regretfully pointed out that they couldn't summon a shoemaker without his Grace's permission. Eric's little face fell with disappointment. Seeing his crestfallen expression, Clarice's eyes lit up. She leaned in and suggested that they could just go by them themselves. The bustling town was a feast for the senses. Eric, holding tightly to her hand, looked around with wide, curious eyes, confessing that since he'd spent all his time at the manor, this was his first time looking around like this. Clarice smiled down at him, but her expression was tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Eric noticed, asking her what was wrong. She sighed softly, admitting that she was just thinking would have been nice if Lord Theodore could have come too. Eric assured her that as Nanny Maria, I was watching him closely, but a little shadow of disappointment still lingered in his own eyes. Clarice turned her full attention back to him, her heart softening. Eric squeezed her hand, his voice uncharacteristically soft. He reminded her that she would be with Theodore all the time, starting tomorrow. Anyway, he looked up at her, his eyes earnest, and asked just for now she could think only about him since he'd finally come back. A powerful blush flooded Clarice's cheeks, her heart giving a startlingly loud thump against her ribs. Seeing her flustered reaction, Eric quickly tugged her forward, declaring he would show her around. She stammered for him to please, so her mind still reeling from his sweet, unexpected words. They found a charming little shoemaker's shop and carefully selected a pair of tiny soft leather shoes for Theodore. The shopkeeper smiled, telling them she would contact them when they were ready. Once outside, Clarice surprised Eric by handing him a beautifully wrapped gift box. He looked at her confused as she explained it was something he could use when he played Lord Theodore in the garden. He opened it to find a handsome pair of sturdy shoes. Just as Size's eyes went wide, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he asked why she would do this. Clarice's smile was warm and sincere. She told him it was from her to show her gratitude. Because he had been such a huge help to her, her fingers brushed against the magic stone at her collar, a silent acknowledgement of the danger he had faced. Flustered, but clearly pleased, Eric mumbled that if that was the case, he supposed he could accept it. Clarice let out a soft, happy giggle. As they continued their stroll through the town square, their arms laden with packages, Eric suddenly stopped and bought her a small, delicate bouquet of white tulips. They paused by a grand fountain, the sound of splashing water, a pleasant backdrop to the cheerful noise of the city. Clarice took a deep breath, looking around at the smiling faces of the townspeople. She watched a happy family pass by, the child waving gleefully. A deep sense of peace settled over her. She thought to herself the ducal family was surrounded by such scary rumors, but seeing the townspeople, she could tell they weren't true at that moment. Rusty, who had been standing a respectful distance away, announced that it seemed as Grace had returned. They turned and saw a crowd gathering at the end of the street. Riding through the parted crowd was Duke Albert, and sitting before him on the saddle was the small, cloaked child from the fort. Clarice's eyes widened, a sudden sharp intake of breath catching in her throat. He saw the child's eyes, and a shocking realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The child, he had the same color eyes as the Duke. As if on cue, the child's hood slipped back, revealing a cascade of golden blonde hair and a pair of startlingly familiar ruby red eyes. A wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. People murmured about the Duke being unmarried, wondering aloud if this could be his illegitimate child. The thought alone was big news. Clarice, Eric, and Rusty stood frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and utter disbelief. Rusty stammered that he didn't know, that he had no idea who in the world that child was. The blonde-haired child on the horse turned his head, his crimson gaze sweeping over the crowd and landing directly on them. A sharp, disbelieving thought slices through the air. Who in the world is that child? As Maria Head maid welcomes Eric and Lady Clarice home. Clarice's heart is still aflutter from their trip into town. She holds baby Theodore, who gurgles happily in her arms, and offers Maria a warm thank you. But a nervous energy thrums just beneath her skin. Leaning in close, her voice a conspiratorial whisper, she begins to ask Maria about the Duke, her words catching in her throat as a familiar, formidable presence fills the grand hall. A voice cool and resonant cuts through the air, demanding to know where Clarice has been. The Duke, Maria immediately exclaims his title, her posture stiffening. The Duke's piercing gaze is fixed on them, his expression unreadable. Clarice's heart hammers against her ribs, but she forces a bright smile, explaining that they went to buy Lord Theodore's first shoes. With a surge of pride, she holds up the baby, whose little feet are now clad in tiny, soft leather. She beams, telling the Duke to look, exclaiming that Theo can stand now. But the Duke's face remains a mask of stoicism, his dark eyes shadowed. A chill trickles down Clarice's spine. Is he angry? Did she overstep by taking the children out without his permission? He takes a slow breath, the sound echoing in the tense silence. Then his features soften almost imperceptibly as he says he sees and that she has done well. A wave of relief washes over Clarice. He seemed happy. Just then, baby Theo, giggling, reaches for the shimmering magic stone hanging from a chain around Clarice's neck. The Duke's eyes snap to the pendant, widening in sudden shock. He recognizes it before Clarice can explain. A small voice pipes up from the grand staircase. It's Eric, his expression earnest as he declares that he was the one who gave the necklace to Clarice. The Duke's gaze shifts to his son, a flicker of surprise in his crimson eyes. Eric's small hands are balled in a fist at his sides. As he continues, his voice ringing with a conviction that belies his age, he proclaims that Clarice is already an indispensable part of their lives. He adds almost shyly that at least she is to him. The words, so heartfelt and pure, strike Clarice right in the soul, and she feels a blush creep up her neck. The Duke looks from his son back to Clarice, a single question hanging in the air. He asks if that is so. Eric flinches, his bravado wavering under his father's intense scrutiny, but then something miraculous happens. The Duke moves toward Eric, his large hand gently coming to rest on the boy's dark hair. He tells Eric that he heard the details from Rusty and that Eric did well to a rare, almost imperceptible smile touches the Duke's lips. Eric's face flushes a brilliant red, a mixture of shock and overwhelming joy. Clarice's heart swells with a profound sense of gratitude. Thank goodness. She prays that this fragile, budding warmth between father and son continues to grow. But the moment is shattered when it turns to them. His expression once again serious, he announces that there is someone he wants them to meet, and that they should get ready. At once a knot of apprehension tightens in Clarice's stomach. Someone he wants us to meet. Don't tell me. They are LED into a formal drawing room, the air thick with unspoken questions. Standing beside the Duke is a young boy with hair the color of spun gold and eyes the same startling crimson as the Duke's. The Duke explains that due to certain circumstances the boy will be staying in the ducal territory for a while and instructs them to greet him. The boy steps forward, a polite but distant smile on his face. He introduces himself as William, noting that this their first time meeting face to face. Clarice's blood runs cold. It's him. It's really the boy from before. Up close, the resemblance to Duke Albert is even more uncanny. While she's reeling, Eric steps forward, his voice small but steady, and introduces himself. The two boys shake hands, a formal, almost sterile gesture. The Duke then instructs his aide Rusty to show Lord William around the manor, and the two boys depart, leaving a suffocating silence in their wake. Clarice's mind is a whirlwind. She turns to the Duke, her voice trembling slightly as she asks who he is. Perhaps the Duke's answer is a devastating blow. He confirms that yes, William is Eric's half-brother. Brother, the word explodes in Clarice's mind. Jean, Eric stare at the Duke, their faces pale. With shock, the Duke clarifies with cold precision that he was never formally married to William's mother. His gaze turns to Eric hard and unyielding. He warns his son that while William is related by blood, his position is complicated. He orders Eric not to become too familiar with him, his voice dropping to an icy whisper as he stresses that Eric is the heir to this house. He asks if Eric understands what that means. Eric's small hand clenches the fabric of his trousers, his knuckles white. He lowers his head, his voice barely audible as he agrees, yes, your grace. The Duke then seamlessly moves on to other matters, but Clarice isn't listening, her miling her thoughts a chaotic storm. She apologizes, her voice distant, and explains that she will provide a written report on the other matters later. That evening, sitting at her desk, Clarice finds it impossible to concentrate. A heavy sigh escapes her lips. She presses her fingers to her temples, unable to believe that the Duke of all people has an illegitimate child. She knows it isn't entirely unusual for nobles, but still the thought leaves a bitter taste in her mouth. The next day, trying to escape the oppressive atmosphere in the manor, Clarice takes the children for a walk in the garden. In the end, her interactions with Lord William have been limited to a simple, painfully awkward greeting. The topic is so sensitive, she has no idea what to say. As they walk, Eric suddenly breaks silence, asking Clarice a question that stops her in her tracks. He asked she felt when she got a stepsister. The question is so raw, so vulnerable. Clarice corrects him, gently explaining that they were originally cousins, but that it's fine. She looks at him with a soft, empathetic smile, reminding him that Lord William is his brother. After all, a shadow passes over her face as she drifts back in her own painful past. She tells him that at first she was a little happy, but once she realized they could never get along, she felt much lonelier than when she had been by herself. Eric looks down, absorbing her words. Clarice stops and turns to him fully. She crouches down to his level, her gaze serious, and asks him the question that truly matters, as they want to do, about Lord William. Before he can answer, a flash of movement catches their eye. Little Theo, who had been sitting on the grass, spots the black cat with the red ribbon and lets out a delighted squeal. The cat leaps into a nearby tree, its tail twitching. Suddenly, a pair of polished shoes appears beside the baby. A gentle calls out, "It's William." Theo gurgles, happily reaching for the newcomer. William kneels down, his smile surprisingly warm. He correctly guesses that the baby must be Theo, the Duke's second son. He then notices the cat, calling it a friendly little guy. Theo, in his excitement, grabs the cat's tail a bit too roughly, making it yell in protest. William gently prays the baby's fingers away, chiding him softly. He shows Theo how to pet the cat with a gentle hand, his touch surprisingly deft. Theo giggles, delighted by the soft fur. William laughs, making a funny face at the baby, who claps his hands in glee. William thinks to himself how cute the baby is. A wistful look enters his eyes as he murmurs that Theo must be cherished by everyone. His mind flashes back to a darker time, a memory of being cornered by menacing figures while on an inspection tour. He shakes it off, turning back to Theo with a bright smile. He explains that the Duke was kind enough to take him in and that his escort should be arriving soon. He suggests that while he's here, they should try to get along. Just then a frantic cry rings out. Lord Theo and Eric come rushing towards them, their faces etched with panic. When Clarice sees William with the baby, she stops short, a gasp escaping her lips. William's friendly demeanor vanishes in an instant, replaced by an icy mask. He remarks coolly that they're quite late. His voice drips with sarcasm as he asked if the Duke's household has a quality problem with its wet nurses to be taking their eyes off a baby. The accusation is a slap in the face. Before Clarice can defend herself, Eric rushes forward. Placing himself between her and William, he declares fiercely that it was his fault, not hers. William's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. He presses on, his voice venomous, asking if Eric is saying it wouldn't be her fault even if Theo had been kidnapped by bad people. Eric doesn't back down. He stands his ground, his small body trembling with protective rage. He insists that no matter the reason, he was the one who lost sight of him. Clarice's heart aches at his fierce loyalty. William watches him for a long moment. Then a slow smile spreads at his face. He calls Eric's devotion sweet, but admits it's not a bad tree. He says it's better than someone who only flatters or deceives. Then, in a stunning reversal, he extends a hand to Eric, a playful glint in his eyes, and proposes that they be friends. He then cheekily asks if Eric would rather be friends with Dick the Future. Did the names William, Dick, they sound so familiar. Clarice's mind scrambles to place them. Wait, a horrifying realization dawns on her. Could it be he's not the Duke's love child? He's Prince William, the first prince of Otheron. Clarice feels like a complete fool. Of course, he resembles the Duke. The royal family and the ducal house are closely related. The prince laughs, finding her mistake hilarious. After introducing themselves properly, he declares it's time to play as the boys begin a lively game of tag. Clarice's mind is troubled. She remembers the rumors from the capital how the royal court is split, torn between factions, supporting the first prince and the second prince, both fighting for the throne. The Duke's stern warning echoes in her head. Don't get too friendly with him. Now, she understands this is about politics, a dangerous game of succession that her boys are now caught in the middle of. She holds Theo tighter, a sense of dread coiling in her gut. The game continues with Eric panting as he chases the effortlessly agile prince. William dodges a lunge, and Eric tumbles to the ground. The prince looks down at him, his expression one of faint disappointment. He muses aloud that he thought an alliance with the Duke's house would be a great asset, but if this is all the heir can manage, he might be wrong. Eric is stung by the words. He pushes himself up, brushing dirt from his clothes, and admits that while he may not be the ideal heir for a warrior's house, William shouldn't judge the entire duchy based on him alone. As William prepares to mock him further, Clarice make her move with Theo perched on her hip. She swiftly tags the prince from behind. William freezes, stunned. Clarice smiles triumphantly with Theo giggling beside her. She tells His Highness that it looks like they win. For a moment, there's silence, and then William bursts out laughing, collapsing onto the grass in defeat. Eric approaches him, a small smile on his face, and extends a hand. He tells the prince something his stepfather taught him: what we lack we make up for. His brothers. William looks at the outstretched hand, then at Eric's determined face, and a genuine smile lights up his features. He takes Eric's hand, and the two boys, now allies, laugh as they run through the garden together unseen. From a high window, Duke Albert watches them, his face an unreadable shadowed mask. He turns away from the window, his expression grim. He speaks to a man waiting in the shadows, his voice low and decisive. It looks like they'll need to make a move. The man, a royal knight, simply bows and says, "As you wish." Back in the garden, the boys are resting. William apologizes to Eric, admitting that he only said those mean things to see how he would react. He then asks if Eric will officially be his friend now. To his utter shock, Eric, looking every bit like an offended cat, bluntly says he'll pass stunned. William demands to know why. The cheeky wink. Eric explains that as the next duke, he can't befriend the first prince without the current duke's permission. William concedes with a laugh. Eric then softens, apologizing and suggesting they be friends, just as equals. He then tags the prince, declaring him it, and dashes off. A radiant, joyous smile breaks across William's face as he gives chase, calling out for Eric and Theo to wait up watching them. Clarice feels a profound sense of relief, but her peace is shattered by a cold voice directly behind her. It's the Duke. He reminds her that he told her not to let Eric get too close to the prince. Clarice freezes, her heart sinking, but then a surge of defiance rises within her. She turns to face him, her chin held high, and asks if he intends to oppose Prince William. The Duke's voice is flat, devoid of emotion, as he states that his house remains neutral, but Clarice pushes back, her voice firm. She asks if Lord Eric has any say in that decision. Her mind flashes back to her conversation with Eric, his earnest desire to get to know William better. She tells the Duke that she wants to respect Lord Eric's wishes, declaring that it's wrong to dislike someone you don't even know. The Duke's expression doesn't change. He tells her not to worry, that Lord Eric is fully aware of his role, as the air, the words are a cold dismissal, and Clarice feels a chill despite the warm sun. Just then, the prince himself approaches, asking if there's a problem. The Duke informs him that he'd like to speak with him and leads the boy inside. In his office, the Duke presents William with a report on the kidnapping incident. He explains that the prince's testimony may be required. William quickly deduces that the second prince's faction was behind it. Duke confirms it, adding that he's already informed William's guardian. Overwhelmed, William bows, deeply apologizing for dragging the Duke's house into the royal succession conflict, but the Duke stops him, his voice firm. He tells the prince that he is the future king of Audren, and he should not bow his head so easily. William looks up, his eyes shining with gratitude. Outside the office door, Clarice and Eric are shamelessly eavesdropping, trying to hear what's being said. Clarice feels a pang of guilt, knowing this is improper. Suddenly, the door swings open. All three of them, Clarice, Eric, and baby Theo, tumble into the room in a heap. The Duke stares down at the tangled pile of limbs with an expression of pure, unadulterated exasperation. Mortified, Clarice and Eric stammer apologies and quickly scramble out of the room. The Duke sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. As they regroup in the hallway, a cheerful voice calls out. It's Rusty, asking if they were all waiting for him. Eric flails, trying to come up with an excuse, babbling that Theo was just looking for him. But Clarice, ever honest, admits she was worried the Duke might scold the prince because she went against his orders. William has just emerged from the office, chuckles. He tells them the Duke has officially recognized him as the first prince, which made the entire trip worthwhile. His smile fades slightly as he adds that whether he and Eric become friends depends on what comes next, acknowledging the political tensions caused his mother's status as a concubine. Eric looks him in the eye and asks if he really intends to fight his own brother. William's gaze is steady. He says they will see, but his duty is to the country, even if it means going against his family. A silent understanding passes between the two boys, a bond forged in the crucible of royal politics. Later, Clarice sees Eric looking thoughtfully at Theo's crib. He confesses that he was wondering what he would do if someday Theo want to become the Duke. The question hangs heavy in the air. Clarice knows Eric's kind heart. He would probably step aside, but that would mean rendering all his years of agonizing, relentless training utterly meaningless. She thinks of him studying until dawn, his hands callous from practice, pushing himself beyond his limits. If that day ever came, she wonders with a heavy heart, could she still support Theo? A knock at the door interrupts her somber thoughts. It's Rusty, holding a beautifully wrapped box. He announces it's a gift from His Highness. Inside is the most breathtaking gown Clarice has ever seen. She stares at it, utterly confused. Rusty smiles, explaining that Prince William would like her to accompany him to a party. He then delivers the final shocking blow as his partner. The gift box sat open, a whisper of silk and starlight nestled within it was a dress of breathtaking creation of periwinkle blue, with a delicate lace bodice and gossamer sleeves that promised to float like morning mist. Clarice's breath caught in her throat. A dress, her mind raced, frantic question echoing in the sudden silence of the room. Why did I send this? Before she could even begin to unravel the mystery, a calm voice cut through her confusion. A butler stood at the door announcing that Miss Clarice had been formally requested at a party for Prince William. The request came with a stunning addendum delivered with a polite, knowing smile. She was to attend as His Highness's partner. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her His Highness's partner. The world tilted on its axis, the lavish room blurring at the edges as her mind reeled. It made no sense. This was a world she observed from the outside, a glittering stage she had no place on. The butler, seeing her shock, began to explain. And with every word, the glittering fantasy of a royal ball dissolved into a dark and dangerous reality. There had been an assassination attempt on Prince William right on the grounds of the nocturnal estate, and worse, the conspirators had tried to frame Lord Albert for the heinous crime her heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a drum of dread. They had even taken a child hostage to implicate the knights. It was a tangled, venomous web of political intrigue, and now somehow she was being pulled into its center. The mastermind, the butler, Explained, was expected to reveal himself at the party tonight. He concluded with a bow, formally asking for her cooperation, not just for the sake of the Grand Duchy, but for Prince William himself. A wave of panic washed over her, cold and sharp. All she could think of were the children who would take care of Theo, and the others. The butler, ever prepared, assured her that everything was already set. With a flourish, he presented a line of stoic, formidable guards, their presence an unspoken promise of protection, and then a small, serious figure stepped forward. It was Eric. The young lord looked at her with an unnerving maturity, telling her it was okay. He and Maria would look after Theo. His small face was set with grim determination as he added that he couldn't accept anyone trying to pin the blame on the Duke. Clarice's heart swelled with a fierce protective warmth. Seeing the little boy stand so bravely for his solidified her own resolve with a newfound strength. She gave a firm nod, her voice clear as she accepted the duty, and so she found herself here in a ballroom that seemed spun from crystal, and moonlight chandeliers dripped with light, casting a dazzling glow over the swirling sea of masked nobles. She had come enthusiastically ready to play her part, but now, standing on the arm of Lord Albert, she felt a suffocating sense of being an imposter. His presence was overwhelming, a solid, warm weight. Beside her, he wore a severe black suit and a dark mask that concealed his features, but couldn't hide the intensity of his crimson eyes. He felt her tremble and leaned closer, his voice a low murmur against her ear as he asked what was wrong. He was so dazzling, so close that her own voice came out as a breathless stammer. She confessed that it was as her first time at an event like this that she was terribly nervous. He seemed to pause, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he remarked that she was a noble's daughter, so a ball should be familiar territory, but then his expression softened into something akin to understanding. She took a shaky breath, admitting her fear that she wouldn't be able to contribute to the investigation. He told her not to worry, his tone reassuring. He explained that she wasn't involved in this after all, and then in one fluid, shocking motion, everything changed. His gloved hand slid from her arm to her waist, pulling her flush against his side. A gasp escaped her lips, her eyes wide with shock. She cried out in a whisper. He ignored her plea, his body caging hers as he leaned, his lips brushing the shell of her ear. A single cryptic word fell from his lips, a hot breath against her skin. Bingo. His face was impossibly close, his piercing red eyes burning through the slits of his mask, pinning her in place. Her gaze was drawn past his shoulder to a man across the room, a sinister figure in a lace mask. Albert's voice was a low, urgent command in her ear. He instructed her not to look at the man, not to act strangely. She had one job, and one job only, just dance. They moved as one onto the floor, his hand a firm, guiding pressure on her back as they began to sway. To the music, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She thought of her past, of the social debut she never had. She remembered practicing alone in empty rooms, Madame Annette patiently guiding her feet left, right. It was a lonely memory, but one tinged with a stubborn hope. She had studied dancing purely out of a foolish, girlish dream, a dream that one day someone would take her hand and lead her onto a dance floor just like this. And now, as his gloved fingers laced with hers, that long-forgotten dream bloomed in a vibrant heart, stopping reality. It was so overwhelming that she momentarily lost herself in the fantasy of it all. Albert's voice pulled her back. He asked again what was wrong. She shook her head, forcing a smile as she murmured that it was nothing. She could hardly tell him that her heart was breaking and mending itself all at once. How could she explain that this felt like a fairy tale she had written for herself in the dark, now come to life? She belonged to a different world, a world of duty and quiet servitude, not one of glittering balls and dancing with dukes. But for tonight, just for tonight, it felt like she was living a dream. Music swelled to a close, and with it the spell was broken. Albert stated that it was as about time, his voice pulling her from a reverie. He instructed her to come with him, leading her away from the throng of dancers. He guided her into a secluded hallway where he lifted a gloved hand. A faint dark magic swirled around his fingertips, then dissipated. He noted with a frown that the magic wasn't reacting to anyone nearby. He turned his gaze, falling on a heavy wooden door that would go inside the room. Was a private VIP box, opulent and deserted. Clarice's eyes widened in astonishment. She whispered her confusion, asking how this was possible. Weren't these boxes reserved exclusively for royalty? Albert ignored her question, his focus entirely on the mission. He explained that the mastermind was a member of the Second Prince's faction. He had a strong suspicion of their identity, but he needed confirmation. He needed evidence. As Clarice processed this, she realized the chilling truth. The only reason the staunchly neutral Lord Albert would involve himself in royal politics was because he himself had been the target of their scheme, almost framed for the attempted murder of Prince William. Albert confirmed her deduction with a curt nod. He admitted that he had never intended to take sides in the battle for the throne, but his eyes hardened with a cold, dangerous light as he vowed he had no intention of letting this slight go unpunished. A fire ignited in Clarice's own chest. She clenched her fists, her voice filled with an unexpected ferocity as she declared that, as expected of the Duke, they should beat the conspirators up without holding back. Lord Albert turned to her, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. He confessed that he had expected her to be against such a direct confrontation. She shook her head, her expression softening. She explained that while she would never interfere in the political squabbles adults, Prince William was still just a child, not so much older than Eric. Her voice filled with contempt as she spoke of the pointless, ugly power struggles of a father who would use his own child as a pawn to justify his despicable ambitions. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Albert's lips. He murmured that her reaction sounded just like her. Then his expression grew somber. He confided in her, his voice low, that he understood the feeling all too well. Being told to overthrow his own brother time and time again left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. Clarice stared at him, stunned into silence by the sudden, deeply personal revelation. Before she could respond, the sharp click of the door handle turning echoed through the room. They were no longer alone. Elbridge acted instantly, grabbing her hand and pulling her with him. Just as the door swung open to admit two masked men, he yanked her behind a thick velvet curtain. Her back was pressed against the cold wall, her front flush against the solid warmth of the Duke's body. He had her caged, a scent of night air and steel enveloping her, her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, trapped in a cage. It was too close, far too close. As her mind screamed in panic, Albert leaned down, his breath hot whisper against her ear as he informed her that their targets had arrived from their hiding place. They could hear the men's hushed conspiratorial tones. They spoke of Prince William being under the Grand Duke's protection and how that would allow them to carry out a purge openly. Albert identified them as nobles from the Second Prince's faction. One of them was Marquis Caldy. Clarice strained to see, but with all the masks, it was impossible to tell who was who. Then one of the men complained, his voice laced with frustration. He said the plan was only supposed to be a fake kidnapping, just something to scare the first prince and make him understand the dangers of his position. He demanded to know how it had escalated into a full-blown assassination attempt. A new voice, smooth and chillingly familiar, cut through the air. The man who carried out the assassination, the voice said, was him. The voice continued, explaining that the entire operation had been under someone else's orders, someone who wanted to test the Grand Duke's resolve and the first prince's capabilities. A horrifying, soul-crushing wave of recognition washed over Clarice. The blood drained from her face, her body turning to ice. That voice, it belonged to her uncle Count Nocturnal. The mastermind was her own flesh and blood. She sagged against Albert, his arm the only thing holding her upright. Another man was arguing with her uncle now, protesting that the plan had been far too dangerous, that the prince could have been killed. Her uncle just sneered, saying he needed to reconfirm someone's intentions before excusing himself and leaving the room. The remaining man let out a dark chuckle. He scoffed at the idea of reconfirming anything, stating that the will of Her Majesty the Queen was absolute Prince William, he declared with chilling certainty, would simply disappear. Without a trace, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place, and it was more monstrous than she could have ever imagined after the men finally left. Clarice stumbled out from behind the curtain, her legs giving way. She collapsed against the wall, gasping for air, her mask clattering to the floor. Albert's voice was grim as he stated that it was definitely Count Nocturnus. Clarice could only nod, her voice a hollow whisper. It was her uncle, there was no doubt, and in that moment of devastating clarity, she understood the Duke hadn't brought her as a partner. He had brought her here as a tool to confirm the identity of a traitor. She slid to the floor, the silken pooling around her like a puddle of sorrow. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with shame and despair, and sincerely apologized. She told him that since this was her family's treason, she was prepared to accept any punishment the Duke deemed appropriate. She knew the law, the proper punishment, would be the complete annihilation of the House of Nocturnal, every man, woman, and child executed as assassins that would naturally include her. She closed her eyes, waiting for the sentence, but instead of cold judgment, she felt a warm, gloved hand on her shoulder. Albert's voice was firm, cutting through her haze of self-destruction. He said, "We can't afford to lose you." Her eyes snapped open. He was looking at her not with contempt, but with something else, something she couldn't dare to name. He told her to leave the political maneuvering to him. Wielding a sword was easier, he admitted, but he could handle this. Then in a gesture so unexpectedly gentle, it made her want to weep, he reached out and patted her head. All she could manage was a choked, grateful "thank you." He assured her that the Count would not escape punishment, but then he looked at her, his gaze unwavering, and reminded her that she had proven herself before. The words struck a chord deep inside her, stoking the embers of her resolve. He was right, her uncle had committed other crimes, and she would not let him drag her down with him. When they finally returned to the duchy, the quiet warmth of the house was a welcome balm. The butler greeted them, his cheerful report that Lord Theo was being adorable, a small bright spot in the darkness of the night. Peeking into the nursery, Clarice's heart melted. Theo was curled up in the big bed with the twins, fast asleep. Maria whispered that he must have been lonely, and as if on cue, the little boy murmured Clarice's name in his sleep. The sight was so overwhelmingly sweet, it brought tears to her eyes. As they watched, one of the twins began to roll precariously close to the edge of the bed like a flash. Albert was there, scooping the child up before he could fall. He sighed, looking at the tangle of sleeping children, and declared it a problem. Then he did something that stunned Clarice completely. He announced that he was tired and would be sleeping here. He sat on the bed, still holding the twin, and as he settled, Theo's small hand reached out in his sleep and curled around his fingers. The sight of the fearsome Duke in such a tender domestic moment was jarring. He unbuttoned the stiff collar of his shirt, his gaze locking on hers. His next words sent a jolt through her entire system. He told her that she would sleep here. To her mind went blank, her cheeks flushing a furious red. At that exact moment, Prince William appeared in the doorway, intending to say hello, only to freeze at the scene before him, the Duke on the bed with his children, gesturing to a flustered Clarice to join him. Clarice frantically tried to explain that it wasn't what it looked like, but the damage was done. She stammered to the Duke, asking if her staying wouldn't cause problems. He simply murmured for her to do as she liked before his eyes drifted shut. Exhaustion finally claiming him, Clarice watched him, a strange tenderness blooming in her chest. He was a busy man, carrying the weight of so many burdens. This was the first time she had ever seen him sleeping, his features softened and vulnerable. She knew it was rude to stare, but she couldn't look away. Part of her, a foolish, hopeful part, wanted nothing more than to lie down beside him. But they couldn't, they weren't married, it wasn't proper. Instead, she settled for the next best thing, vowing to stay, just for a little, while she carefully lay down on the edge of the mattress, next to a sleeping Eric, her gaze fixed on the Duke's peaceful face. When morning came, it was Eric who woke first. He blinked, taking in the sight of his father and Clarice, sleeping near each other, a soft, hopeful smile spreading across his face. But the peace was soon broken by a waking twin who immediately began patting a sleeping Clarice's face. Eric gently intervened, telling his little brother to let her rest. Undeterred, the baby crawled over to the still sleeping. Instead, Clarice woke with a jolt, the horrifying realization that she had fallen asleep crashing down on her, and then she felt a warmth enveloping her hand. She looked down, see her fingers laced with the Duke's. A silent scream ripped through her, mortified beyond words. she scrambled from the bed, tripping over her own feet as she fled the room, squeaking a frantic "good morning, excuse me" on her way out. A moment later, Albert's crimson eyes fluttered open. He slowly lifted his hand, the one that had been holding hers, and stared at it, a phantom warmth on his skin, a soothing sensation that he vaguely recalled from his dreams. He had felt her hand in his, and in that deep, restful state, he hadn't wanted to wake up later in his office. His aide teased him, relentlessly asking if he planned to marry Lady Clarice, noting that the Duke never showed his sleeping face to anyone. Albert curtly dismissed it as nonsense, insisting that he had only promised to support her, nothing more, but the question lingered in the air, unanswered. Meanwhile, Clarice learned from Maria that the culprit of the hand-holding incident in her sleep had been a lonely little Theo, Prince William, and Eric approached the former, apologizing for his father's actions. But Eric added something that made Clarice pause. He relayed a message from the Duke, that in order to judge for herself, she needed to have the correct information. The words echoed in her memory, and she suddenly understood the Duke had never been angry with her. He had been seriously considering how to handle the situation, how to trust her with the truth. A wave of warmth and gratitude washed over her. With renewed conviction, she told the boys that she intended to cut ties with her uncle and tell him some harsh truths herself. At this, Prince William's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. He announced that, after hearing what happened, he and Eric couldn't just sit idle together. He declared with a confident grin they had already devised a plan to punish Count Nocturnal. Prince William and Eric stand with a solemnity that belies their young age, ready to plot their next move. Gathered around a large table with a map of the kingdom spread before them, Prince William declares that their first step is to organize the situation. He lays out the kingdom's precarious political balance, a nation divided between his own faction and that of the second prince. The leader of the rival faction, he explains, is his mother, the queen, a princess from a former enemy nation who was married off for peace. For years, she was barren, prompting the king to take a concubine who gave birth to William, the first prince. It was only after his birth that the queen finally bore a son of her own. Clarice listens intently, her mind connecting the dots. This complicated history meant the queen likely had few true allies. She confirms with the prince that for now, the two factions hold equal power. William's expression darkens as he affirms this, adding that many nobles shamelessly align themselves with the queen for personal gain, one of them being his own uncle. The image of the sneering Count Nocturnal flashes in Clarice's mind, and she massages her temples, finding the entire situation outrageous. Eric's voice trembles with disbelief as he says he still can't fathom his uncle would do something so treacherous, his red eyes turning to Clarice with concern. Clarice admits with a sigh that she had underestimated her uncle's villainy, assuming he was merely a small-time crook who might hire a few thugs to make threats about the inheritance in the magic stone. At the mention of the magic stone, Prince William's eyes flash with sudden insight. That's what he exclaims, startling Clarice. He reminds her that the mercenary who kidnapped him had demanded the magic stone, which proves that Count Nocturnal is still ruthlessly pursuing it. William's face hardens with resolve. If the Count is still after the stone, he announces, then their entire plan must be revised. Cradling baby Theo, Clarice watches the two boys, a mixture of awe and amusement on her face. She can't help but be surprised by how sharp they both are. A warmth fills her heart as she looks at them, thinking to herself that this is helping grow bit by bit into the people they are meant to be. And so the children march into the Grand Duke's formidable office to present their new strategy. Standing before the Duke's imposing desk, William explains that on the assumption Count Nocturnal is after both the prince and the magic stone, they have devised a counterattack plan. He hands the document to the Duke, who accepts it with a quiet acknowledgement. The Grand Duke's piercing crimson eyes scan the page, his expression a perfect mask of neutrality. Eric holds his breath, watching his father's face for any reaction. Finally, the Duke looks up and states that the plan is well thought out. In a move that shocks them both, he declares that he will entrust a part of the strategy to them. The boys gasp, their faces lighting up with pure, unadulterated joy. The Grand Duke rises from his chair, and approaches them telling them they've done. Well then, in an act of unprecedented affection, he places a hand on each of their heads, ruffling their hair. Eric's small hands clasped tightly behind his back tremble at the praise. The Duke's gaze, though still stern, holds a flicker of undeniable pride. He keeps his hand on William's head for a moment longer, a silent gesture of trust. The boys exchange a triumphant, beaming smile, their happiness infectious. From the side, Clarice watches the tender moment, a soft smile playing on her lips. She turns to the Duke's aid, her voice laced with a mother's worry, asking if they are truly involving the children in the operation. The Grant answers for him, his voice firm. He states it's time they gain some experience, just as he did at their age. Clarice is stunned by his intense upbringing, but the aide offers a reassuring smile, promising they won't let the boys do anything dangerous. The Grand Duke glances at the plan again, noting that while it's impressive for a child, it still has holes. The aide remarks with a grin that His Majesty is surprisingly skilled at raising both tough subordinates and children. The Duke's expression grows serious again as he turns to the matter of Count Nocturnal's interest in Clarice's magic stone. He confesses they had previously considered it a minor issue, but circumstances have changed. I have received a formal request for a visit from the Count himself. His gaze meets Clarice's, and he explains that her uncle is coming under the pretense of checking on her employment status. Clarice's Aiden, in shock, her mind reeling. What could he possibly be planning now? The aide lets out a low, knowing laugh. The Count is coming all this way just to confirm if the magic stone is part of her reward. The kids, he muses, did a fine job flushing the snake out of his hole. A few days later, the trap is set. The older boys, dressed smartly, wave goodbye to baby Theo, telling him they have important business to attend to. Clarice holds Theo, explaining that his big brothers have been entrusted with a special mission. She decides to take the baby for a walk and sets him down for a moment to fetch his coat, calling out his pet name, Ellie. But Theo, ever the adventurer, has spotted a new target. His eyes are fixed on his beloved hobby horse. Near the grand doors, a look of pure determination shines in his golden eyes. He begins his great expedition, crawling across the polished floor. He reaches the massive doors, his gateway to the world. With a tiny, determined hand, he pushes with all his might. The door swings in with a groan, and he lets out a squeal of triumph. He is free. Just as he makes his escape, a luxurious carriage arrives at the estate. Welcomed by a butler, a distinguished man steps out. It is Count Nocturnal, his face a mask of smug satisfaction, completely oblivious to the tiny escape artist who has just breached the mansion's fences. The heavy doors of the grand hall swing open. Little Theo crawls inside, his eyes wide with wonder at the vast new space. A moment later, Clarice and a maid appear, their faces pale with panic. Clarice cries out, realizing Theo managed to open the door all by himself. They race down the corridor, calling his name in desperation, but their quarry is already hiding, giggling to himself under an ornate table. He continues his adventure, crawling with a singular purpose. He arrives at the foot of the grand staircase, a colossal challenge he eyes with curiosity. He remembers his big brother Eric's voice telling him to always hold the handrail. Heeding the advice, he carefully navigates the steps, his tiny hand gripping the railing for support. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a loud grumble. The delicious scent of freshly baked apple pie, his favorite, fills the air. He sees two maids carrying the dessert, and his eyes light up following the aroma. He peeks from behind a vase and sees his uncle speaking with Count Nocturnal. Near the pie, the Count scoffs, dismissively remarking that he doesn't care for sweets enjoyed by commoners. A dangerous smile plays on the prince's uncle's lips. He replies with false sweetness that they would have prepared a proper welcome if the Count had arrived on the agreed-upon day. His words dripping with sarcasm, he dismisses the maids, telling them he will handle the guest. The maids quickly take their leave. The uncle sighs, remembering the Grand Duke's instructions to simply leave the Count in the guest room. For while hidden from view, Theo watches the tense scene unfold. Count Nocturnal is escorted to an empty parlor and left to fume. He seizes on the sofa at being made to wait. He smirks, thinking his plan to test the Duke by driving early has revealed the man's incompetence. Deciding he won't wait any longer, he moves toward a snack trolley. As he reaches for a treat, his foot slips on a small object on the floor. He lets out a yelp of surprise as he tumbles backward, crashing to the ground in a heap of flailing limbs and wounded pride. Miles away, Clarice freezes. She swears she just heard her uncle's voice, but dismisses it as impossible. The maid gently reminds her their priority is finding Theo, but a new idea is in Clarice's mind. This is the perfect diversion for Theo's mission. She closes her eyes and focuses activating the magic within the special tracking bracelet she had made for him. Her eyes snap open in shock. The bracelet signal is coming from somewhere she never would have imagined. Theo peeks out from behind the door of the Grand Duke's private study. He had wandered into the dark, imposing room. A terrifying shadow monster lunges from the darkness, and Theo lets out a blood-curdling scream. The door flies open, and a voice calls his name. It's Eric and William, holding a lantern. They ask him what he's doing there, having escaped again. William gently scolds him for running off, assuming the darkness scared him. William opens the curtains, flooding the room with light, but Theo only whimpers, his eyes filled with tears as he makes a sound that sounds suspiciously like Uick. Eric's face turns bright red. He stammers, asking if Theo just called him by his name. William laughs, realizing Theo must have escaped just to see his big brother. Overjoyed, Eric asks if it's true, and Theo responds by nuzzling into his arms. William smiles, declaring that they must now help Theo with his mission, too, earning a happy cheer from the baby. When Clarice finally tracks them down, she finds all three boys fast asleep on the study floor, surrounded by their colorful drawings. Her heart thumps in her chest. She and the maid cover their mouths, overcome by the sheer adorableness of the scene. Later, in the parlor, the Grand Duke finally greets the impatient Count. Nocturnal, the Count wastes no time demanding that the Duke summon his daughter back. In the study, Eric stirs from his nap, a crayon mark on his cheek. He sits up with a start, surprised to see Clarice. Watching him, blushing, asks when she arrives. She smiles, explaining that she followed the magic from the special tracking bracelet she'd made for Theo. William teases Eric, asking if he wants one too, but Eric huffs that he already gave Clarice his magic stone. As she holds Theo, Clarice senses a strange, powerful magic emanating from the room, wondering if it's connected to the Duke's secret duties. She notices a thick rope hanging from the ceiling and gives it a curious tug. A horrifying, shadowy face materializes in the darkness above, and she immediately lets go, her heart pounding as she decides to pretend she saw absolutely nothing. The maid announces it's time to leave, but as they turn to go, Eric calls out to Clarice. His expression is unusually serious as he tells her that once everything is over, he needs her help with something. He explains the upcoming Lantern Festival, where people release magical light butterflies into the summer sky. Clarice is enchanted by the idea of glowing butterflies. William adds that it sounds like a beautiful event. An image of sky filled with shimmering blue wings flashes through her mind. She eagerly asks how she can help. Eric reveals that there's a children's play, and this year he and William have been cast in the lead roles. Clarice's heart soars. He shyly asks if she'll help him practice. Overjoyed, she promises to help as much as he needs, and his face breaks into a brilliant smile. She closes her eyes, lost in a happy fantasy of the boys' adorable performance. Her daydream is brutally interrupted by her uncle's furious shout, demanding to know if she's even listening. She's back in the suffocating tension of the parlor. She realizes with a start that she's zoned out completely. She's been forced to sit in silence, biting her tongue, ever since she was summoned. Her uncle stands before the Grand Duke, demanding the immediate return of both Clarice and the magic stone. The Duke coolly reminds him that the contract specifies their return upon its completion in less than a month. A vile, triumphant smirk spreads across her uncle's face. The words echo in Clarice's ears. Less than a month. Time seems to stop. She hadn't realized how quickly the days had passed, lost in the joy of seeing Theo's health improve. She looks at the family she has grown to love. A family she is about to lose. A cold, crushing weight settles in her chest. By the time of the festival, she will be gone. Her fingers graze the ring on her hand, a symbol of her gilded cage. The joy she felt moments ago evaporates, replaced by a profound, aching sadness. Outside the room, the boys have heard everything. William mutters that the rumors about the Count being trashed true. He glances at Eric, who is frozen in place. Eric's voice is barely a whisper as he says he'd heard Clarice was also engaged to be married. The word hangs in the air, a death sentence. Eric's red eyes blaze with a furious protective fire. He lunges for the door, but William grabs his arm, warning him that rushing in will only make things worse for her. but Eric to say, his voice choked with desperation. He cries out that at this rate Clarice will be taken from them. William looks his friend square in the eye, his own gaze filled with determination for Clarice's sake. He says they must do what they can. He holds out a clenched fist. Eric's resolve hardens into steel. He bumps his fist against William's, his voice low and unwavering, as he makes a solemn vow he'll protect Clarice, no matter what. The words drop into the tense silence of the room like stones into a still pond. Her uncle Count Nocturnal mentions that there's been talk of marriage for Clarice. He wants her to be ready to wed as soon as possible, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. A jolt cold and sharp shoots through Clarice. For me, the room seems to tilt, the air growing thin and suffocating before she can even form a coherent thought. A sharp knock echoes from the door, a deep resonant voice, one that sends an involuntary shiver down her spine, grants permission to enter. The door swings open, and one of the Grand Duke's subordinates steps inside, offering a polite apology for the interruption. The man moves with quiet efficiency, leaning down to whisper into the Grand Duke's ear. Clarice watches the exchange, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The subordinate reports that a battle has broken out on the border with the Kingdom of Legdus, and that 3 units from the Order of Knights are responding. The Grand Duke's expression remains impassive as he acknowledges the news, but a chill crawls over Clarice's skin. Legdus, that was the Queen's homeland. This couldn't be a coincidence. A knot of dread tightens in her stomach. She glances at the Grand Duke, catching a flicker of something in his crimson eyes. As he looks back at her, a ghost of a smile touches his lips, so faint she almost missed it. He announces to the room that an urgent matter has come up. Turning to his subordinate, he declares that they will have to reschedule their discussion for another day, his voice leaving no room for argument. With a swirl of his dark cape, he strides from the room. The grand, ornate doors click shut behind him, the sound echoing the finality of his departure. The sudden absence of his overwhelming presence leaves a strange void. The blonde aide Rusty to her uncle with a pleasant smile, asking if they should proceed with dinner as planned. Lady Clarice joining them. The Count agrees, a little too readily, saying there was much for them to cap on. A sinister thought flashes through his mind, a triumphant glint in his eyes. The Grand Duke had left the mansion. Just as he had planned the entire estate, this fortress of the north was now without its primary protection. Outside, Rusty points toward a carriage parked discreetly by the gardens. He explains with a conspiratorial whisper that it is a gift for his grace, promising to share the details later, but hidden within the shadowed interior of that gift, a man, cloaked in darkness, waits the steel of his dagger, catching the faint light. A promise of violence. Count Nocturnal smirks to himself. His plan was perfect. He had hidden one of his men inside that very carriage. The fool would be delivered right to the heart of the estate, where he would find the magic stone and the troublesome Prince William. Soon enough, as they walk, Rusty politely excuses himself to use the washroom, and the Count waves him on. But before he can go, Rusty stops, turning back with a serious expression. He warns the Count that there are a few so-called cursed rooms in the mansion, his eyes glinting with a strange light. He advises him for his own safety not to enter any other rooms without permission. The Count barely conceals a scoff, assuring the boy that of course he wouldn't. As he walks down the long, empty hall alone, his arrogance swells. Cursed rooms, what a nonsense. Suddenly a small, curious voice pipes up from near his knees, asking who he is. Startled, the Count looks down to see a little boy with dark hair and startlingly red eyes. Recognition dawns on him. This was the Grand Duke's other son. An opportunity. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he realizes the boy could be useful. A few moments later, the Count stands before a heavy wooden door, a look of triumph on his face. According to that naive child, both Prince William and the magic stone were right behind this door. He takes a confident step forward, only for his polished shoe to land squarely on a bar of soap left carelessly on the floor. His feet fly out from under him. He lets out a startled cry as he tumbles backward, his dignity shattering on the marble floor. Before he can recover, a thick rope net drops from the ceiling, entangling him completely. A small hand pulls another rope, tied a bucket of thick, sticky purple paint opens itself directly over his head, drenching him in the humiliating sludge from the shadows. Two small, cloaked figures burst into peals of laughter. One of them tells baby Theo that it's his turn now. With a gurgle of delight, the baby slams his tiny fist on a large red button, and a toy cannon fires a hardball that smacks the Count right in the leg. The older children critique the shot, with one noting Theo's lack of mercy and the other sighing that he had been aiming for the man's butt. The Count groans, sprawled on the floor in a heap of rope and paint. He tries to push himself up, wondering what that stinging pain was, when a horrifying realization dawns on him. He can't move. The purple goo was some kind of paralytic agent. A child's voice announces that it's his turn. Next, crackles of dark energy fill the air. Count's eyes widen in terror as suits of armor, previously inert decorations, begin to groan and move their metal joints, scraping as they surround him. A scream of pure panic rips from his throat. He tries to regain his composure, laughing weakly, trying to convince himself that these were just childish tricks. The blonde child, Prince William, steps forward, a feather duster in his hand, and says with a chilling smile that now it was his turn. He waves the duster. But what the Count sees is a horrific illusion, a monstrous vampire with blood-red eyes and dripping fangs lunging straight for his throat. The sight is too much. He lets out a final blood-curdling shriek, and his eyes roll back in his head. The children watch as he slumps to the floor unconscious. One of them asks if he's already given up. Looking disappointed, the Count is out cold, his plan in ruins. His trousers are even torn in the back. William and Eric pull back their hoods, looking immensely pleased with themselves. William praises Eric's ghost plan, but Eric modestly insists that Theo's cannon was the real highlight. The baby in question is now happily bouncing on the unconscious Count's back, treating him like a new toy. But the victory is short-lived. The Count's eyes snap open, his face contorted with pure rage. He bellows, asking how the bastards dare to trap him in a flash. He lunges his hand, closing around the smallest of the children. He grabs Theo. Eric screams his brother's name. In terror, the Count holds the crying baby like a shield, his eyes wild, as he demands they hand over the magic stone. Now Prince William stands his ground, his small frame radiating a courage beyond his years. He warns the Count that if he takes Theo, then he, the first prince, will be coming with him. The Count breaks into a cackle, a triumphant, unhinged sound. He's won after all this. He's finally won, he gloats. That the magic stone and Prince William's life are finally his for the taking. In the midst of his victory lap, he feels something impossibly cold and sharp press against the side of his neck. A voice, low and deadly, speaks from directly behind him. It is the Grand Duke. He states that the moment people let their guard down the most is when they're convinced they have won. His crimson eyes burning with a cold fire that promises retribution. His voice echoes in the now silent room, a lesson etched in ice, telling them all to remember this. The Count freezes, sweat beading on his brow as he stammers, asking why the Grand Duke is here. The Duke calmly takes Theo from his grasp, telling him not to move. He then answers the Count's unspoken question, explaining with chilling nonchalance that by now his men should be scattering the soldiers of the neighboring country. What the Count's mind reels in disbelief, the Grand Duke leans in his voice, a low whisper of absolute dominance. He informs the Count that from the very beginning, he was nothing more than a puppet dancing in the palm of his hand. The scene shifts, rewinding a few hours. The subordinate delivers the report of the border skirmish. The Grand Duke makes his excuses, announcing that an urgent matter requires his attention and that their discussion must be rescheduled. The doors close, sealing the fate of the conspirators inside. Outside, the Grand Duke addresses his assembled knights. He commands his trusted subordinate Marvin to lead the first unit into battle. The knights await his command. The Duke's voice is laced with steel as he tells them there is no need to hold back. He orders them to give those who foolishly took the war lightly a cause for deep, lasting regret. The knights roar their assent, their voices a single unified wave of loyalty. As they prepare to depart, Marvin confirms with Duke that this attack is merely a diversion with no real intent to invade the neighboring country. The Duke affirms this, remarking with disdain that only such a little combat experience would devise such a paltry plan. He adds, with a hint of dark amusement, that it's a shame they won't be able to see the children in action. Marvin grins, promising that they will make the enemy understand the true terror of the Grand Duke's house back inside the sprawling mansion. The Count and Rusty proceed down the hall. From behind a pillar, Clarice emerges, her expression fraught with worry. She confronts the Grand Duke, her voice trembling, slightly asks if he wasn't opposed to this plan to putting the children in danger. The Grand Duke turns to her, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly. He admits that truthfully he does not want the children to take on such dangerous roles. His glove hand comes to rest gently on her arm, a surprisingly tender gesture. However, he continues, he also knows that simply cuddling them will not help them grow. He looks at her, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, saying he believes she understands that very well. Just then the Grand Duke senses their target approaching. He tells Clarice to come close, murmuring that he will make them invisible with magic. A swirl of dark, smoky energy envelopes them, both concealing them from sight. Just as the Count rounds the corner, they watch unseen as Eric walks into the hallway and is stopped by the Count, who asks the Mr. question. The Count asks the kid for some information, and Eric, with perfect innocence, offers to help as she watches the Count manipulate her sweet, innocent steps, and Clarice feels a surge of fury beside her. The Duke's hand clenches into a tight fist, his knuckles turning white as he barely restrains his own protective rage. The Count pats Eric's head, gloating internally, but Eric plays his part beautifully, warning the man that he shouldn't go into that particular room. He spins a tale about the cursed soul of a warrior causing mischief, and how the second prince was going to perform an exorcism. The Count laughs, dismissively declaring that in that case, he will help too. He strides confidently toward the cursed room, with Eric trailing behind him. Once the Count is out of sight, Eric stops, his mission complete. He lets out an exaggerated yawn, then puffs his cheeks, a look of fierce determination on his face as he prepares for the next phase. From their invisible vantage point, Clarice and the Duke watch him scurry off to join the others in the present. The Grand Duke stands over the trembling, paint-splattered Count. The Count, desperate and cornered, accuses the Duke of abandoning his duty as the Northern Protector by sending his subordinates away. During a crisis, the Duke's reply is glacially calm, a mere diversion, he states, does not require his personal involvement. His gaze is utterly unforgiving. Dark tendrils of magic snake out, binding the Count tightly. At that moment, the combat maid Anna appears at the door, reporting that all assassins hiding in the castle have been apprehended. The Count stares in disbelief. Behind her, the captured assassins from the carriage are bound and kneeling, their mission a total failure. Anna smirks. Count can only stammer, asking how this could be. The Grand Duke reveals the devastating truth he knew of the Count's scheme from the very beginning. He explains that he allowed the man to act this far for two reasons: to secure undeniable proof of his treason, and he adds with a chilling smile, to give the children some real field experience. Count chokes out the word impossible. The Duke addresses him by his full title, his voice dripping with contempt. Prince William then steps forward, his posture regal. He declares that the outrageous acts of Count Nocturnal were witnessed by him, William Hyde Durin, first prince of the Audrian Kingdom, and that he will personally report this matter to the king. The weight of his failure crashes down on the Count, and he trembles uncontrollably. A final pathetic wail escapes him as his world comes crashing down. Anna steps forward and unceremoniously rips off the Count's disguise. The Grand Duke then turns his attention to his son, calling Eric's name. His tone is that of a commander debriefing a soldier. He begins his critique, stating that bringing an uncertain element, the baby Theo, into the plan from the start was a poor move. He explains that Theo's control over his magic is still lacking, and at that speed the enemy would have had a high chance of escaping. He then turns to William, telling him that his plan lacked ingenuity. Eric and William look down, properly chasing. The Duke instructs them that to truly strike fear into an enemy's heart, they must learn to use rumors, covert operations, and magic more effectively. They both respond with a meek yes. Then the stern mask cracks, a hint of warmth enters his voice as he says that overall it wasn't bad. He even admits that deep down, seeing their resourcefulness has put him a bit more at ease. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. Eric and William stare at their father, their eyes wide with shock. Did His Highness just smile? As the guards secure, the prisoner Clarice walks towards him. Seeing her, the Count's desperation reunites. He calls out her name, pleading for her to help him, insisting that this is all a terrible misunderstanding. He calls her uncle, then quickly corrects himself to Count Turner, his dignity completely stripped away. Clarice stops before him, her expression hard as stone. She informs him that she has something important to discuss regarding this matter. Her voice is cold clear and carries across the room. She knows what he did. She looks down at the pathetic man who used her for so long and tells him to atone for it. The Count continues to plead his case, insisting that Clarice is mistaken. He claims he was only deceived. Clarice scoffs, her voice dripping with disgust as she calls him shameless. He tries to manipulate her one last time, his voice rising as he demands to know if she won't believe the words of her own family. He cruelly invokes the memory of her beloved elder brother, reminding her how he always said that family is meant to trust and help one another. He asks if she has forgotten those words. The question is a key, unlocking a floodgate of painful memories. Her eyes widen, the present fading away. She remembers her kind father bowing his head and apologizing for his own brother's misdeeds. She remembers her younger self, confused, asking why he was apologizing when her uncle was the one in the wrong. And she remembers his gentle, sad reply, because they were family, and that was why he had to believe in him to protect him. She can almost feel his hands on her shoulders, promising to protect her with all his strength, and her own childish voice vowing to protect him in return. Hub promise, a memory of what family was supposed to be. Tears blur her vision as she's ripped back to the present by the Count's venomous voice, telling her she has no ability, no redeeming qualities. He sneers that the Grand Duke's house will never value her and will discard her when her contract is up. He leans in close, hissing that her only true allies are her blood family, so she must give them strength, just as she has with every ounce of strength she has left. Clarice screams. No, she stumbles backward, but finds her way blocked by a small, determined figure. It's Eric. He stands between her and the Count, his voice ringing with a conviction that belies his age. He says that family is indeed important, and it is about trust and protection. But he declares, his voice rising with passion, it is not because of blood ties. It's because of treasuring one another. He points an accusing finger at the Count, shouting that he is only trying to use Clarice. The Count, enraged at being lectured by a child, grabs Eric's robe. Eric doesn't flinch. He looks the Count dead in the eye and says that what he offers is not family at all. He shouts with all his might that they are, and that Clarice is family. The words strike Clarice like a bolt of lightning, shattering the chains of guilt and obligation that have bound her for years. Her mind drifts back. Since her parents were gone, she had longed for the idea of family so desperately, but that longing had been twisted and used against her. Her uncle had disposed of her brother's portrait, declaring himself her new father. Her stepmother sold her mother's precious tea set. Her stepsister took her things, justifying it all with the simple phrase, "We're family." She was drowning in their false affection, their smiling monstrosities. Haunting her, the word family had become a curse. She had never resisted, only smiled, hoping to earn the love she craved. But now, looking at Eric's fierce, protective face, she feels the curse begin to break. Strength floods her veins. She finds her voice, and the truth comes pouring out. She tells them she has always hated it, that she never wanted to call them stepfather. The Count stares aghast. She looks her uncle in the eye, her own gaze now as cold and hard as it had ever been. She tells him that even if they are bound by blood, he is not her family as of today. She cuts all ties with him. He lunges, screaming that he won't allow it, that the law recognizes them as family. Clarice stands her ground, retorting that the law means nothing to her. Corner, the Count plays his final card, laughing like a madman as he boasts that he has Her Majesty the Queen on his side. So it was true, the Queen was the mastermind. But Prince William steps forward, his expression cold. He asks the Count if he truly believes the Queen will protect a pawn who has failed so spectacularly. Doubt flickers in the Count's eyes. He admits that she might cast him aside. However, a sly, wicked look returns to his face. He reminds Clarice that her fiancé is one of the Queen's staunchest supporters. His vile plan becomes clear. If he offers Clarice to her fiancé, he will be protected. He would sacrifice her to save his own skin. Eric lets out a cry of rage, kicking at the man's legs, but a voice cold and absolute cuts through the chaos. It's the Grand Duke. He declares that the engagement is void. When the Count sputters in confusion, the Duke states it plainly, his voice resonating with power. Clarice will be his wife. He moves to her side, pulling her into the protective circle of his arm. Clarice looks up at him, her mind a complete blank. His wife, the words echo in her ears, and a deep, unstoppable blush spreads across her cheeks. The children are stunned and break into wide, delighted grins. The Count calls the idea ridiculous, but the Duke simply calls for Rusty. The aide steps forward with a pleasant smile, holding a document. He announces that he has the marriage contract right here. The Count screams that this is absurd. The Duke calmly informs the sputtering man that if he wishes to marry Clarice to someone else, he will have to find a candidate of greater status than himself. However, unless he can produce the king himself, no one will compare. The Grand Duke's authority is absolute. The Count's face drains of all color, his jaw hanging open in utter defeat. The Duke gives the final curt order to take him away, and the guards drag the broken man from the room. Later that evening, in the quiet of the children's bedroom, Clarice is tucking a sleeping Theo into bed. Eric sighs contentedly, saying he's glad it all worked out. Clarice agrees, but a question still lingers in the air. Eric voices it, asking hesitantly if what His Highness said was true, if Clarice is really going to marry him. As if summoned, the Grand Duke's voice comes from the doorway. He asks if he may have a word. He walks into the room, his crimson eyes fixed on her. He says he wants to speak with her about what is to come, and about their marriage, his voice low and serious, cut through the quiet air of the parlor. He wanted to talk to her. Clarice's breath hitched about the future. He added, his crimson eyes holding hers intense and unyielding. The words that followed sent a shock wave through her entire being. He wanted to discuss their marriage. Marriage, the word echoed in her mind, a deafening, impossible sound. Her eyes widened, her mouth falling open in utter disbelief as a gasp escaped her lips beside her. Little Eric, who had been peeking out from behind her skirts, mirrored her shock, his own tiny face a mask of comic horror. A blush exploded across his cheeks, a testament to the scandalous nature of the Duke's words. After the initial shock, they were seated in a grand parlor, sunlight streaming through the arched cathedral like windows. Rusty, ever the dutiful aide, served them refreshments before excusing himself, gently telling Clarice to call if anything came up. The heavy door clicked shut, sealing them in an unnerving silence. The Duke sat opposite her, an imposing figure, even when relaxed on the plush blue sofa. The air with unspoken questions. He lifted a delicate porcelain cup, the dark liquid within swirling as he brought it to his lips. He began by stating that this matter was something they needed to consider seriously. The word jolted Clarice, her heart hammered against her ribs. Could he possibly be serious? Did he truly mean to marry her? Just outside the ornate doors, a comical scene was unfolding. Rusty, with the 3 children in tow, was pressed against the wood, shamelessly eavesdropping. Little Theo had a hand clamped over the baby's mouth to stifle any noise. Their expressions a mixture of guilt and intense curiosity. Clarice, still reeling, gathered her composure enough to ask if His Majesty was truly seriously considering marriage with her. The Duke met her gaze, his expression unreadable. He acknowledged her question, then bluntly stated that his previous declaration that she would become his wife had been a lie to silence her uncle. The Marin tract, he continued, was also a fake. Rusty Headsley shown whatever documents were on hand in the heat of the moment. A lie. It was all a lie. A cold wave of, and was it disappointment, washed over her before being replaced by a confusing sense of relief. She murmured that she understood. He apologized for surprising her, but Clarice quickly shook her head, insisting that she should be the one apologizing. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched her dress. She knew that if His Highness hadn't protected her, she would have been dragged back to that nightmarish life with her uncle. The memory of her uncle's leering face, a dark shadow from her past, flashed through her mind. The Duke's voice grounded her, explaining that this was precisely what he wanted to discuss. Her fiancé reminded her was one of her uncle's supporters. He leaned forward, his arms crossed, the mood growing heavy as they couldn't tell who the other party was. They needed to prepare for the worst. He advised her to reconsider her position for the sake of her future, adding he would also investigate the identity of this supposed fiancé. A knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach, but she looked at him with renewed determination and agreed. She thanked him, a quiet gratitude filling the space between them. Her mind raced. She couldn't cause any more trouble for the Vanderlyck family. She had to do something. As she was lost in her thoughts, Duke's voice broke the silence again. He stated with a surprising gentleness that regardless of this matter, she would make a good wife. Clarice blinked, startled by the sudden compliment. He could tell. He explained by the way she treated the children. He looked at her with a soft, almost imperceptible smile. How Theo and Eric had been completely lost after their parents' death. But since she arrived, he noted they had become remarkably calm. He confessed that he knew hardly anything outside of the battlefield. Without her, he admitted his relationship with Eric and the others could have become irreparable. Things simply wouldn't have gone as they were now. It was all thanks to her, he said, his voice laced with a sincerity that made her chest ache. He was grateful. Clarice was speechless. A blush crept up her neck. She stammered that she didn't mean for this, but but so incredibly happy to be praised like this. It made her feel needed. He continued, his voice softer, now admitting that while he was often exhausted by being around others, he felt strangely at ease with her. He wanted to talk more, he confessed, and asked her to stay by his side. The words, so unexpected and intimate, struck her like a physical blow. Her hand jerked, and the teacup slipped from her trembling fingers. Hot, dark liquid splashed down her arm and on her dress. A sharp sting of pain followed. The Duke was on his feet in an instant, his composure broken by alarm. He rushed to her side after she was okay. He didn't wait for an answer, his voice firm as he told her to let him see. He knelt before her, his large warm hand gently taking hers. An electric current shot up her arm at the contact, making her heart skip a beat. The world seemed to narrow to the sight of head bowed before her, his dark hair soft in the afternoon light. He insisted that her hand should be treated and told her to wait a moment. He returned with a medical kit, apologizing for the trouble. She tried to protest, but he waved it off, telling her not to worry about it as he began to gently treat the burn. Her mind was a whirlwind after being told that he felt at ease with her, that he wanted her by his side. She couldn't help but become hyper-aware of him. She tried to calm her racing heart, telling herself it was just his usual lack of words and that he wasn't trying to seduce her. Still, she couldn't help but notice how skilled he was, how gentle his touch was as he worked. He commented that injuries were a part of the battlefield, his tone matter of fact. As he carefully wrapped her hand in a bandage, she found her voice asking him about his marriage partner. He paused, his hand stilling over hers. He explained that while he had calmed down now, he spent most of the year on the battlefield. He rarely appeared in glamorous settings, surrounded by the thorns of war and duty. He didn't believe any woman would want a husband like that. Furthermore, he continued, his gaze drifting towards where the children were. If he were to marry and have his own children, there might be succession issues with Eric. And then there was Theo to consider. He couldn't accept all the circumstances of the Vanderlyck family and force them upon another party. It simply wouldn't be fair. That he concluded his back, turned to her in a rare show of vulnerability, was why he had decided never to marry. Clarice looked at him, her heart aching with a profound understanding. She saw it so clearly. Then, Your Highness, she said softly, you truly value the people around you. He turned a flicker of surprise in his crimson eyes. She explained that he spoke of concern for Eric, for the household, for his future partner, yet he never once mentioned his own wishes, like wanting someone with blonde hair or a kind person. He admitted he'd never really thought about that. Clarice smiled gently, her bandaged hand resting in his. She told him that the Vanderlyck family had treated her very well, which was why she wished for everyone's happiness, and that she said, her gaze earnest and full of warmth. Included His Highness the Duke was visibly taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. She continued, her voice soft but firm, wishing that he would find someone wonderful who suited him, not for the house or the family, but for himself. She urged him to someday find someone to be close to. Throughout his life, as she spoke, his grip on her hand tightened, a subtle, unconscious reaction, his fingers interlaced with hers, the gesture sending a tremor through her. He looked at her, his expression one tense, and spoke her name, his voice a low whisper, Clarice. He started to say something more, something that felt monumental. He leaned closer, his eyes locked on hers, and uttered two more words. Just as the air crackled with unspoken emotion, a loud crash echoed from the hallway. The spell was broken. Rusty and the children tumbled into the room, a heap of guilty eavesdroppers. The Duke immediately recognized they had been eavesdropping. They scrambled to their feet, bowing their heads in a chorus of apology. The Duke shot a glare at Rusty, who paled and apologized profusely, admitting he was supposed to be looking after them. He explained that when he heard his lordship suddenly mention marrying Miss Clarice, he grew curious about whether Lord Eric would soon have a new mother. The Duke sighed, turning back to Clarice. He stated that he would be more careful next time, then asked if that was all she wanted to ask. Flustered Clarice confirmed it was and quickly excused herself, saying she would take her leave. She practically fled the room, her heart still pounding. Rusty watched her go, then turned to the Duke, asking if it was all right to let her leave when their conversation wasn't finished. The Duke touched his own lips, a dazed look in his eyes. He confessed that he had completely forgotten what he was going to say to her. As Clarice hurried down the corridor, her cheeks were flushed. She had run away. She chastised herself. Even though the Vanderlyck family had a bad reputation, she was starting to see the kindness within them. She found the children waiting for her, looking guilty They admitted they'd been caught and hadn't meant to eavesdrop. Clarice stopped asking them what they meant. Theo stepped forward, explaining that there was something he wanted to tell her. He announced that he had to return to the palace the next day, and he would be taking Count Nocturnal with him. The meaning was clear. He might not be able to see her for a while. A pang of sadness hit Clarice, but she managed a small smile and said she understood. Just then a voice interrupted them. It was William, and he had a request for all of them. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he asked if they were ready. He then declared that they should have a farewell. Pajama party. The room was soon filled with an incredible spread of cakes, pies, and tea. Theo marveled at the feast, asking if she prepared it all herself. Clarice smiled, explaining that the maids had helped and that she wanted to thank all of them as well. Because of them, she felt at ease about her uncle now. She leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Theo's cheek, who immediately flushed a bright red, hiding his face in his pillow. William pointed out that it wasn't just them who helped. His Grace had done a lot too. Clarice agreed, acknowledging that His Grace had indeed worked hard. The children then swarmed her, pulling her into a warm, joyful hug. Later, as they all relaxed on the floor, surrounded by pillows and stuffed animals, William grew quiet. He confessed that ever since coming here, he'd felt like his efforts were finally being recognized. Clarice was confused. He explained that his mother, the Queen, was a very strict person. As the child of a king, he was raised under suffocatingly strict rules. While he felt happiest when meeting their expectations, he admitted that sometimes it felt so suffocating he could barely breathe. It was during one of those dark times, he recalled, that he met his younger brother in a flashback. A young William wandered a palace balcony, his hands trembling. He felt a nervous tremor run through him, but he heard a sound peeking around a corner. He saw another young boy. The second prince, his rival, the boy, was engrossed in drawing, not a care in the world. William approached, and the boy explained that he liked drawing there because no one scolded him for it. William clenched his fist, realizing they were both struggling in their own ways. He declared that he had no intention of losing to him. The younger Prince Dick then showed him his drawing. It depicted the two of them holding hands. He said with a bright, innocent smile that he hoped they could play together like that someday. In that suffocating palace, William recounted Dick was the only one who saw him as a brother, not as the crown prince. Presence gave him a sense of peace. He explained that his brother was a little different. He had no interest in the nature that suited a king, caring only about what he liked. He wanted his brother to live freely, and that, William declared, was why he wanted to become king, to make the country a comfortable place for someone like him. Back in the present, Theo was wide-eyed, realizing this was probably a state secret. Just then his stomach let out a loud growl, breaking the serious mood. The moment dissolved in a laugh. The next day, it was time for William to leave. Eric stood before him, looking solemn. William recalled Eric's earlier question, did he want to become king, even if it meant competing with his younger brother? He told Eric that he believed he'd already made his answer. Clear. Eric took a breath, his resolve hardening. William smiled, extending a hand. He told Eric it was fine whether he was confirming the truth or testing his resolve. He then formally invited Eric to come to the palace. As his guest, his eyes widened in surprise. He took a firm stance, his voice clear and unwavering. He wished to go with Prince William. The Duke, standing nearby, looked down at his young ward, his expression serious. He asked if Eric understood what he had just decided. Eric met his without flinching and said yes. The Duke's gaze softened with pride. He told Eric that this was his own conviction, and since it was Eric who would bear his own future, he must decide for himself. A bright, determined smile spread across Eric's face. Turning back to William, Eric declared that he wanted to believe in him. He would be watching over him, just as William had once told him to make sure he didn't lose his way. He asked William to please allow him to stay by his side. William's face lit up with pure joy. He thanked Eric and pulled him into a sudden tight hug. Adults watched, surprised and amused by the display. William told Eric to relax, declaring them friends and suggesting they make their friendship even stronger. He insisted Eric call him. Well, he called Eric his true friend. Squeezing him tighter, the Duke stepped forward, his voice cutting through the moment. He stated that he had no intention of opposing Eric's decision from that day forward. He declared their ducal family would stand as the shield of Crown Prince William. His eyes, however, flashed with a dangerous light as he delivered a warning. If one day William proved himself unworthy of protection, that very shield might very well turn against him. William met the Duke's intense gaze without fear. He understood perfectly whether the House of Vanderlyck would truly be his shield. Depending on what happened in the future, he promised to show results worthy of their trust. The Duke gave a slight, approving smile, saying he looked forward to it, a magnificent royal carriage flanked by guards in pristine white uniforms. Waited outside, Clarice and Eric watched in awe as an official announced they had come to escort His Highness. He was truly someone special, William, to Eric one, last time a brilliant smile on his face. He bid him farewell until they met again, then boarded the carriage. Confetti rained down as the carriage departed, the servants and townspeople cheering wildly. William waved from the window, looking every bit the beloved prince. The girls in the crowd swooned, unable to believe they were seeing him in person. Standing on the steps, Clarice admitted she was shocked. She couldn't believe the friendly, unassuming William was the first prince. As the carriage clattered away, William mused aloud that since he had the chance, he'd really like to see the city. His aide Basil Barrington immediately turned on him, his face contorted with fury. He exploded, demanding the prince stop joking around and asking if he realized how many people had been worried sick because of this incident. He reminded him that if his grace hadn't saved him, he'd be dead by now. William just smiled, sheepishly remarking that this wasn't the first time he'd nearly been killed because of the second prince's faction. Basil's anger deflated into exasperation. Another official told Basil it wasn't his fault. William defended his aide, explaining that he was the one who had asked his father, the king, to let him go under the pretense of inspecting the state of the realm. The official had only been tasked with accompanying him. Basil, however, wasn't letting him off the hook. He demanded to know why William would go so far as to disguise himself. There must have been a reason. William smiled, playfully saying he'd tell him later, and that he also needed to tell his mom about this. Basil's expression shifted. He informed William that he was now speaking not as his aide, but as his cousin, and he had a warning to give. He revealed that his Aunt William's mother was very angry with him for leaving without telling her. Washed over William's face, Basil leaned in, a menacing glint in his eye, and said he hoped he could see his cousin again safely. He then grabbed William's tie, choking him slightly. Meanwhile, in a lavish sunlit room in another estate, a maid reported to her mistress that Prince William was with the Duke's family. A woman adorned with an opulent necklace and pissing fiery orange hair listened intently, her expression unreadable and foreboding. In a vast sun-drenched office, Prince William stood with his head bowed low, his attendant beside him in a similar posture of deference. Before them, behind an imposing desk, sat his mother Beatrice. Barretton, the king's royal concubine. The air was thick with unspoken tension. William's barely a whisper as he asked his mother to forgive him for acting so rashly and causing her such worry. A faint, knowing smile played on Beatrice's lips as she looked down at her son. She acknowledged that he had gone out in secret without telling her, fully aware of how reckless it was. William could only agree, his shame a heavy weight in his chest. His mother mused that he must be at that rebellious age, a comment that held no real warmth. Her tone sharpened, the smile vanishing as she laid down the cold, hard truth of his existence. She explained that if he were just an ordinary prince, she would have no issue with his little escapade. But he wasn't. He was the crown prince. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes boring into him as she demanded to know if he truly understood what that meant. William's apology was immediate and sincere, his voice thick with regret. But he couldn't stop the words that tumbled out next, a desperate confession of his true motives. He admitted that he truly wanted to see the noble's real faces. Beatrice's expression remained unreadable as she questioned his meaning. The young prince explained with a raw passion that if he went out as the first crown prince, everyone would simply pawn and act, their faces hidden behind false smiling masks. In his mind's eye, he saw them, a legion of hollow men with identical painted-on smiles there. Insincerity like shattered glass. He knew that no true trust could ever be born from such deceit. His voice cracked with emotion as he confessed that what he truly wanted more than anything was a friend he could trust completely. His eyes wide and pleading met hers as he added that he wanted someone just like his attendant Basil, and like her, his mother. For a long moment, mother and son simply looked at each other, the unspoken weight of their bond filling the space between them. Beatrice's gaze softened almost imperceptibly. Hazel spoke up, then mentioning the name Eric, the eldest son of House Vanderlyck. William confirmed it, thinking to himself that from her tone his mother already knew everything. Beatrice picked up a document, her expression turning calculating. She mused that if the Duke's family was willing to stand as William's shield, it would be a huge step forward in the struggle for succession. However, she cautioned, tapping the paper for emphasis, that all of it only held true if nothing went wrong. Her gaze sharp as a blade fixed on her son, she warned him that the trust he had just begun to build and his entire future could be destroyed by a single reckless action of his. She commanded him to remember that while William bowed his head, once more his voice firm, with a newfound resolve, promising his mother that he would remember her words. Well, in another part of the grand estate, Iris gazed tenderly at baby Theo, sleeping soundlessly in his crib. A soft maternal fondness filled her heart. She recalled how small and fragile he had seemed when they first met, his cheeks like little dumplings. Thankfully, his growth, once delayed by the chaotic release of his magic, was now progressing very well, but a shadow of melancholy crept in her thoughts. There was only 1 week left until her contract ended. She looked at the peaceful baby as silent. Transformation in her mind. He would be fine even without her there. Wouldn't he, a part of her, a selfish, foolish part, wish she could watch him grow for just a little longer in a spacious drawing room? She sat opposite Duke Albert, the silence between them, comfortable yet formal. He was the one to break it, his voice a low rumble as he brought up the matter of her uncle. He informed her that the assassination attempt would likely be handled as if it had never happened. William's faction, he explained, did not want an all-out confrontation with the Queen's faction at this time. Furthermore, he added with a grim look, if he had helped her uncle, it would have become difficult for him to help her. Clarice simply nodded, murmuring that she understood. She thanked him for his efforts. The Duke continued, his crimson eyes intense. He stated that while the assassination attempt would be buried, her uncle's other crimes would not. He would officially be judged as a usurper who had illegally seized a noble title. The consequences, he declared, would be severe. He would be expelled from the nocturnal family, and the title would be returned to its rightful owner. His gaze met hers, and he delivered the final life-altering blow. The title would be returned to her. Her step-siblings would also be removed from the family registry. Her breath hitched, her mind reeling. She would inherit the nocturnal family. A tremor shot through her, her hands clenching in her lap. Could she really follow in her parents' footsteps? Her hesitation was evident, and the Duke laid out the alternative. If she refused to inherit the title, the lands belonging to the nocturnal family would be confiscated by the royal family, and the house would be dissolved entirely. Seeing her distress, he immediately backpedaled with a playful, chibi version of himself, exclaiming that, of course, she would inherit it. His expression softened into a rare, gentle smile. He told her that everything from that family rightfully belonged to her, and that she should accept it with joy. Overwhelmed Clarice could only stammer out her thanks, bowing her head. She had never thought this painful matter would finally be resolved. It was clear to her that His Highness must have put in a great deal of effort to smooth everything over, a realization that brought a fresh wave of gratitude. The Duke, however, had his own thoughts. There were some suspicious matters regarding the inheritance of that title, things he wasn't yet ready to share. He decided that now was not the time to tell her. Instead, he stood, his voice returning to its usual commanding tone. He reminded her that their contract would end soon from now on. He instructed she must fulfill her duties as Countess Nocturnal properly, so that she would no longer be exploited by the Queen's faction. His words echoed in her mind long after he left. Watching these children grow had been her greatest joy, the truth which she had been planning to ask if she could stay just a little bit longer. But the Duke's words, fulfill your duties as Countess Nocturnal, replayed in her head. She couldn't keep acting so childish. If she did, she would only become a burden to His Highness, who had already worked so hard for her sake. Besides that, she couldn't let the royal family seize the house of Nocturnal. A soft noise from the crib drew her attention. She turned back to Theo, her fingers gently tracing the magical bracelet on his tiny wrist, a silent promise to protect this new future. She stood there for a long time, a solitary figure watching over the sleeping child. A sense of unease settled over her. As she walked through the quiet halls, she looked pale, and a passing maid suggested she get some rest. Clarice decided a bit of fresh air might help clear her head and prevent others from worrying, but as she approached the training hall, she froze. A figure was practicing inside, late into the night. It was Eric. He was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. A wave of concern washed over her. Why was he still up so late? She watched from the doorway as his instructor, a kind, faded-faced man with blonde hair, told him to call it a day, warning him that he'd be scolded if he got caught. But Eric protested, his voice strained with frustration, saying he still couldn't use his magic properly. The instructor's voice was gentle as he acknowledged the boy's anxiety about his first battle, but assured him he didn't have to be so tense. Eric's response was filled with a desperate earnestness. He couldn't use a sword, he lamented, so he had to make up for it with magic. His small fist clenched at his sides. He wanted to be useful in the next battle too. The words hit Clarice with the force of a physical blow. Battle, the thought, was a shard of ice in her heart. No way was he going to the battlefield. The next day, she found Eric and Rusty in the same training hall. He was still talking about the next battle, about wanting to be useful. The horror from the night before came crashing back. Clarice's mind screamed, could it be that Lord Eric was going to battlefield? She couldn't hold back any longer. Stepping out from her hiding spot, she demanded to know what they meant. Both Rusty and Eric were startled by her sudden appearance. She demanded to know if Eric was going to battle. The young lord looked flustered, stammering and asking what she was talking about. Clarice's panicked gaze flew to Rusty, pressing him for an answer. The blonde man looked away, unable to meet her eyes. With a heavy sigh, he explained the grim truth. If the next battle against the Queen's homeland Regas broke out, Lord Eric was scheduled to make his first campaign. Rusty's name was a sharp cry from Eric's lips, a plea for him to stop. But Rusty continued, telling the boy this wasn't something he could keep hidden, especially from her. Clarice turned to Eric, her heart aching. She asked him why, taking his small hand in hers. She told him that no matter what, it was far too soon to send him in a battle. Eric looked down, his voice small but firm. He stated that the Grand Duke himself first went to war around his age. A memory flashed through Clarice's mind, the Duke telling her that he too first accompanied his father to the battlefield at that age. It was a harsh tradition, a cruel reality of their world. Rusty elaborated on the delicate political situation for William. To become crowned prince, His Majesty had to officially marry William's mother, the consort. But if that happened, Queen Consort Dick's mother would not remain silent. She had married into this country for the sake of peace between their nations. If she felt that promise had been broken, it wouldn't be strange for her homeland to react with hostility. Clarice understood the politics, but her heart rebelled. Even if war broke out, she cried, why did Lord Eric have to be the one to go? The memory of the Duke's words came back to her, asking Eric if he understood the decision he was making. The young boy's quiet yes echoed in her memory. It was then she realized. Eric turned to her, his expression serious. He explained that he had heard something from Prince William. There was another reason why the prince desperately wanted to be king. It was related to matters of national secret, something he had overheard William discussing. He couldn't speak of the reason now, he admitted, but it only made him want to support Prince William. Even more, he drew himself up, his voice filled with a solemn duty. He was there of Vanderlyck, the key house, defending the North. One day he would surely go to the battlefield. If that was his destiny, then it was better to go now. Rusty, moved by the boy's conviction, wiped a tear from his eye, murmuring how gallant it was that he was going to the battlefield for his friend's sake. Eric immediately corrected him, his cheeks flushing, insisting that Prince William wasn't just some friend. Clarice looked at the determined boy before her, and a sense of calm washed over her fear. She understood. Kneeling down to his level, she took his hands in hers. She told him that if that was his decision, she would support it, or so she said. But later, holding baby Theo, the reality of it crashed down on her. The image of Lord Eric, who was kinder than anyone, standing on a blood-soaked battlefield filled with fire and cross swords, was a vision of pure horror. Just then Rusty approached, a document in hand. He told her it was perfect timing regarding the contract for the inheritance of the magic stone. He asked if the court could borrow the Grand Duke's. For a while, Clarice readily agreed. He handed her a paper, asking her to sign and return it later, but as she looked at it, her eyes widened. It wasn't the document he'd mentioned. It was a marriage contract. She called his name in surprise, and he feigned an apology, claiming it was a mistake and handing her the correct document. But his quiet murmur that the thought of her leaving made him reluctant revealed his true intentions. Clarice fell silent. It was true. Soon she would be leaving the Grand Duke's house. Her mind raced. Lord Eric had always been the one protecting her, She remembered him, shielding her, his small body a barrier against danger this time. She thought with fierce determination. She wanted to protect him, but how could she possibly do that? A memory surfaced, sharp and painful. Eric collapsing from magical exhaustion. Rusty's voice echoed in her mind, explaining that using unique magic puts more strain on the body than normal unique magic. She recalled the Duke's grave warning to Eric not to use that magic recklessly. The Grand Duke's unique magic was that ominous black flame. Even Lord Theo hardly lost his life because of it. But if that was the case, an idea began to form in her mind, a desperate, brilliant spark of hope. The following night, she found Eric in the training hall again, pushing himself to his limits. He was panting, his body trembling with exhaustion. He knew his mana was almost gone. He gritted his teeth, determined to try. Just once more he reached out his hand, summoning the dark, crackling energy, but a sharp stabbing pain shot through his chest. He cried out, stumbling forward as his vision blurred. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a pair of gentle arms wrapped around him, catching him. It was Clarice. He looked up, confused, the heaviness in his body, the searing pain. It was all fading away, replaced by a gentle, soothing warmth. He recognized it instantly. This was Clarice's magic. He felt her presence enveloping him, safe and comforting. Clarice held him, relief washing over her as she told him she was glad he seemed to be fine now. Eric was bewildered, asking why she was there. He recognized the magic as the same one she always used on Theo. Clarice smiled, tired but triumphant in her eyes. She explained that she had searched through every record their family had about its unique magic. She'd found past cases of purification that were similar to his condition. In short, she announced brightly, she could now help him practice his unique magic. He stared at her, noticing the dark circles under her eyes for the first time. He asked if she had stayed up all night researching. She tried to brush it off, saying she was fine and that she had asked Maria to take care of Theo. He called her a fool, his voice soft. He leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek, a silent thank you. He then warned her sternly that if she ever overdid it again, he wouldn't train with her anymore. Clarice, flustered and blushing, could only squeak out a yes. She quickly turned the tables, wagging a finger at him and telling him that he too shouldn't push himself, and they would only practice together for a set time each day. Eric grumbled, but finally agreed. He then insisted that since she was the one who stayed up all night, she should go rest immediately. A few days later, the Duke watched from a balcony as Clarice and Eric trained together in the hall below. Rusty, standing beside him, commented that they were training with unique magic together, and that the Duke had it even given his permission. The Duke's gaze was fixed on the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face as he murmured that it was just a strange thing she'd done. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. He then turned to Rusty, asking about an invitation he was holding. It was an invitation from Royal Palace. Duke noted that woman certainly moved fast. Reading the elegant script, he saw that Clarice had been invited, as well as expression hardened. They had no choice but to go. He couldn't let her go alone. 2 weeks passed in a flurry of training. Eric's control over his dark magic was incredible. Now tendrils of black and blue energy whipping through the air and striking every target with perfect precision. Clarice clapped her hands in delight, telling him how amazing he was and that he had now mastered full control. He had advanced so quickly, he seemed like a completely different person. A bittersweet ache settled in her chest. Tomorrow was the day she would be leaving. She believed she had done her utmost to teach him everything she could. She told him that Lord Albert would be coming to see the results of his training that afternoon, so they should give it their best. Eric simply nodded, his expression unreadable. That afternoon, Clarice waited in the training hall, a cavernous room lined with swords and shields, but Eric hadn't arrived. Yet she began to worry, thinking he should have been there by now. Suddenly, Maria and Rusty appeared, Theo in the maid's arms. They'd come to watch. Clarice told them with growing concern that she still hadn't seen Lord Eric. A flicker of worry crossed Rusty's face. He suggested they split up and look for him, while Maria watched over Theo. Clarice agreed. Immediately, she checked his room, but it was empty. She moved on to the library, the vast silent space, also devoid of the young lord. Where could he have gone? She met back up with the others, her heart sinking when they confirmed they hadn't found him either. Rusty sighed, suggesting that perhaps Eric was feeling down because he had to part with her since she would be returning to her territory tomorrow. The words struck Clarice. Baby Theo, sensing her distress, let out a little coo. She looked down at the child, a thought taking root in her mind. If it was true, if Lord Eric felt the same way she did about their parting. Could it be an image of a quiet sun-dappled garden flashed in her mind, and there he was sitting alone by the base of a tree. Looking small and lost, Clarice approached him quietly, a soft smile on her face. She murmured that she was right to check here. He looked up surprised and asked how she knew he was there. Her smile widened. She told him it was because this was the place where they first spoke. He still remembered, didn't he? She teased him, gently asking how she could possibly forget the way he'd jumped out of a window. Back then, a faint blush crept up his neck. She sat down beside him. She asked if they could talk for a bit, explaining that because she had to go home tomorrow, she wanted to spend her last moments there with him. His reaction was sharp and unexpected. He declared that he didn't want to talk to her, pulling his hand away from her reach. In his haste, his nail scraped against her skin, leaving a small scratch. Gasped, horrified. Clarice quickly reassured him that it was okay, just a small scratch. He was already taking her hand, his expression filled with guilt as he apologized. A warm golden light enveloped her hand as he used his healing magic. She watched in amazement, telling him his healing magic had been so much stronger, far better than when they first met. She meant it sincerely. She told him she really admired him. He was so sincere, she said, and always trying harder than anyone else. He looked up at her, his red eyes wide and searching. She recalled how back then she couldn't use her own healing magic properly, so she had trained even harder. He confessed that he'd wanted to be useful to His Highness, but the reason he worked so hard to train his unique magic was because he didn't want to make her worry. Clarice stared at him, stunned into silence. He continued, his voice trembling as he gripped his shorts. He wanted to prove he wasn't a coward. He wanted her to see him as strong, as someone she could be proud of. Tears welled in his eyes as he repeated that he just didn't want to make her worry. Clarice could only whisper his name, her heart constricting. He confessed that before she came, he had always thought he was useless no matter how hard he tried. He felt he couldn't protect anyone, not his father, his mother, or even Theo. But he choked out he wanted to give it his all. He looked at her, tears streaming down his face, his voice breaking as he cried that he wanted to train so that one day he could hold her. I did it. He used to have nothing, he sobbed, but she had given him so much. It was all thanks to her that he had become like this. His small hands grabbed her dress, his voice a desperate, heartbreaking plea. So he threw himself in her arms, clinging to her as if she were his lifeline. Stay here, Clarice. She was frozen, his words echoing in her soul. She had only been assigned to take care of him under contract. I think he felt this deeply for her. A deep voice suddenly cut through the emotional moment, asking what the two of them were doing over there. It was the Duke. Clarice quickly tried to correct her posture, stammering his title, while Eric wiped furiously at his eyes. The Duke's gaze was stern as he told his son that a man shouldn't cry and cling to a woman. He shouldn't do things that would hold her back. Instead, he should protect her. Eric sniffled, protesting that tomorrow Clarice would be leaving. The Duke cut him off, informing them that he had to go to the palace because the king's concubine had summoned him, and Clarice, he added, must come along as well. Clarice was shocked. The Duke explained that this was related to the succession of the title. In any case, they had to go to the palace. Given the timing, he mused the possibility that the Queen's faction would make a move was high. He turned his attention back to his son. He told Eric that he had to prepare various things, and while he was away, Eric must look after Clarice. He asked him if he could do that. Eric's eyes, still red from crying, filled with a new fierce determination. He wiped away his tears and stood tall before his father, his voice ringing with conviction as he answered with a resounding yes. A proud, gentle smile graced his face as she watched the two of them. They arrived at the consort's residence, a palace of breathtaking opulence, as the grand door swung open, revealing an interior bathed in golden light. They were announced. Prince William and his mother Beatrice stood waiting for them. The prince welcomed Duke Vanderlyck. Eric and Lady Clarice. Beatrice's smile was perfectly pleasant as she said it was a pleasure to meet Countess Clarice, nocturnal, adding that she had heard stories about her from her son. Then her gaze shifted to the Duke, a familiar, almost intimate smile grazing her lips as she greeted him. It had been a long time, she said. Duke Albert, the name so casual and personal, sent a jolt of pure shock through Clarice. Her eyes widened disbelief as she stared at the two of them, the world tilting on its axis. The air in the grand drawing room grows still, the light from the tall windows, seeming to freeze in place of voice smooth, yet carrying a hint of steel cuts through the quiet. A woman with hair like fiery autumn leaves stands before Duke Albert, a faint knowing smile on her lips marked that it had been a while. The Duke, his expression an unreadable mask of stoicism, addresses her by name, his voice low and even. Beatrice Barretton. At the sound of that name, a jolt sharp and electric shoots through Clarice. She and young Eric watch from a distance, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they see the Duke standing so close to this unknown woman. Eric lets out a small shocked gasp, questioning if it was truly Elle she was addressing so familiarly. They are seated around a low table in an opulent salon, the tension a stark contrast to the outings the woman Beatrice gestures with teacup in hand, her voice laced with a casual authority. She tells them this isn't a formal event, so there's no need to be so stiff. She explains that they are among trusted people, not just relatives, but also childhood friends. The words hang in the air, and for Clarice and Eric, the world seems to tilt on its axis. Childhood friends, thought explodes in their minds, a shocking revelation that reframes everything they thought they knew about the reserved Duke. Beatrice Williams' biological mother, and a daughter of the influential Barretton family renowned for her wisdom and magical skill, turns her sharp gaze on the Duke. She comments that his face as intimidating as ever, chiding him for not trying to look a bit friendlier. His reply is clipped and devoid of emotion. He was born with a face like this. Beatrice says, theatrically conceding that there's nothing to be done about that. She then sets her teacup down, the gentle clink of porcelain echoing like a gavel. Her smile vanishes, and her crimson eyes sharp as daggers fixate on Clarice. She states Clarice's full name, Clarice Nocturnal, each syllable a pronouncement. Beatrice's voice is deceptively soft as she asks Clarice to tell her about herself. Clarice, feeling pinned by that intense gaze, can only manage a stammered yes. Beatrice continues, stating she heard Clarice used to be a caretaker at the Vanderlyck residence. Her eyes narrow slightly as she asked a pointed question. Did Clarice get what she was looking for? Clarice, confused but truthful, confirms that she recovered the magic stone she was searching for. Beatrice's lips curve into a cold, knowing smirk. He presses further, asking if that was all. Her voice drops to a near whisper, laced with venomous insinuation, suggesting that what Clarice truly wanted wasn't the magic stone, but a connection with the Duke's family. She continues her verbal assault, praising Clarice's cleverness in ingratiating herself with Albert. She mentions hearing that Clarice not only escaped execution, but also secured inheritance rights. Beatrice leans back, her expression smug, concluding that if Albert hadn't protected her, Clarice would never have gotten this far. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, suffocating Clarice. She stammers, her hands flying up in panic, denial, insisting she had no such intention at all. Internally, she screams. This woman was even scarier than the rumors suggested. Beatrice waves a dismissive hand, claiming she doesn't mean to corner her. Instead, she offers support. Clarice is bewildered, asking what she means. Beatrice reveals that one of the reasons Albert was summoned to the palace was so he could get married, and she adds with a pointed look, Albert had mentioned he wouldn't mind if Clarice were one of the candidates. However, given Clarice's blood relation with Count Nocturnal, Beatrice felt the need to be more cautious. Beatrice's piercing red eyes bore into Clarice, silently demanding an answer. The pressure is immense, a silent battle of wills playing out across the tea table. Clarice takes a deep breath, her hands clenched in her lap. She admits that from the outside, she might seem like a fortunate woman that is only a surface appearance. She confesses that if she had been smarter, she wouldn't have caused the Grand Duke's family so much trouble. Her voice is filled with genuine remorse as she states that she is not someone who can live up to such expectations. Beatrice listens, her expression unreadable. Clarice's voice gains a quiet strength. She says that if there's anything she can be proud of, it's protecting the Vanderlyck family. A gentle, radiant smile graces her lips as she thinks of the children, her heart swelling with affection. She finishes by saying she is proud of doing what she can for them. Before Beatrice can respond, the Duke's voice cuts in sharp and final, "That's enough." He stands protectively beside Clarice's glare fixed on Beatrice. He tells her that Clarice is not the woman she's afraid she is, and orders her to stop testing Clarice. His voice drops to a low growl filled with a chilling intensity as he calls her actions irritating. Clarice looks up at him, her heart skipping a beat. "He's silent, your grace," on her lips. Beatrice looks stunned, muttering if he can't be serious, but from Beside her, a small, determined voice pipes up. He declares that his father is right. With his chest puffed out and his hands on his hips, he proclaims that Clarice is an extraordinary woman, and if his father and Clarice don't marry, then he will marry Clarice himself and make her happy. The room falls into a stunned silence. Eric, realizing what he just said, flushes a brilliant red, stammering that he didn't mean it like that. Clarice can't help but giggle in her hand, her heart warmed by his fierce loyalty. The Duke, however, looks at Beatrice with cold finality. He states that even Clarice has no intention of marrying him, so there is no need to discuss this any further. Beatrice murmurs that she sees, admitting she had thought that at one point in Albert's memory his knights expressed their shock, unable to believe Clarice would reject him. Albert had tried to brush it off. Clarice, seizing the opportunity to change the subject, asked Beatrice why she wants to arrange a marriage for his grace and what kind of relationship they have. Beatrice explains that as William's mother and a royal consort would be problematic if the Duke, acting as William's protector, remained unmarried. She elaborates that while Albert could easily reject marriage proposals in the past, as a Duke there are some he can no longer refuse. Her gaze slides back to the Duke, a silent question in her eyes. Clarice's own heart clenches. Were there really marriage proposals like that for him? The Duke's voice is firm, his red eyes flashing with irritation. He instead, even so, it has nothing to do with Clarice. Beatrice sighs, conceding that his point is understandable. She then turns to her son William, telling him there is a private matter she needs to discuss with Albert. She instructs him to please see the guests out. William nods dutifully and gestures for Clarice and Eric to follow him later. Seated at a table on a sun terrace, William asks if Clarice is all right. He apologizes for his mother, explaining that she is strict with everyone. Clarice shakes her head, saying it's understandable given her position, but her mind drifts back to Duke's words. He tried to protect her from the consort. A strange, unfamiliar ache spreads through her chest. Why? The question echoes in her mind, leaving her feeling breathless and tight-chested. Meanwhile, Beatrice watches them from a balcony above. She remarks to the Duke that Eric is quite remarkable, and that if he were born a woman, she'd definitely make him William's fiancé. The Duke flatly refuses such a terrifying thought, stating that a connection with her is out of the question. Beatrice teases him for being so cold and sensitive to matters between men and women, just as he's always been. She heard from William about his obliviousness. The Duke demands to know what she's talking about. Completely lost, Beatrice just shakes her head, muttering that sometimes ignorance is bliss, because some things are better left unnoticed. Then her tone becomes serious again. She asks about the engagement, wanting to know if he intends to accept it. The Duke looks away, admitting that honestly he has no intention of marrying, but this time he adds grimly, it seems he can't say that so easily. A few days later at the royal palace, Clarice is with Eric and William. William is explaining the tradition of a study group where attendants and future key figures are brought together with the princes. He announces with a bright smile that they will be holding one soon and are in the process of selecting members. Eric immediately declares that he'd like to take part as well, and William enthusiastically agrees. William throws his arms around a flustered Eric, thanking his friend and telling him he's counting on him. As Clarice watches them, a thought strikes her, the fact that the Duke and Beatrice are childhood friends. Could it be they were also members of that study group? Later, inside the palace, an official informs Clarice that the succession process is now complete. As he leaves, Eric runs up to her, calling her name. He asks if everything went smoothly with the inheritance. He then chides her gently, saying it's dangerous to walk around the palace alone, with a blush dusting his cheeks. He holds out his hand. He asks her to hold his hand. Okay, Clarice smiles warmly, taking his small hand in hers and telling him he's truly dependable. They walk hand in hand down the gleaming corridor. Suddenly, Eric stops. His body tensing. Flores asks him to wait a second. He points down a side hallway, his expression confused. Peeking around the corner, they see a group of children. A boy with glasses is yelling at a small dark-haired girl, calling her an arrogant brat. Clarice wonders what's going on. The boy shoves the girl, yelling that he told her to back off. The girl stumbles backward, and Clarice cries out for him to watch out, rushing forward and catching the girl. Just before she hits the floor, she holds the trembling child, asking if she's okay. Clarice's heart melts. The girl is adorable, like a living doll with soft hair and big, beautiful eyes, but she quickly shakes her head, realizing this isn't the time for that. She turns to the bullies, her voice firm, telling them that while she doesn't know what's going on, they shouldn't reside. Lance, the lead boy, scoffs, demanding to know who she is and telling her to mind her own business. He boasts that he is Lord Leopold, the heir of the Caldy Marquis family. Clarice recognized him. So he's the type who hides behind his parents' power, she thinks with disdain. Just as she's about to speak, Eric steps forward, his small boots clicking decisively on the marble floor. Standing protectively in front of the girl, he declares that she is now under the protection of his family. He challenges the bully, asking if he has the courage to face of their family. Lord Leopold sputters, demanding to know who he is too. Acts so arrogantly, Eric's voice is cold as steel. For Leopold's information, he is from the Vanderlyck Ducal family. A chilling smirk plays on Eric's lips as he leans and is glowing with an unnerving light. He asks if Leopold is sure he wants to pick a fight with Duke Albert. The name Vanderlyck hits Leopold like a physical blow. He pales, remembering the terrifying rumors of the Duke, who sends even children to the battlefield. That's the family of that terrifying Duke. Overcome with fear, Leopold screams that he doesn't want to die and flees down the hall, his crony scrambling after him. The little girl thanks Eric, telling him he's amazing. Clarice asks her if she's all right. The girl nods, thanking them both and apologizing for the trouble. When Clarice asks if they usually bully her, the girl explains that they were angry because she was the first to be chosen for the prince's study group and thought she was being arrogant. Eric asks her to tell them more details about that. As they walk through the palace, the little girl tells them about the current situation. The children of high-ranking nobles are gathering to meet the princes, but only a few are chosen for the study group based on family status and compatibility. She then adds another piece of information that stops Clarice in her tracks. She will soon be engaged to someone from a high-ranking noble family. That was also the reason she was allowed to join. Clarice is shocked a child this young is already getting married. The girl, Celestine, clenches her small hands, her voice filled with determination. She says that since she's been accepted, she wants to do her duty properly as His Highness's study companion. Clarice's heart aches for this kind, beautiful child. She takes Celestine's hands in her own, promising to support her. Eric chimes in, announcing that he will also be participating in the study group, so they should do their best together. Celestine's face lights up with a brilliant smile as she agrees. The two children shake hands, and Clarice can't help but smile at how cute they are. But a dark thought lingers in her mind. Even so, to accept a marriage with a girl of young, she wonders what that man's intentions are. A surge of protective anger flows through her. If he's a scumbag, she really wants to beat him up. As they round a corner, a familiar voice calls her name. Clarice, you're back. It's the Duke standing before them like a formidable statue. Clarice explains that she is currently accompanying this girl. Celestine steps forward and gives a perfect curtsy. She offers her greetings to His Grace Duke Vanderlyck and introduces herself as Celestine Caldy. Then she drops the bombshell as His Grace's fiancée. She says, allow me to introduce myself. The world shatters. Clarice and Eric stare, their faces frozen in utter shock. She is his fiancée. Celestine stands before the Duke, her head bowed. Politely, the Duke looks at her, his expression unreadable, and says her name, Celestine. The memory of that scumbag Clarice was imagining moment ago flashes in her mind, his face now replaced with the Duke's bitter smile. Touches her lips. She muses that she didn't expect that man to be Lord Albert. The Duke, seeing her expression, begins to protest, but Clarice cuts him off, her smile turning into a mask of polite understanding. She knows, she says, engagements are a noble's duty, so there must be a reason. The Duke admits he hasn't given his answer about the engagement, yet explaining that he thinks Caldy asked her to meet him first to convey his regards. Celestine, sensing the tension, apologizes, saying she didn't know Eric ever so real. Looks up at his father and asks if from now on he should call Lady Celestine stepmother. The question hangs awkwardly in the air. Celestine is just confused, asking if Eric is his son. The Duke wants to explain, but Clarice, in a moment of panic, blurted out that he shouldn't make her fulfill her wifely duties until she comes of age. He snaps at her to wait, insisting he has no such intention. He reaches out his hand, closing around her wrist, his voice desperate. He begs her to let him explain the whole story, but Clarice pulls her arm away. There's no need for that, she says, her voice colder than she intended, because she continues this matter is no longer her concern. The words are out before she can stop them, and she immediately regrets how loud and final they sound. Silence descends thick and heavy. Clarice avoids his gaze, turning to the young girl beside her. She tells the Duke that if he wishes to explain the circumstances, he should tell Steen, not her. She hopes he'll convey his intentions to her first. The Duke jaw tightens. He informs Celestine that the engagement hasn't been decided yet, and that he will inform her later. Then, turning on his heel, he tells Clarice that until the engagement is officially announced, she should please refrain from any unnecessary contact with that. He takes Celestine's hand and walks away, leaving Clarice and Eric standing alone in the silent, gilded hallway. Celestine looks back, a smile confused, escaping her lips. Clarice watches them go, her heart a leaden weight, in her chest a piece of paper. And Celestine's hand catches her eye, and she wonders what it is. Just then a cheerful voice breaks the somber mood. Prince William strides towards them, demanding to know what they're all doing there. He greets them warmly, his presence a welcome distraction. William leads them to a secluded garden pavilion, his secret spot. He explains that the engagement likely happened because he and Eric are friends. The Vanderlyck family guards the northern region and is supposed to support him. William, who is not the heir to the throne, therefore Marquis Caldy's distant grandfather, arranged the engagement to show that his faction was treating both of the prince's factions fairly. Eric looks down, his expression troubled. Celestine apologizes, saying they got involved because of her. But then she brightens, declaring that she actually feels lucky to be able to marry his grace. With renewed determination, she vows to do her best to birth to a healthy heir for the Vanderlyck family. The other three stare at her, utterly speechless. William, ever the blunt one, tells her there's no need to overthink it. He points out that she's clearly only becoming his wife, symbolically. The words, though not meant to be cruel, crush Celestine's spirit. William immediately panics, trying to backtrack. As Eric is named in exasperation, Clarice shoots William a sharp look and asks if they can talk for a moment. Later, sitting alone with Celestine, Clarice asked her gently if she's sure she's prepared to fulfill her duties as a noble woman. She presses, asking if Celestine is sure she won't regret it. Clarice believes that the Duke is a man who would truly value her feelings, and that if she really didn't want this, he would surely do something about the engagement. Celestine looks down, her voice barely a whisper. She confesses that there's someone she's always considered special, but she says, her hands twisting in her lap, a noble isn't allowed to just fall in love. Her only worth is to marry for the sake of her family. And bear an heir. Clarice's heart breaks for her. She asks if that's what her family told her. She understands that notion of a woman's value is common among nobles, but she wants to know more. She takes Celestine's hands, her gaze earnest. She tells her she wants to know her, not just the daughter of Marquis Caldy. After a moment of hesitation, Clarice introduces herself properly, a proud, warm smile on her face. She is Clarice Nocturnal, and she's a countess. She promises Celestine that she will be her strength. Celestine's eyes go wide with astonishment. A countess, a woman who inherited a noble title and governs her own territory. She is complete different from me, Celestine thinks, and she takes Clarice's offered hand, a shy smile on her face as she says it's nice to meet her, and that Clarice is so cool. Looking at the kind faces of William, Eric, and Clarice, a new feeling blossoms Celestine's chest. Hope. She thinks about how she never had the courage to say what she truly felt, but maybe with this person she could find her voice. A quiet thought, fragile as spun glass, echoes in the silence of the garden. Celestine wonders if she could ever be forgiven for her true feelings for the dreams she holds so close to her chest. If she confesses them, especially if it's to this person, the kind silver-haired woman before her, what would happen? She recounts her family's painful history, her voice a soft, melancholic whispered on the breeze. She has heard the stories. She explains of how her father were nobles who failed to fulfill their duties, falling in love and acting selfishly. Eventually, the drag by force, her father remarried, taking a new wife from a prestigious count's family, while her own biological mother lived apart from them for most of her life, passing away only last year. Eric, sitting at the table, listens with wide, startled eyes, the weight of her story settling heavily in the air. The woman's gentle gaze falls upon the handkerchief Celestine is clutching. She asks if the intricate embroidery the family crest meant for her fiancé was something her mother taught her. Celestine hesitantly confirms it is. A sad, nostalgic smile touched Celestine's lips as she holds the delicate fabric. She explains that her mother was a woman of great initiative. Though she was practically confined, she somehow befriended a merchant and began doing embroidery work. In secret, a spark of life enters Celestine's eyes as she recalls her mother's words, a promise whispered in the quiet moments they shared. Her mother used to say that once Celestine grew up and they had enough money, they would open a small shop together. The woman's expression softens with understanding. She sees now why Celestine loves embroidery so much. Celestine's face lights up, and she eagerly adds that she loves making clothes too, proudly stating that secretly adjusted the dress she's wearing herself. But the joy is fleeting, extinguished by the shadow of a memory. Cutting voice of her father echoes in her mind, a venomous reminder of her place. His words have been a cage telling her that her only duty was to bear and raise and air. The memory leaves her breathless, her eyes wide, with a familiar, suffocating fear. She stammers, trying to retract her hopeful words, promising that, of course, once she's married, she won't do such things. But the woman cuts through her panic with a cry, exclaiming what a waste that would be. Her smile is brilliant, a beacon of warmth, as she declares that she loves Celestine's embroidery. Celestine's breath catches in her throat, her green eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Small, wondrous sound escapes her lips. A genuine, bubbling laugh breaks free, the first she's felt on so long. Her voice thick with emotion, that the woman is the first person to ever say that other than her own mother. The woman reaches across the table, her hand gently covering Celeste. She tells her with a voice full of sheer conviction that she truly wants to support her. So please, she begs. Don't cry. Clarice looks at the weeping girl, her heart aching with empathy. She can tell just how much the memories of her late mother have been the sole pillar supporting this child. It reminds her of her own past, of the bond she shared with her own mother, the simple joy of creating something beautiful together. She feels a fierce protective urge rise within her. She wants Celestine to hold on to those precious feelings no matter what happens later. In a grand drawing room, Clarice faces the Duke. She begins by apologizing for her actions, earlier admitting that even though His Highness tried to explain everything, she acted on her own. But the Duke shakes his head, his expression somber. He insists that it was his fault, that he didn't choose his words carefully, and he is the one who should be sorry. He explains the grim reality of the situation. As for the matter with Celestine, he doesn't think her engagement to him is the best course of action, but simply refusing it might ignite civil unrest. He is still considering an alternative plan. Clarice's heart sinks. So she thinks undoing this engagement really is difficult. After all, the Duke's gaze is piercing as he asks if it still bothers her. Clarice's hands clench in her lap. She confesses that, of course, she wants to do something for young girls forced into marriage like this. A phantom pain from her past surfaces, a memory of herself as a young girl, trying so hard to act strong when all she truly wanted was someone to rely on. She looks at him, her eyes shining with a profound gratitude that leaves him momentarily stunned. She tells him that thanks to his help, she was able to make her own wish come true, and that is why she wants to pass on the joy he gave her to someone else. A faint, dangerous smile plays on his lips. He promises to do whatever he can in the worst scenario. He declares with chilling seriousness he'll simply destroy the Marquis family and set her free. Clarice's eyes go wide in comical horror, and she quickly insists that is absolutely not allowed. Her expression shifts, a determined glint in her eye, as she tells him that actually she has a proposal of her own. Meanwhile, at the royal palace greenhouse garden, the crown prince surveys the lush greenery. He muses aloud that this must be the garden where Lady Celestine met her lover, and suggests to Eric that they start asking around. He then sighs with exasperation, lamenting that Eric temporarily stepped away from his study meeting for this good grief. He remembers that the man Celestine met was said to have black hair and red. Just like Eric, he pulls the hood of his dark cloak, explaining it would be bad if someone saw him and Lady Celestine together. With a flourish, he reveals himself transformed into a dashing blonde young man. He declares it a family heirloom, a transformational artifact. With this, he can even change how old he looks, and as long as he keeps a low profile, no one will. Notice he warns that the magic consumption is crazy. So it won't last long. Eric stares, the prince's words echoing in his mind. Transmigration artifact, greenhouse garden, black hair. A sudden, shocking realization dawns on him. He stammers, wondering if it could be the prince calls his name, Eric, snapping him out of his daze. At that moment, Clarice arrives, thinking to herself that she was sure they said everyone was in the courtyard. Her thoughts are interrupted when she spots a familiar figure. It's the young man from earlier, and he is standing over Celestine, his face twisted in a sneer. He is Celestine's half-brother, Leopold. He spits that he doesn't want to admit she's his half-sister, but warns her that someone as useless as she is will be cast aside one day. His voice drips with contempt as he adds, just like your mother, was the cruel word strikes Celestine like a physical blow, and she flinches, her face pale, before he can say more Clarice steps between them, her presence a shield for the trembling girl. She tells him sharply that even if it's a sibling quarrel, there are things he shouldn't say. Leopold demands to know who she is. Clarice declares herself a supporter, a fan of Celestine. She correctly guesses that he's worried Celestine will be neglected by the Grand Duke's house, because if she lacks merits, she smiles serenely, telling him there's no need to worry with. Celestine's skill, owning her own dress atelier, wouldn't just be a dream. Leopold scoffs at the idea, arguing that women can't just do as they please, that the Grand Duke would never allow it. But Clarice's smile only widens. She informs him that the Grand Duke himself said he would be delighted if Celestine takes the lead and helps develop the region, which is known for its luminous silk. She leans close to Celestine, her voice a cantorial whisper. She tells the girl that if she truly hates the idea of marrying into the Grand Duke's family, Clarice can hide her in secret. She encourages Celestine to think together about what she truly wants to do. The words are a key, unlocking a dream Celestine had long since buried. My own Athelia, tears well in her eyes as she asks if that's really all right, her voice breaking on a sob as she asks if she truly doesn't have to give up. Clarice gently affirms that of course not. Leopold in rage bellows for her to stop saying whatever she wants. His tirade is cut short by a cold, quiet voice from behind him advising him that he'd stop right there. If he were him, a figure steps out from the sun-drenched archway, his presence commanding and impossibly regal. Stella Stein gasped, covering her mouth. It can't be. That's the one from that time. The Crown Prince grins, explaining that it's a magic tool. He pulls up his hood and with a flourish transforms back into his blonde-haired self. Clarice watches, stunned as soft, escaping her lips as the truth dawns on her. Then, that really was Lord Eric. A wry thought crosses her mind. She's already worried about him. In 10 years, she can already picture it, these two kids falling head over heels for each other. Still, she muses, he really does look just like his grace. The Grand Duke, Leopold stammers, utterly intimidated by Eric's sudden appearance and the sheer force of his noble aura. Eric looks at him with an unnerving, calm expression and states a simple fact. He knows Leopold actually likes Celestine. Doesn't he? The Crown Prince claps his hands in sudden understanding, realizing it's that classic scenario where you tease the person you like. The truth hits Leopold like a lightning bolt. He collapses to his knees, utterly mortified. His face burns red as he glances up at Celestine, who looks back at him with wide, confused eyes. Overwhelmed, he declares that's enough for today and scrambles to flee, only to be stopped by Clarice, who asks if she might have a word with him. The young lord finds himself frozen in place. Utterly cowed, they sit together on a quiet garden bench. Clarice speaks, gently acknowledging that it must have been confusing for him when one day he suddenly gained an adorable older sister. Leo pulled shoulder slump. He confesses that he knows Celestine is a good girl and cute too, but since she was considered the shame of the house, his mother told him that Celestine needed to be properly disciplined and that he should be strict with her. Clarice points out the flaw in his logic. If he keeps going like this, Celestine will end up hating him. He sputters, protesting that he's only doing it for her sake, but Clarice calmly asks if anyone actually likes being yelled at or blamed. Later, under the magnificent glass pane ceiling of the conservatory, Leopold faces his sister. He manages to choke out an apology, admitting he's been awful. Until now, he confesses that he didn't want their mother to scold her again. Celestine's eyes widen in understanding, and a radiant smile breaks her face as she thanks him, calling him Leo. Flustered, Leo warns her to be careful, because if he isn't number one, their mother will hit her again. Before turning and running off, Clarice watches him go, chuckling to herself. He managed to say how he really felt. The flustered boy turns back for a moment, bashfully asking Clarice if he can call her his mentor. She's honored, which makes him beam. He declares that he's counting on her before. Running off again, the prince appears beside Eric, glad it all worked out, but asks how Eric figured it out. Eric looks away, a faint blush on his cheeks, as he recalls the image of the beautiful older sister who suddenly appeared at their home. He murmurs that he just had a feeling. That's all. Celestine approaches Clarice, her expression earnest. She says there's something she wanted to talk about. Soon the four of them are seated at a small table in the garden. Celestine begins to explain that day she came to the royal palace for the pre-debutante party. She got Lark helped her. She remembers him kneeling before her taking her hand and promising to take her there, telling her not to cry. It was her first big event since being taken in by the Marcus's family. She was nervous and terrified, but thanks to Lord Eric talking to her, she found the courage to go on. She wanted to thank him properly. Eric looks down, a troubled expression on his face. He apologizes, admitting he couldn't remember right away. Truth was he explains a lot, and after that, and his memories around that time are kind of fuzzy. Clarice's heart clenches. Could it be because of his parents? A horrifying image is in her mind, a vision of a baby Eric on the floor next to the bodies of a man and a woman surrounded bloody darkness. But Eric quickly shakes his head, insisting it's nothing like that. Celestine immediately backbites, flustered, assuring him he must have had his own circumstances. She shyly confesses that she just fell for him on her own. Without his permission, the crown prince, ever the opportunist, chimes in with a bright idea. Why don't they get engaged? He reasons an engagement between kids might be easier than a marriage. Eric sputters in protest, but Celeste notices he doesn't seem to truly dislike the idea. She clasps her hands, considering it an engagement with Lord Eric. Clarice watches the scene unfold, a knowing smile on her face. Taking a deep breath, Celestine turns to Eric. She formally asks if someone like her might be worthy, and if he would accept her. She makes a solemn vow, her eyes shining with determination, that one day she will definitely make him fall for her. She asks him to please give her that chance. She quickly adds that, of course, if he ever comes to dislike her, they can annul the engagement. Right away, after a moment of silence, Eric simply says, okay. A small blush dusts his cheeks as he adds that this whole thing was his fault, so he'll take responsibility properly. He extends his hand to her, his expression soft and earnest, and asks her to first tell him more about herself. Celestine's face breaks into a joyful, beaming smile as she accepts. Watching from a distance is a beautiful red-haired woman, the Queen Beatrice. She remarks that you actually managed to win over Leopold. Not bad. She finds that girl Celestine truly interesting. She turns to her lady in waiting and gives an order to recommend her, and surprise them for her back at the mansion. Clarice sees the Grand Duke dressed in imposing armor. She asks with a tilt of her head if he's heading to battle. He replies coolly that he's about to have a talk with the Marquise. In the opulent reception room of the Marquise Caldy residence, the Marquise and a nervous Celestine sit opposite the Grand Duke. As promised, Albert went to have a discussion with Marquise Caldy, with Eric sitting stoically by his side, a very picture of a miniature duke. The Marquis' eyes are fixed on the long sword resting against the Duke's chair, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Following this intimidating meeting, he officially proposed Eric and Celestine's engagement. Since the Marquis' primary goal was to secure a bond with the Grand Duke's family, there was no reason for him to refuse, and thus, with the scratch of a quill on parchment, the two were officially engaged. As the Duke and the two children depart, Celestine walks between them, small hopeful smile on her face as she and Eric glance at each other. The Marquis watches them leave from his window, his face a mask of fury for Celestine to speak against him, that child who always nodded quietly to whatever he said since she was little. Now wears the face of someone entirely different. He wonders if it's the Grand Duke's son's influence. Even seed is whoever filled Celestine's head with such strange ideas. He turns to his subordinate, his voice a low growl. He gives a quiet order to make sure the Grand Duke never finds out of the nocturnal family's royal capital mansion. Sunlight streams into the study. Clarice sits at her desk, diligently working through a mountain of paperwork. Her butler enters, clearing his throat and correcting himself mid-sentence as he addresses her not as Lady Clarice, but as Lady of the House. Clarice smiles, warmly apologizing for dragging them all into this so suddenly and expressing her gratitude that they've all accepted her. The butler insists it's only natural, adding with some satisfaction that the household was delighted by her return, especially after her corrupt Baron relatives were finally imprisoned. He shares that it was refreshing to see the royal envoys take them away. He apologizes for his outburst, but Clarice just thanks him. She looks around the study, the only place that hasn't changed since her parents were alive. She feels a renewed sense of purpose, knowing it's now up to her to protect what they once did. And it's all thanks to the Grand Duke. At the Grand Duke's residence, Albert announces to his family that Celestine will be staying at their house for a while. Watching Eric and Celestine together, a pang of melancholy hits Clarice. She thinks to herself that perhaps she isn't needed here after all. But then Eric approaches his father. He looks up at the Duke with wide, pleading eyes and asks his father-in-law if he could please grant him a favor. The title leaves the Grand Duke utterly speechless. The next day, Clarice is greeted by the delightful sight of baby Theo, who has arrived at her mansion, happily calling her name the Grand Duke, stand behind him, explaining that he is sorry to impose when she's just inherited the title Clarice, assures him it's no trouble at all though. She admits she was surprised to see him first thing in the morning. She is simply glad he called for her. From a hidden vantage point, Eric and Celestine watch the tender reunion. They whisper to each other, marveling at how the two truly seem to have feelings for each other, and how well their little act worked. It was all a scheme, Eric's theater with Eric, as the director, using his ultimate destructive power, puppy dog eyes, to convince his father to bring Theo to see Clarice. They congratulate themselves on the success of the Happiness Support Squad. After that, Clarice began visiting the Grand Duke's residence during breaks from her official duties, though she still felt and used to being treated as a guest, rather than a caretaker. As she sits with them, she finds herself wondering about Queen Beatrice's order for her to remain in the capital. As she prepares to leave, she says goodbye to Lord Theo. A few days later, a fierce storm rages outside. Clarice is in her study, the rain lashing against the windows. She lets out a sigh of relief. Having finally caught up on all her work, a wave of loneliness washes over her as she realizes she hasn't seen Theo. These past few days at the Grand Duke's mansion, she could always hear Eric and Theo's laughter. It's so quiet here. She glances at the window, unnerved by the intensity of the storm, hoping nothing happens suddenly. Her butler bursts into the room, his face pale with panic. He cries out that something terrible has happened. Clarice rushes to the gates to find the Grand Duke standing in the torrential downpour, his usual composure completely gone. His voice is strained with desperation as he tells her that Theo has lost control. Clarice's blood runs cold. Duke grabs her arm and pulls her through the mansion, his steps urgent. In the nursery, a terrifying sight awaits. Little Theo is wailing in his crib, but he's surrounded by a swirling vortex of volatile magic. The sheer power is suffocating, far stronger than when she first met him. Eric yells for Clarice to stay back, but she rushes forward, scooping the child into her arms. In her embrace, Theo's cries soften, his volatile magic slowly receding as he clutches onto her. A wave of profound relief washes over Clarice, thank goodness. But the relief is shattered in an instant. A sudden agonizing pain, sharp as a shard of ice, explodes in her chest, her hand flying to her heart as she cries out. Eric screams her name. A young boy's eyes widen in horror as a figure crumples to the floor just ahead of him. Panic seizes him as he recognizes the fall of silver hair. He cries out her name, Clarice, his voice cracking with terror. She lies still, her face a deathly pale, the floor around her dusted with the foul remnants of corrupted mana. Just as her hand falls limp, a man's hand reaches out. Grand Duke Albert sweeps her into his arms, his handsome face a mask of frantic concern as he calls her name, desperately asking if she is all right. Clarice's eyes flutter open with a weary sorrow. She leans her head against the solid wall of his chest and whispers a faint apology with a strength she doesn't feel. She pushes herself away, slightly, trying to reassure him, insisting that she's fine. Really, her voice is a fragile thread, but her will is unbreakable. She tells him that, as for Lord Theo, she will save him. Algernon stares down at her, his crimson eyes unreadable as he murmurs her name. A wave of nauseating dizziness washes over her, this pain the grim. Familiarity is a cold comfort. It's the same agonizing drain she felt the very first time she purified Theo. Clasping a hand to her chest, she steadies her trembling body, her resolve hardening like steel. This is precisely why she knows she can endure. It's a price she has always been willing to pay. Her eyes blaze with an unshakable conviction she will never ever give up on Theo. Gathering the wailing infant into her arms, she pours her sacred power into him, a brilliant warm light enveloping them both, sinister energy coiling around. Theo shrieks and recoils, consumed by her golden glow. But the darkness is tenacious, swirling and lashing out like a cornered beast. Eric screams in pure terror, begging her not to do it, his small voice filled with the horrifying certainty that she will be swallowed by the miasma. Clarice merely grits her teeth, the immense strain carving lines of pain on her face as she pushes through the agony. Suddenly, a strong arm wraps around her from behind, pulling her back against a solid, unyielding chest. Albert is there, his hand covering hers over Theo, his presence a living shield. He tells her, his voice low and firm, firm to stop. Already Clarice looks up, her breath catching in her throat, her blue eyes wide with surprise. His crimson gaze is fixed on her, his expression deadly serious. He tells her that if she go any further, she'll be in danger. She starts to protest, her voice tight with worry for the child. But what about Lord Theo? Albert's hand gently covers hers over the baby's chest, silent reassurance. He tells her that he understands. He promises to handle the overflowing magic himself. Her only job, he says, is to focus on protecting Theo. A surge of trust flows through her, and she agrees without hesitation. Albert's gaze becomes intensely focused, a brilliant blue magic surging from his hand, dark, crackling tendrils of raw power wrap around his arm. As he unleashes his formidable magic, the blue light crashes against the suffocating black miasma surrounding Theo, and Clarice can only watch in absolute awe. It's incredible. His Highness's magic is so powerful, it's burning right through Theo's corrupted energy. The valorous collide. Albert's controlled, devastating force, incinerating the darkness, the golden light of her purification, and the electric blue of his power combine, a dazzling spectacle that finally blessedly pushes back the shadows. Little Theo, now from the curse, settles peacefully in her arms, his tiny face serene in sleep. Clarice gazes down at him, her heart overflowing with a profound deep relief. Lord Theo, she breathes a shaky sigh, whispering her thanks to the heavens, but just the word escapes her lips. Her strength gives out completely, her vision blurs, the whirling on its axis, and her body goes limp, collapsing back into Albert's strong arms. Eric's face contorts in horror, his eyes wide with shock. He cries out her name, his voice echoing in the sudden, terrifying silence. In a dimly lit grand room, Eric stands anxiously beside a large bed, where Clarice lies still and silent. The Duke reassures the boy, telling him it's fine, that the healing has been enough. A soft, golden glow emanates from Eric's small hand, hovering over Clarice's chest. As he pours his own Nazic into her, the doctor, standing nearby, confirms that Lady Clarice's condition is stable. However, he adds grimly, she's not waking up. Albert gently strokes Eric's hair, his voice soft as he tells the boy to rest now. He asks what Clarice would think if she woke up to find Eric collapsed, as well as own gaze is heavy, filled with a sorrow that seems to weigh down the very air in the room. Eric looks up, tears streaming down his face, his small body trembling with fear and exhaustion. I gently pats his head, silent comfort. He remembers Clarice's words to him, her gentle plea to please take care of himself. The memory of her bright, warm smile is a painful contrast to her pale form in the bed before him. Eric clenches his small fists, trying to be strong for her. He bows his head, a silent promise to his father and to the woman who saved his brother. The heavy, ornate doors close, leaving the room in a somber quiet. A maid Eric down the long, empty hallway, soft footsteps, the only sound in the vast, silent mansion. They disappear into the blue-tinged darkness inside the room. Albert sits vigil by Clarice's bedside, the moonlight casting long, lonely shadows across the floor. He rests head in his hand, the picture of utter exhaustion and profound worry, his gaze never leaving her face. His fingers gently, almost reverently brush a single strand of silver hair from her cheek. A sudden sharp pain jolts through him. He clutches his hand as blue, crackling veins of tainted mana spread across his skin, a grim reminder of the power he wielded. He winces, a guttural sound escaping his lips. He looks at his trembling hand, muttering to himself that he guessed he overdid it. The memory of his brother's voice, sharp with concern, echoes in his mind. He remembered his shock that Albert only burned away the magical energy inside his opponent's body. He could still feel his brother's grip on his arm, the desperate warning to never do something like that again, that next time it would be Albert who dies. Even then, he had insisted he was fine, that he could endure. He clenches his fist. The problem isn't me, he thinks, his gaze returning to Clarice's peaceful face. The problem is Clarice, a voice in his memory. Perhaps the doctors explains the dire situation. Until now, the power of purification had protected her from the Grand Duke's cursed magic, but her exposure to a magical power so far beyond her limit has left both her magic and her body body severely weakened. Probably only his sister-in-law's healing magic, the highest level in the kingdom, could have restored her, but now that his sister-in-law is gone and her healing magic stone is missing, there is no other way at this rate. Clarice will eventually fade away, a woman's voice calm and familiar cuts through his dark thoughts. She remarks that he looks terrible. Albert looks up startled to see a woman in a dark hooded cloak standing in the room. He questions her presence, asking who she is. It's Beatrice. He demands to know what brings her here. She reminds him that as a consort, she shouldn't leave the palace. So lightly pulling back her hood, Beatrice reveals her face, explaining that she heard something serious had happened. She tells him she even transformed to come here. Without being noticed, I'll cut straight to the point. Asking who told her, Beatrice reassures him, telling him not to worry, that their Duke Barton family only has keen ears in the capital and nothing else has leaked, though she notes with a pointed look that ear of theirs hadn't caught on that the Grand Duke's Theo had ended up like this. He then turns the observation back on him, telling him he doesn't look much better himself. Albert's eyes narrow. He states that Theo's sudden suspicious flare-up is highly likely connected to whoever killed her. He recalls the scene of his brother's death, the lingering scent of foul magic. He tells her he sensed a faint trace of it again in Theo's magic. His hand clenches into a fist, his voice laced with a cold, burning rage. He vows that even if his body burns down this time, he will have his revenge, but Beatrice sees through his fury, asking if that's really it. She acknowledges his desire for revenge, but suggests he's angry now because Collapse's eyes, she says, look different now. She tells him he looks like a foolish man who might destroy the world. Drowned in love, Alice, stunned into silence, stammering as he asks what she's saying, a strange, unsettling sensation washes over him. He looks down at his hand. It's trembling. Am I afraid? He wonders at the thought. Foreign and terrifying. Beatrice interrupts his turmoil, telling him she'll give him something. It's Lucifana memento. She holds out a beautiful, ornate golden object. It's a healing magic stone. Albert's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks how she has his sister-in-law's magic stone. Beatrice confirms it, explaining it was meant as a charm for her, the future king's consort. They were best friends after all. She says that as a mother, she truly thanks him for helping William. She places the stone in his hand, assuring him that with it both he and this child will surely recover, but she warns him not to make a mistake. She tells him to know what is truly important. After she leaves, Albert sits by Clarice's bed, once more the weight of Beatrice's words pressing down on him. Her accusation echoes in his mind. You look like a foolish man who might destroy the world. Drowned in love. He lowers his head, whispering that he sees his duty is clear. As the head of a noble house, he should have kept Clarice at arm's length, used her power, and let her go. He clutches the healing stone tightly in his hand, but the moment he thought he might lose Clarice, the memory of her collapsing, of his own desperate plea for her to stop his body, had moved on its own. He was afraid. He was afraid of losing the woman he cherished. He was terrified of losing her bright, beautiful smile forever. He opens his hand, and the healing stone glows with a gentle, promising light. He takes Clarice's cold hand, placing the stone in her palm and closing his own hands around hers. A warm, brilliant light envelopes them, pouring life and strength back into her still form. Her cheeks regain their color. Her breathing evens out. Her eyelashes flutter, and her clear blue eyes open. She looks up, her voice a soft, sleepy whisper as she asks for His Highness. I quickly pulls back, flustered, unable to form a coherent sentence. He finds his voice speaking her name with an intensity that makes her breath catch. He tells her, his voice raw with emotion, that he never wants to lose her again. Her eyes widen, a soft blush creeping up her cheeks. His crimson eyes lock onto hers, his voice low and serious. He asks her to marry him. He repeats declaration, his gaze unwavering, saying he never wants to lose her again. Clarice is utterly bewildered, asking what he means. He looks at her with an expression of pure, unadulterated sincerity and asks her to marry him. The story flashes back several months earlier to the Grand Ducal estate. Under a starry night sky night, Commander Marvin approaches Albert, who is rubbing his tired eyes. Marvin pleads with His Highness to get some rest, pointing out that he hasn't slept properly for over a month. Albert's face is etched with exhaustion. He says that if he lets his guard down now, Theo will die. Marvin insists he understands how Albert feels, but tells Simpson to return if his report is finished. Albert reminds him that he's supposed to be in charge of the battlefield. Marvin's expression is grim. He warns Albert that if even His Highness collapses, the Grand Ducal house is finished. He implores him to please make a wise decision. Marvin walks away, leaving Albert alone in the vast, echoing hall. Albert thinks to himself that this is nothing unusual. He reflects on the grim, bloody history of his family. Countless children in the Grand Ducal house have died because they couldn't withstand the tainted man. Theo was probably bound by the same fate for Eric's sake. As the heir, the second son Theo should be abandoned. His focus should be on stabilizing the house, which is in turmoil after his elder brother's death. But the piercing sound of a baby's cry shatters the oppressive silence. The wail echoes through the halls. A desperate, heart-wrenching sound. Woman Clarice stands before him, holding the crying child across his arms. His posture defensive, he demands to know who's there, holding a magical rattle out towards her. His mind races. Who is this woman? For what reason did she approach Theo? But as she takes the rattle, a soft, golden light emanates from her hand, quieting the baby. Instantly, he stares, astonished. Traces of magic. Just what is this woman? He looks at Theo. Now sleeping peacefully, he's not crying. Albert is bewildered. Once Theo starts crying, he never stops until his mana runs out, and he loses consciousness. The attending physician's verdict had been grim from weakness caused by excessive mana discharge and exposure to tainted mana. Theo wouldn't last 3 months before dying. Albert stands over the crib, a shadow of despair hanging over him. There was nothing that could be done, or so it should have been. But this woman appeared. He remembers her soft voice telling Theo it's okay, that he doesn't have to cry anymore. Strangely, Albert, as if those words were spoken to him as well, he admits to himself that honestly they were at their limit. He remembers Eric, small and frightened, hiding under a blanket. The woman who appeared before them looked just like a goddess. That's why at first he doubted her. In his office, his aide reports on his investigation into the Nocturnal family. He explains that after the head's death, the uncle's family effectively took over the house. Albert asks about Clarice. The aide replies that it seems she was treated quite roughly. They've also confirmed that there's nothing unnatural about how she came to the Grand Ducal house. Albert concludes that she doesn't appear to be an assassin sent by the Queen's faction, but he still couldn't trust her completely. Even if she wasn't part of a scheme, the title of Grand Duke alone was enough to drive people mad. He suspected that woman too someday. Sir interrupted when his aide mentions that she was injured after jumping out of a window with the children to protect them. Al is stunned, repeating what in disbelief he had been on guard. He remembers the harsh words of a tutor telling Eric that at this rate he'll be disqualified. As an heir, the man had grabbed Eric, yelling at him to listen properly. But then Clarice had stepped in, her long silver hair flying. She stood protectively in front of Eric, her voice sharp as she told the man to be quiet. That was the one who's disqualified. Albert had watched from a distance, hidden behind a pillar. His crimson eyes had followed her every move. He had thought they should avoid getting too close. They should limit themselves to merely making use of her power. But then he'd see her smiling gently as she looked into Theo's carriage. He'd see the way she interacted with both his sons, her kindness, a warm light in their dark home. But he recalls the day he tried to teach her how to smile, holding a rose to his lips. He remembers her playful surprise and then her genuine bright laugh as she told him it was nice. She told him he could do it properly. She had saved both the bodies and the hearts of the children, and without fear, she even leaped straight into his arms. She was far too captivating. He told her it would be a problem if she disappeared. Before he knew it, he'd drawn to her more than anything else. He found himself on his knees, holding her hand as she lay unconscious, the weight of his feelings crashing down on him. He sits by her bed, the starry night sky visible through the window. But he couldn't allow himself to acknowledge those feelings. Among the Grand Duke of family, his power is exceptionally strong. With his body filled with tainted mana, he knew he would inevitably make her unhappy one day. Memory surfaces, a bright light, and his brother's voice calling his name. He sees his brother and his wife Lucifana. His brother asks if he won't regret it, telling him running away just because he's scared isn't like him at all. His brother claps a hand on his shoulder, urging him to break through it. To break through the cursed history of this family. Along with it, Lucifana holds out the healing stone. She tells him it'll be fine, that they'll lend him their strength too. The memory fades and Albert is back in the present, holding Clarice's hand. The light from the healing stone is warm and gentle, and he looks at her sleeping face, a new resolve hardening in his crimson eyes as she stirs. He calls her name, his voice thick with emotion. He knows this is a selfish and arrogant feeling. It may end up causing her pain from here on out, even knowing that he still thought he never wanted to let go of this hand again. And so, with all the conviction in his soul, he asks her, please marry me. Clarice's eyes are wide with shock, her mind reeling. She can only stammer out a confused huh before letting out a shriek of disbelief, jolting upright in bed. She clutches his hand, her gaze locked on his. She tells him, "She understands, Your Highness," then with a steady voice that belies the wild beating of her heart. She will accept his proposal of marriage. Now it's Albert's turn to be shocked, his eyes widening in surprise. Clarice repeats her answer, her gaze earnest. She says, "Very well, Your Grace." I accept. His stunned silence is palpable. He leans forward, his voice hesitant as he asks if she's really sure. If she doesn't mind, she replies yes. Although she sits up straighter, her expression becoming more serious. She tells him there are a few things she'd like to clarify. First, she asks if he could please explain the terms of this contract marriage. Alice, completely taken aback, asking her to wait a moment. He asks her just how she interpreted his words. Clarice explains her reasoning logically. It seems the cause of the recent incident was not close to Theo, and taking that into consideration, she assumes His Grace wants her to provide long-term support for the boy. However, as two unmarried individuals, it would be improper for her to frequently visit his residence. That, she concludes, is why he proposed marriage, so that her presence would be socially acceptable. She asks if that is not the case. Albert grabs her hand, his expression pained, and tells her that is not what he meant. He pulls her closer, his face inches from hers, his crimson eyes burning with an intensity she's never seen before. He tells her that, of course, he is also thinking of the children. However, what he truly wants is. He reaches up, his fingers gently brushing against her cheek, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through her. She flinches, her heart hammering against her ribs, her mind screaming. She can only whisper his title, Your Grace. She pulls back, her voice trembling, as she reminds him that he said he had no intention of marrying. He quietly confirms that he did say that. She looks down, her own expression clouding with sorrow. She confesses that she is not a woman capable of making a happy family. Albert's eyes widen at her painful admission. He wonders if it's possible that she's afraid of having a new family. He realizes that the life she lived with her step-family, filled with falsehoods, as well as the memories of her childhood, when she was constantly oppressed by her uncle's family, still continue to deeply restrain her. His hand clenches into a fist at his side, a silent, protective anger surging through him. Clarice continues, her voice regaining a bit of its composure. She says that, however, if it is merely a matter of work, then she believes she can still properly fulfill the role of a mother and his official wife. That is what he wants, isn't it? She adds one more condition, her voice hesitant. She asks if it's possible she would prefer they don't marry right away, but proceed with an engagement first. Albert's expression softens. He agrees, telling her, "Very well, let us proceed that way." He gently places a hand on her head, his touch tender. He tells her they will discuss the contract terms in more detail. Later, he apologizes for troubling her right after she regained consciousness and urges her to get some more rest. Clarice gives him a small, grateful smile and thanks him as he walks away from her bed. He thinks to himself that there is no need for him to rush, even if this is nothing more than a contract for now. He will love her with all his heart as his family. He stands by the window, his resolve firm. He will do so until all of her anxieties truly fade away. Hearns to his aid and announces that he will get engaged to Clarice, instructing him to prepare the documents. The aide agrees, but then stops short. He looks down at the document in his hand, his eyes wide as he asks what. He asks if Albert is serious, his professional demeanor cracking as puppy ears and a tail pop out in his excitement. Finally, he exclaims. Albert tells him not to misunderstand, that this is still only a contract, and to make sure the terms are written clearly, but a small, determined smile plays on his lips. He adds, mostly to himself, that he has no intention of ever letting her again. A few days later, Clarice is sitting in the sunny garden with a small, fluffy dog. Maria comes running, calling her name excitedly. Eric and Maria run up to her, their faces beaming. Maria asks if it's true, if she's really getting engaged to His Grace. Clarice smiles and confirms that yes, it is, though it's a contract. Eric cheers, saying it's awesome, and he's so happy to hear that. But then his expression turns serious, and he asks her quietly if she's really okay with this. Clarice strokes baby Theo's head, who is in her lap. She tells Eric that at the very least, she wants to take responsibility until all his worries about Theo are completely gone. She remembers the sight of Theo's truly fragile back then, and how she deeply regretted having left him. Besides, she adds with a slightly flustered smile, His Grace was told by Lady Beatrice to get married anyway, and unmarried, noble women often get into trouble, so she thinks this contract marriage is actually quite beneficial. She smiles warmly at Eric and tells him to please not hesitate to lean on her. As his mother figure, she asks what he thinks, but then trails off, realizing from their expressions that her reasoning might not be convincing. She sighs, admitting she figured as much. Eric tells her that for now, let's think of it that way. Clarice blushes, agreeing on that much. But the memory of Albert's intense gaze, his confession that what he truly wants is, it flashes through her mind. She shakes her head, her hand flying to her chest. No, she thinks frantically, don't think about it anymore. The very idea that his Grace might actually have feelings for her thing is incredibly presumptuous. Just then a maid approaches, informing Lady Clarice that an envoy from the royal palace has arrived. He says there's an urgent summons from Lady Beatrice. Clarice is surprised at summons from the palace. She wonders what they could possibly need her for, especially since she was told to remain in the capital. At the palace, Beatrice apologizes for calling her, so suddenly Clarice assures her it's all right. Beatrice gets to the point, saying she wanted to ask for her help as a teaching assistant for her private study group. Clarice is taken aback, certain she isn't capable of taking on such an important role. Beatrice explains that she'll only need to provide a little support as she speaks. Her thoughts turn inward. Clarice's very presence had already begun to draw attention from the sharp-eyed nobles. Many noble daughters have tried and failed to open the doors of the Grand Duke's residence, yet Clarice is the only one who can come and go freely. Beatrice had also heard that after she managed to grow, that Leopold Marquis Caldi also began an investigation. That man seems to have taken an interest as well. Beatrice knew she had to make sure the palace knows that she was the first to set her sights on Clarice. She asks Clarice what she thinks. Clarice agrees to the request. She smiles, and that she is the one chosen. And since Lord Eric and the others will be participating as well, she would be glad if she could keep an eye on them up close. Beatrice smiles, saying that would be a huge help. Then she adds that for this occasion, His Highness Cassius, the king's brother, will be joining as a special lecturer. Clarice is shocked. Prince Cassius. In another room, a man reports to a long-haired silver-blonde man that this is the latest development regarding the study group. The blonde man, Prince Cassius, smiles languidly, saying it doesn't seem like there will be any issues. The aide mentions that he's heard His Majesty has recently taken an interest in one of the assistant instructors. Cassius asks if he means his older brother. The aide clarifies, saying Countess Nocturnal. Cassius hums thoughtfully, a curious smile playing on his lips. Oh, he says, his interest piqued. He muses that he's already looking forward to meeting her at the study group. The memory felt both distant and overwhelmingly present, a scene replaying itself in the quiet moments. In the grand, echoing dining hall of the Duke's residence, she recalled the day she officially became engaged to His Highness the Grand Duke. The dining table is a vast expanse of polished wood and intricacies stretching between them like a chasm. At one end sat Grand Duke Albert, a figure of stoic authority, and at the other she sat with the children. Her days had fallen into this new rhythm, a life spent within the grand, lonely walls of his estate. Raising his children, she would go back and forth from her own home, but this place with its silent grandeur was quickly becoming her world. His sharp crimson eyes met hers from across the table, a silent inquiry that made her heart skip. He asked what was wrong, his voice low and cutting through the quiet clinking of silverware. A jolt went through her. She looked down, flustered, her cheeks flushing with a sudden heat as she stammered that it was nothing at all. But it wasn't nothing. It was the ghost of another moment, another question that had changed her life forever. The memory bloomed in her mind, vivid and intoxicating, the soft, ethereal light framing his face, his expression unreadable but intense, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her very soul. Had spoken just 2 words. He had asked her to marry him. Her eyes had fixated on the cool aquamarine gem pin to his cravat, stark point of color against the crisp white of his shirt. A blush had crept up her neck, then too a deep burning warmth that had left her breathless and utterly speechless. Back in the present, Clarice gave a small frantic shake of her head, trying to banish the memory. She had to pull herself together. Only her title had changed. She reminded herself nothing else was different. A polite voice broke her reverie. Lord Basil, the Duke's aide, was asking about her plans for the week. There was a matter for which he needed to request His Highness's permission. Albert's cool, questioning gaze shifted from her to the aide, and he demanded to know what it was. Lord Basil explained that Lady Beatrice had requested Clarice's assistance as a tutor for an upcoming study meeting, that Clarice also wished to attend the preliminary instructors meeting. The children's faces lit up with delight. Eric asked with wide, hopeful eyes if Clarice would truly be joining them, and little Beatrice chimed in, her sweet voice full of relief, how reassuring it would be to have her mother there. Clarice's heart swelled. swelled this. Was her strategy in motion, establishing her value-making? Herself indispensable, she turned to the Duke stating that personally she would like to proceed with accepting the offer. Then she held her breath, watching his impassive face, and cautiously asked if there was any problem. He was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful, before finally conceding that he didn't believe there would be any issue if it was her. But he warned her, his voice taking on a graver tone that the court was filled with troublesome people, vipers hiding behind elegant fans, and honeyed words. Then he said something that stunned her. If anything were to happen, he told her she could use his name. The offer was a shield, an unexpected and powerful gesture of protection. She was so taken aback, she insisted she couldn't possibly. His Highness, his crimson eyes bored into hers, intense and unwavering. He reminded her, his voice firm, that she was his fiancée. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. Fiancée. A jolt went through her as the reality of her new position settled upon her. Like a weighted cloak, it wasn't just a title, it meant her actions, her very behavior, would now reflect upon him. Though the official announcement from the royal palace was still pending, she knew she had to remain constant vigilant to do nothing that brings shame to his name. She lifted her chin, her blue eyes filled with a new steely resolve. Several days later, Clarice found herself standing in a breathtakingly opulent hall in the royal palace, feeling utterly overwhelmed. She murmured, and on never realizing so many people would attend the instructors' meeting. This was where the tutors and their assistants gathered to meet and confirm the curriculum for the royal study session. Despite Lady Beatrice's advice, the sheer weight of the attendee status was suffocating. The room was filled with the most brilliant minds of the kingdom, renowned scholars, celebrated artists, and even high-ranking government officials. She recognized an aide of Lord William and gave a polite, almost imperceptible nod. He bowed his head slightly. In return, she took a deep breath and found her seat at one of the long polished tables. She recalled Beatrice's words. The assistants were divided into two groups. There were the disciples of scholars, the plain group, and then there were those with recommendations from influential nobles, the flashy group, who were mostly just looking for social advancement. Soon, the whispers began sharp and pointed like needles. A woman nearby asked her companion who Clarice was. The other replied that she didn't recognize her face. Iris could feel their gazes on her, dissecting her, judging her. The scrutiny was painful. Finally, one of the women approached, her voice dripping with condescension, and demanded to know her name. The woman scoffed at the name, nocturnal, calling it a plain house with no notable achievements. Her eyes narrowed, her voice turning venomous, as she asked if Clarice wasn't the girl from the rumors, the one shamelessly curry favor with Grand Duke Albert, the one who succeeded where so many others had been rejected. The faces of women around her twisted with envy and contempt, their unspoken question hanging in the air. Was this woman the chosen one? The ringleader leaned in, a cruel smirk on her face, and asked if this was Clarice's first time at the palace. Clarice simply replied that yes, it was. The woman's smirk widened. She mused that Grand Duke Albert Bert must have been exhausted from the war to let someone like Clarice slip through, but she issued a chilling warning in the royal palace. Someone like her would never be taken seriously. Her companion tittered, adding how indecent. It was as if Clarice had come to the capital with immoral intentions. A cold understanding settled in Clarice's heart. So this was it. This was the nest of vipers the Grand Duke had warned her about. She was trapped. To respond would be to cause a scene, but to stay silent would undermine the very people who had given her this chance. As she brought her teacup to her lips, trying pure, unshaken, a clear voice cut through the tension, apologizing for being late. The room fell silent as a man with hair like spun silver strode in Prince Cassius. The entire assembly, including Clarice's tormentors, immediately rose and bowed. He moved through the room with an easy grace, waving off the formalities. The vipers who had been spitting venom at Clarice moments before were now fawning over the prince, their voices syrupy sweet. Clarice watched him from her seat. Prince Cassius, the king's younger brother, a renowned magic researcher with an almost ethereal beauty. It was no wonder he was so popular. She resolved to keep her distance, knowing that drawing the attention of someone like him would only paint a larger target on her back. But her utter horror the prince's path veered directly towards her. The crowd parted as he stopped before her table, his eyes locking with hers. He recognized her, murmuring that it was her. A dazzling smile lit up his face as he spoke her full name, Clarice Nocturnal, and declared that it was her he had come to see today. Clarice's mind went blank, a silent scream of shock echoing in her head. The other women stared, their mouths agape. Prince Cassius leaned closer, his voice a low, intimate murmur for her ears alone, telling her that she was far more captivating up close. He mentioned he'd heard rumors that she was untalented, but as he gently took her hand, he dismissed them, saying he could sense a manna within her that was both calm and beautiful. He called her a truly beautiful woman. The faces of the other ladies contorted into masks of pure, unadulterated rage. The spell was broken by Lord Basil, clearing his throat, announcing that it was time to begin. The prince sighed, dramatically lamenting what a shame it was. He gracefully conceded, and a wave of profound relief washed over Clarice. The meeting began, but she could hardly focus. How did he know who she was? His attention had only intensified the glares from the others, turning them from sharp pricks into daggers. Aimed at her back when it was his turn to speak, Prince Cassius announced that he planned to give a lecture on unique magic. A wave of shocked murmurs rippled through the room. Unique magic was a taboo subject, a field of classified information tied to the deepest secrets of noble families. To make it a lecture topic was unthinkable. The prince clarified that it would only be for the duration of the study group. Then he delivered his masterstroke. He had obtained permission from the heads of all the noble families to jointly research and develop their unique magic. The sheer political power behind such a feat was astounding. When a short break was announced, Clarice felt suffocated by the fawning crowd around the prince. She excused herself, needing fresh air. On an empty terrace, she finally allowed herself to breathe, sinking onto a cool stone bench, utterly exhausted by the day's ordeal. Her thoughts drifted to Eric and Theo, and a small smile touched her lips. Just then a flutter of movement caught her eye. A small blue bird tumbled from the air, landing weakly on the stone path. Her blood ran cold. The dark cyclora clung to the tiny creature. Contaminated mana, and the signature felt horrifyingly familiar. It felt like Theo's. A frantic glance confirmed she was alone. She gently scooped the bird to her hands, whispering a promise to make it better. A warm golden light enveloped the bird, cleansing it of the dark energy before it soared into the sky. Renewed, a voice from behind her made her jump. A smooth voice observed that this must be her power of purification. She whirled around to find Prince Cassius standing there, an all-knowing look in his eyes. He claimed it was a coincidence, a mere stroll in the garden, but his smile suggested otherwise, calling their meeting fate. He leaned in his presence, dazzling and overwhelming. She assumed he knew of her family's magic through his research, but he corrected her, stating that he knew because her parents had once helped him. Her parents, the words shocked her. She had no memory of them ever being close to royalty. Before she could ask, her tormentors reappeared, their voices sharp and intrusive. The lead woman tried to dismiss Clarice as a country bumpkin unaccustomed to the palace, suggesting the prince would be better off spit them. But Cassius cut her off, his voice clear and firm, announcing that he actually wanted to ask Clarice to serve as his personal assistant. The women stared in stunned silence, which quickly erupted into outrage. A personal assistant was a privileged position. They shrieked, why should it go to a woman with no talent, the daughter of a minor local noble? Prince Cassius simply smiled. It seemed he said that they didn't know. He placed a protective hand on Clarice's shoulder, revealing that she had come to the palace under the direct recommendation of the consort, her Highness Beatrice. Their jaws dropped, a recommendation from the consort herself, seizing them. The moment Clarice stepped forward, apologizing for her late introduction, with her head held high, she declared her proper title, Countess Clarice Nocturnal. The word countess struck him like lightning. They had just grievously insulted the head of a noble house. Stammering apologies, the three women turned and fled. Cassius watched them go, amused, and advised Clarice to make better use of her powerful connections. His request, he added, had not been a lie. Her mind reeled. She could only assume he was interested in her family's purification power. It couldn't possibly her. It was always about her power. Prince Albert had been the same. Cassius admitted that her power was part of his interest, but then he gently took a strand of her silver hair, his gaze turning serious and intense. He confessed, also interested in her as a woman. The position of assistant, he admitted, was merely a pretext to keep her by his side. He held out his hand, his voice a silken plea, asking her to remain with him, to to lend him her strength, he called her name Clarice, and the world seemed to stop. With a deep courtesy that was both respectful and resolute, she declined his offer. She acknowledged the honor, but said she had to refuse. The prince's charming smile faltered. He asked why she would refuse such a perfect opportunity to get back at those who looked down on her. She stated plainly that she had no interest in such petty matters. She explained that those women belonged to Prince Dick's faction as the fiancée of a neutral Prince Albert. She could not afford to get entangled in political rivalries. It was her duty to avoid any action that could cause him trouble. The prince's charming fudge shattered completely. He loomed over her, his voice dropping to an icy, threatening whisper. Was that reason, he hissed, more important than offending the king's younger brother? A shiver of fear traced its way down her spine, but her resolve held firm. The most important to her was ensuring she caused no trouble for Lord Albert. She sincerely apologized once more, but her answer remained no. However, she offered a compromise, believing she'd still fulfill his wishes. She had heard, she said carefully, that little interest in anything beyond his magical research and disliked teaching. She proposed that even without the official title, she would work beyond what was required, assisting him in a way that would free him to pursue his true passions. He was silent for a long moment, studying her. Then genuine smile spread across his face. He conceded that she had done her homework on him. With a light laugh, he admitted his loss. From a distance, another woman watched their exchange with narrowed eyes. Later, as the instructors' meeting ended, without further incident, Clarice let out a breath. She hadn't realized she was holding becoming the prince's assistant would have been like pouring oil on a fire. The entire ordeal had left her utterly drained, and she wandered off in search of a quiet place to calm her frayed nerves. Her steps led her to a sun-drenched courtyard where she spotted a group of children. She remembered then that the children were having their own introductory tea party in the center of a laughing group. She saw Eric looking every bit the little prince, clearly popular among his peers. The moment his crimson eyes found hers, his face lit up with pure joy. He cried out her name and ran towards her, leaving his crowd of admiring. She greeted him warmly, asking if his discussion was over. He explained with a huff that he'd had trouble getting away and that things were easier when his friend Celes was there to act as a beautiful girl shield. Clarice smiled at his innocent complaint. Eric's small hand slipped into hers, and he urged her to come with him for a moment. He led her to a quiet corner of the courtyard. His expression serious, she knelt down. Asking what was wrong without a word, he threw his arms around her neck and buried his face in her shoulder, hugging her with all his might. He mumbled that it was nothing. He just asked her to stay like that for a moment, and her heart melted as she held him close. Agreeing softly as she held the small boy, her gaze drifted back to the party. She saw other children standing with their parents, laughing and smiling. A painful realization dawned on her. Eric, surrounded by friends, had been utterly alone. Lord Albert was likely too busy to attend such things. A tender idea bloomed in her heart. She gently stroked his dark hair and asked him a question. Once the king granted permission for their engagement, would allow her to attend these events. As his mother's substitute, Eric's head snapped up, his eyes whining with unshed tears. In a small, choked voice, he whispered yes. A warm, happy smile spread across Clarice's face. A deep, familiar voice spoke from behind them, remarking coolly that he didn't believe he was such a cold-hearted man. Clarice gasped and spun around. It was Albert. Her heart leaped in her throat as she asked how long he had been standing there. He simply replied that he had just arrived and placed a large, gentle hand on Eric's head. He looked down at his son, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. He told Eric that while he might not be able to come often, he promised to do his best to be present in the future. Eric looked up at his father, his bottom lip trembling as he nodded, accepting the precious promise. Albert's gaze then shifted to Clarice, his crimson eyes holding hers. He told her that, until then, he wanted her to stay by Eric's side, as well he held out his hand to her. A blush crept up her cheeks as she placed her hand in his, her heart fluttering as she agreed. The tender moment was shattered by a cheerful, intrusive voice. A voice called out to Albert, remarking how rare it was to see him at the palace. It was Prince Cassius, striding towards them with a brilliant smile. His eyes immediately fell to where Albert was holding Clarice's hand. A sly, knowing look crossed his face. He ignored Albert, completely addressing directly. There was something important he had forgotten to tell her. He said, his voice with possessive charm, My Clarice. Albert's expression turned to ice. He asked his brother what he was talking about. Cassius beamed, making his grand announcement. His personal assistant had been decided, he declared, and it was Clarice. She stared at him in shock, protesting that she had already refused the offer. The prince's smile turned sharp and chilling. He informed her that he had given up on obtaining her consent. An assistant, he stated coldly, never had the right to refuse his request. In the first place, he looked at her, his eyes glinting with triumph. He expected great things from his new personal assistant. Clarice, nocturnal Clarice, froze her blood running cold with horror and disbelief. Her terrified eyes flew to Albert, silently pleading for help. The Grand Duke's carefully constructed composure finally broke. His voice was dangerously low as he addressed his brother, demanding an explanation. His crimson eyes burned with a cold protective fury that promised retribution. The man's voice was smooth as silk, but his words sent a jolt of ice through Clarice's veins. He informed her that from now on, he expected her to work as his personal assistant. His smile was disarmingly gentle, his long silver blonde hair catching the light like a halo, but his eyes held a glint of something possessive. He spoke her name, Clarice Nocturnal, as if he were claiming a prize. The world tilted on its axis. Clarice's breath hitched her mind, reeling from the sheer audacity of the declaration. Before she could even process the demand, a formidable shadow fell over her, and a deep familiar voice cut through the air. She looked up, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, and stammered a plea for someone to explain what was happening. It was Albert, his dark hair and magnificent cape framing a face contorted with a cold, simmering rage. His crimson eyes, usually so composed, were now burning with fury. Clarice's gaze flickered back to the silver-haired man, and his name escaped her lips in a horrified whisper. Cassius. Albert's jaw was clenched so tightly it was a wonder it didn't crack. Cassius, however, remained utterly unfazed by the Grand Duke's intimidating presence. He addressed Albert with a casual nickname on not to make such a frightening face. With an air of pure innocence, Cassius explained that he had merely asked Clarice to become his personal assistant, but Albert's voice was a low growl as he countered that he had heard she refused. Cassius waved a dismissive hand, suggesting that even if that were true, it had absolutely nothing to do with Albert. That was the final straw. In one swift, decisive movement, Albert stepped behind Clarice, his arm wrapping securely around her shoulders, pulling her flush against his strong, unyielding body. His voice rang out sharp and absolute as he declared that Clarice was his fiancée. Clarice's head snapped up, her wide, startled eyes meeting his intense gaze. He wasn't looking at her, though his fiery stare was locked on Cassius. He continued, his tone unwavering, stating that he respected her wishes. His grip on her tightened almost imperceptibly as he delivered his final chilling warning. He told Cassius that if he insisted on forcing something against her, well, then he must be prepared to face the consequences. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Cassius's placid features. He commented that this was indeed surprising, as he never thought Albert would get engaged. His gaze then drifted to Clarice, a faint condescending smirk playing on his lips as he added, especially to a woman like her. As Albert began to lead her away, Cassius called out, telling him that he was mistaken. This time, Albert didn't even turn around. He commanded Cassius to be quiet, his voice thick with contempt, stating that he knew his bad habits all too well. A dark resolve settled her Albert's features. He knew Cassius's nature over the years. So many had caught the prince's fleeting interest, their lives becoming his playthings, and in the end, they were always discarded, their futures ruined, and their spirits broken, left like wilted flowers in his wake. Albert was fiercely determined that he would not under any circumstances allow Clarice to be treated however. Cassius, pleased, he issued one last command, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, warning Cassius not to approach his fiancée more than necessary. The air crackled with unspoken threats. Cassius paused, a thoughtful expression on his face, murmuring that this is going to be difficult. Then his demeanor shifted entirely. A sly, clever light entered his eyes as he claimed that the personal assistant position had already been officially approved by the palace. He framed the appointment as a noble gesture, away to save Lady Beatrice's face after the recent scandal. He even put on a charming, boyish act, promising he wouldn't approach Clarice more than necessary, with a perfectly crafted smile. He turned the tables, asking first Albert and then Clarice what they thought of his solution. All eyes were on her. Clarice's mind raced, it was a trap, but a clever one. She realized that if Cassius spread a rumor that her appointment was merely to save Lady Beatrice's reputation, the entire awkward situation could be resolved without any further trouble. Weighing her options, she concluded that there was no problem with his proposal. Albert, hearing her quiet consent, gave a curt nod. He accepted her decision, stating very well then, though his posture remained rigid with displeasure. He turned to Eric, who had been watching silently, and told him it was time to head back. Clarice quickly agreed. As they walked away, Albert paused, leaning in so close to Cassius that their shoulders nearly touched. His voice was a venomous hiss, a promise of retribution. He warned Cassius that if he broke his promise, it wouldn't matter that he was the prince of the kingdom. Albert swore he would burn him to ashes right along with his precious magical research laboratory. Cassius flinched, a genuine flicker of shock in his eyes, before he threw his head back and roared with laughter. This was bad. He thought to himself, a thrill running through him. Albert was truly terrifying when he was angry. The fact that this woman was his fiancée, well, that just made him want her even more. A dangerous, predatory smile graced his lips. As he watched them depart back in the safety of the Vanderlyck mansion, Clarice swept baby Theo into her arms, burying her face in his soft hair and telling him how much she had missed him. A maid, seeing her distracted expression, asked if something had happened while she was away, but Clarice was lost in the memory of Albert's protective embrace, his stunning declaration echoing in her mind. He had called her his fiancée. A furious blush crept up her neck. She told herself he's only acting as a proper fiancé should, playing part to protect her honor. But even so, why did it make her feel so overwhelmingly, dizzyingly happy? She hugged Theo tighter, her heart fluttering with an emotion she couldn't quite name, as Eric and Joanna watched her with wide, sparkling eyes. A few days later, the joint study group commenced. Prince Cassius stood before a classroom of the Empire's brightest children. Clarice was there as a guardian. She explained to the group that her charge Dick was unwell and couldn't attend, but she looked forward to working with everyone. The children all bowed respectfully. Cassius welcomed them all warmly, telling them not to be nervous just because some of their guardians were present. The lesson began under the grand, sunlit windows of the study hall. A young lord murmured his concern for Lord Dick's health. Clarice watched over the children, a stack of papers in her hands. She reflected that, true to his word, Prince Cassius had kept his distance, and no major incidents had occurred. She was impressed by the maturity of the children, understanding why they were called the Chosen. Nearby, two noble women began to gossip. One whispered to the other, asking if that was Cassius's new personal assistant. The second woman confirmed it, adding the rumor that it was all just to save Beatrice's face. She went on to say that Beatrice's attitude had turned cold since the incident, but that it couldn't be helped. Across the room, Lady Beatrice herself watched Clarice, gently helping one of the children, her expression twisting with envy. She let out a frustrated sound, biting her lip. Her friend leaned in, asking if she was so sure about the rumors, pointing out that even now the prince couldn't seem to take his eyes off that woman. Beatrice's head whipped around, her eyes widening in shock as she saw not Cassius, but Grand Duke Albert Vanderlyck entering the room, her breath caught in her throat. Grand Duke Vanderlyck, seeing him up close, she was completely starstruck. His physique was every bit as impressive as the rumors claimed. A world apart from the effete nobles of the palace, a wave of bitter jealousy washed over her. There was simply no way a man this magnificent would be interested in a woman like Clarice. She was clearly far more suited for him. A wicked smile bloomed on her face as a new plan formed in her mind. This time, she would be the one to take him from her. As the lesson concluded, Albert approached Eric, commending him for following the lesson. Well, Beatrice saw her chance. She recalled hearing that Eric was the late Grand Duke's child, now being raised by Albert. What a pity, she thought with false sympathy. A malicious idea sparked in her mind. That woman was obviously using the child to get closer to Lord Albert. Putting on a mask of sweet concern, she glided over to them. She cried out, "Oh my," and told Eric he had a bit of dirt on his cheek. She reached out to favor him, cooing at how his messy hair proved he'd been studying hard. But as her claw-like fingers approached his face, Eric smacked her hand away with surprising force, shouting at her not to touch him so casually. Beatrice feigned a startled laugh, asking if she'd frightened him internally. She was annoyed, having never heard the boy was so difficult. She quickly pivoted, turning her syrupy smile on Albert. She remarked on how remarkable Lord Eric was. adding that it must be thanks to his excellent guidance, then is dripped with poisoned honey as she mentioned the tragic death of the late Grand Duke before delivering her cruelest blow. She told Eric that perhaps it was all for the better, because now he could become an outstanding man like Lord Albert. The words hung in the air vile, and unforgivable Eric's eyes widened in pure horror. A murderous oath exploded from Albert. His eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, his face a mask of cold fury. Beatrice finally looked at him and froze, her blood turning to ice as she was pinned by his lethal gaze. She stumbled backward, falling to the floor in her terror, unable to form a single word. Just then Clarice stepped forward, her shadow falling over the pathetic woman. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the tense silence like a shard of glass. She asked Beatrice what she had just said. Her eyes, usually so gentle, were now chips of ice, radiating a fury that matched the Grand Duke's own. With her hands clasped before her, a picture of deadly calm, she asked if Beatrice would mind taking that back.